I know. I'm sharing this now. And I just made sure that we know that no turtles are allowed in the courtroom. What do you think is going to happen with that? Let's be realistic.
I gotta have some faith that obviously the court officers and even Judge Cannone know who he is by now, and Grant's been there trying to circulate stuff. I gotta think that they won't let him in, but I don't really have an abundance of faith about anything in this state in terms of our state government. So I don't know, but he should not be
I'm
allowed
sure
in to intimidate that jury.
Yeah, if he stumbles in there, I'm sure it'll be addressed first thing in the morning. It may be being addressed right now.
He shouldn't get in for 1 minute to be able to look at that jury.
Excellent question, Eric Steele. But why would Proctor say he would rather Karen kill herself? Is that fake news? I know we haven't seen the text yet. I have no reason to believe that the text is not real. I don't think he said that he would rather her kill herself than go to jail. And I think that what is again being obfuscated by the defense is, when were these text messages sent? Could it perhaps be after Karen sent hundreds of mouth-breathing strangers to his home to scare his children and spit on his driveway? Could it be perhaps after Karen sent Turtle Boy out to harass his wife and defame him and smear him and try to ruin his family, his career, his home? That might be a reason why he had some unkind words with a friend. Maybe.
All right, let's see if I got the fan on. All right, we have fan. Folks, we have fan.
We have a fan.
So today's going to be a long day. My understanding is after Julie, we'll get Nicole, and then hopefully that doesn't take too long. We'll get to Brian. I guess that probably won't even finish today. But
no, it's probably going to go into next week. Honestly,
yeah. I guess they're expecting 5 hours on that one.
Oh my God!
The estimate.
Poor guy.
So, but that's going to be powerful testimony. One of the things that I think we talked about this, Kate. Yes. Oh no, we did. I haven't seen you since yesterday morning. So this isn't any way can be introduced as evidence in the trial. But as far as the public, the fact that the feds got 6 months of communications, either of Courtney or of Julie or of both of them, that means they got So they got the communication. That means they have everybody's tangentially connected here.
Yeah.
And leaving aside the issues of how much that bothers me that the feds can do that and be completely unaccountable, but they have everybody's communications, and they obviously found no cover-up. So that's entirely inculpatory of Karen.
It is, yeah. And I mean, if we listen to the state, and I do tend to believe the assertions that the state makes in court, because their feet are held to the fire if they lie, that their findings were largely consistent with that of the Massachusetts State Police Norfolk County DA's office. So, I mean, yeah, anyone who thinks that the feds are coming in any day now still, Sean, don't hold your breath. You will suffocate.
He's been making it's like making those predictions of a doomsday cult that just never happened. I mean, and yet his followers, he still gets 2,000-3,000 people on his lives, although he seems to have suspended his operation for now with some kind of weird excuse. So we'll see what's going on there. But yeah, I don't really get it. I guess it's just the power of wanting to believe in something bigger, something more nefarious. It's more juicy. It's very difficult to resist that,
Right.
Were you familiar with Heels in the Air?
I was not personally, but I knew who she was. I saw some of her videos. She seemed very nice. So that was a really tragic outcome.
Yeah. And we had talked a couple of times about doing a show. I feel terrible that I didn't do it. It was because I felt a little bit awkward when, as you know, if I'm on video and someone's not. So I didn't quite work it out with her. But I had no idea the circumstances, that she was in hospice and stuff like that. So I feel terrible about that. But I've learned more about her from Hillbilly Nitro, that she's been following true crime and been debunking conspiracies for many years, because she was blogging on it for, I don't know, I think like 20 years ago. So she's exactly what we needed in cases like this. You're not going to get you're not going to get the subs doing that. You want to get subs. You want to promote the conspiracy, the Odin theory in Delphi or whatever, anything. And, so, I mean, and that's true even of like some documentary makers. And I think even the national media here is, in the Karen Reed case, is exploiting this a little bit. Don't you think?
Yeah, no, I think it is extremely exploitative at this point. Nobody seems to care about the impact on the family, on the children, on the families being falsely accused of murder, on the children being falsely accused of murder. They don't care about the impact on communities, local businesses. Anyone who gets in their way and even has a question will be steamrolled over and destroyed because they can't look at the truth. Oh, there we go.
Thank you. See you to close the session.
22117 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Counsel, please identify yourselves for the record.
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms.
Good
Reed.
morning, Ms. Little.
And good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Gianetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, did counsel want to see me at sidebar?
I had asked, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
I want to thank Erin O'Keefe for wearing yellow. I want to thank Erin for wearing yellow.
I wonder what this sidebar could be about.
And it's something, there's usually a sidebar every morning, right? So certain evidence that they want to introduce that they're now going to say is admissible because Julie lied about her communications with Courtney, and we've seen the play before.
I think there might be an issue on both ends right now.
Did we find out if Fredo got into court?
With who?
Fredo.
Yeah, but he did. It's going to be an issue.
So he's sitting in there unfucking.
Well, he had people, I guess, out there from like 4:30 on, psychotic. I'm sure none of them were paid either.
No, I know, but however it happened, he should not be allowed to sit there and glare at the jurors.
Well, I think that we should probably reserve any outrage for a few minutes here.
Oh, you think maybe that's what the sidebar is about?
I've heard some things over the last couple of days about what may happen if this were to happen.
Karen doesn't look happy. She
probably doesn't want him there either. Like, I mean, a total unwanted guest. This man has done nothing but create problems for really both sides of this trial at this point.
She looks particularly unhappy this morning, though. Like she's not happy with this particular sidebar.
Right. Good point, Jennifer. Right? She never looks happy. She doesn't, unless she's in front of her adoring fans, right?
Yes, exactly. So yesterday, was that with the flower and the kid? Was that a stunt? You think that was manufactured?
Yeah, I think it was a stunt. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Tara. He paid them in pizza and he's going to give them a T-shirt. For sitting in the elements all night.
Oh, we have someone watching from Steampunk Mom from Texas. Welcome, Steampunk. I love seeing people from around. We got Australia, we got Norway.
Yep. Yeah, I agree with the chat too. My concern with Turtle Boy at this point is obviously the witnesses, but more so the jury. Because he has a nasty habit of doxing jury members if they make decisions that he finds to be unfavorable.
Yep. Well, you might be right looking at the way Paul is watching things. I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see.
I see Grant. I don't see Fredo, but I don't see an
Right
empty
there.
seat.
Look
Is
at
he
where
there?
the court officer is. Yep. You don't see the dick nose?
Oh, okay. He's got a new suit.
Yeah.
Sport coat.
All the money that he
Yep.
saved by not paying the people that waited all night for him.
He can barely see over his laptop.
I know. You should have brought a booster seat. I'm too petty for your program.
We got to have a little fun.
Right.
It's a long day covering this, so we got to have a little fun.
This is a long sidebar. So we have a court officer that's moved directly behind him, kind of expectantly there. Grant seems to think that I'm seeing in chat that Grant seems to think he's about to be removed.
And the camera does seem to have him dead center on focus, so this could be a dramatic moment, folks. As dramatic as it gets. Anyways.
Oh, on another channel, people think that John O'Keefe's family should be told to leave so that they don't intimidate Karen. That's insane.
And we've watched them. They've done nothing but sit there respectfully and have, it's difficult for them to go through this.
People are on the edge of their seats right now. Will they? Won't they?
It's almost what he wants, though, isn't it? You know him personally. Doesn't he want this kind of be the center of attention moment to get thrown
It'll
out
be a
of court?
narcissistic injury. It's just another reminder that he's just a common criminal and not an actual journalist. So
Yeah.
He may capitalize on it afterwards. I'm the victim, conspiracy, rabble, rabble, rabble. But in his heart of hearts, he knows that he is not a legitimate journalist. He is an unemployed former school teacher who was removed due to allegations of sexual impropriety with a young woman who can barely write or proofread his work. Has absolutely tenuous relationship at best with the truth and is facing a litany of felony charges at this point. Indictments, rather, not just charges, indictments. I mean, 160 years in prison, potentially, he's staring down the barrel of. So that's who he is.
The thing about the truth for me when it comes to anybody trying to cover this stuff is just all I ask is care about the truth. Now, everybody's going to get things wrong.
Right.
But have a standard where you try to care about the truth, and that's your goal. And if you get something wrong, you correct it immediately.
And
It's
treat
not that
people like
complicated.
human beings. That's the other thing that he's completely incapable of. He does not see the people who draw his ire as human beings at all. He doesn't have any respect for them, and that's a problem.
Right, and you have to have some hesitation if you're going to smear other people. It's a difficult thing when you're reporting and you're talking about this. So sometimes, it's difficult. But I mean, you have to at least have a feeling about not wanting to do that.
Right.
Oh, we're
Okay,
moving
so
to the
this is
ceiling
weird.
fan.
This is weird.
Are they dismissing the jurors? Everybody was standing.
The judge just walked out.
Oh, okay. All right.
What's the situation between Bill and Tyler, Ted Hunky? I'm not sure who you mean. Oh, Tyler BSR. I don't know. Ted Hunky. We'll have to talk about that on an evening stream. That's what we'll have to do. So I would have to look into that. And today we're talking Karen Reed again, and we're trying to see if the tiny little turtle is going to be allowed to sit in the press box today, or if they're going to toss him. So the judge has left. Whatever they discussed there, the judge had to leave to go either think it over or deal with it. So we'll see.
Well, I hope they make the right decision, but if nothing else, it's again the inefficiency. This is delaying an already long trial yet again,
right.
for something that's unnecessary. I mean, it's been very public that he's trying to get on there, so this could have easily been stopped.
Well, it's one of those things, though. You can't deal with something that hasn't happened.
Yeah, and there has to be a process to go through. I understand that, but I mean, still. Grant had organized a campaign of people to email the court, so they had plenty of warning. What is Grant tweeting? Grant says the jury came in. Why don't I just go to Grant's tweets myself? That'll be much easier.
Because I'm not looking at him right now. I can, but I take Grant with a grain of salt. Love the guy, personally. Don't nothing against him personally, but
you are
sometimes
unmuted.
Too extra here. Oh, they're back.
Okay.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye, all parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Cannoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you. You may be seated. Morning, Your Honor.
Morning. All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Happy Friday. I appreciate you all being here, ready, willing, and able to start. We got an awfully lot done in about 5 or 7 minutes over here at Sidebar. So we made you wait, but in the long run, it's we'll speed things up and we'll make things go more smoothly. So we appreciate your patience. Those same 3 questions, have you all been able to follow the instruction and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you all able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. One thing I did want to say to you folks is, if you can't hear a witness or a lawyer, or you can't see something, I don't know that unless you raise your hand. So if you raise your hand, the court officers don't have the power to say to the witness, please answer that again and speak louder. Raise your hand, court officer will come over and let me know, and we can make sure that happens. All right, so I remind counsel to keep their voices up, and you've been doing a great job of moving out of the way of the jurors toward the end there, so please continue to do so. All right, is Ms. Albert here? Thank you.
You solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to remind you, keep your voice up, please, Ms. Albert,
I will.
okay? All right, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Albert.
Good morning.
Ma'am, you will recall yesterday, I broached the topic with you of how often you and Courtney Proctor speak to each other over the phone. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
And when I asked you to describe the frequency of those phone calls, I didn't put any words in your mouth, did I? I didn't suggest how frequently they were. You came up with the word.
I don't really.
Well, let me put it this way. When I asked you how often you talked to Courtney Proctor, you could have chosen any word in the English language to answer that question, correct?
Correct.
What was the word that you chose?
Not often. I don't remember,
How about
honestly.
rarely?
Rarely. Yes.
That was your word, correct?
It could have been. I don't really recall. I don't recall.
You don't recall telling this jury yesterday that when I asked you about how often you spoke to Courtney Proctor by phone, you said, well, rarely.
I don't remember.
What is your definition of rarely?
Not daily. Not daily, not.
Seldom?
Yes.
Once in a blue moon?
No.
Rarely doesn't mean to you 67 phone conversations within a 7-month period, does it?
A 67 time period in how many? 8 months?
In about 7 months, 67 times.
It's not a lot. I wouldn't think it's a lot in 7 months.
3 times in one day? Is that rarely?
No, but I'm not. That wasn't every day. I would.
Okay, well, when you left the stand yesterday, did you log into your account or check any gold bills to confirm those 67 calls?
No, I did not.
Did you speak to Mr. Lally about those 67 calls after we broke yesterday and before you took the stand today?
I don't believe so. No.
Did you call Courtney Proctor in one of those rare occasions? Yesterday?
No, I did not.
This morning?
No, I did not.
Were you curious as to whether or not you had actually called her those 67 times?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. In any case, regarding all of those 67 phone calls from February 1st until September 6th, do you maintain that during none of those calls or any portion of those calls did you and Courtney Proctor discuss the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe?
I do not remember.
Do you deny discussing that investigation?
I don't deny, but I do not remember.
All right. Well, you admitted yesterday, after having seen the records, that you spoke with Michael Proctor's sister for 12 minutes on February 1st of 2022. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the conversation. No, I don't. It was a long time ago.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. Finish your answer.
I'm sorry. It was a long time ago. I just don't remember.
Okay. But my question is, after seeing the records, you saw the phone call for over 12 minutes, correct?
Correct.
And you also remember that that was the very day that the police arrested Karen Reed for this case, correct?
Correct.
The arrest of Karen Reed on February 1st was pretty big news in Massachusetts, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You had seen that arrest all over the news, correct?
Correct.
So you certainly, given the day and the fact that it was February 1st and my client was arrested that day and you're talking to the lead investigator's sister, the subject of Karen Reed's arrest had to have come up, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
You certainly mentioned my client's arrest with Courtney Proctor on the very day that she was arrested and you were talking to Courtney, correct?
Correct.
Now, when we broke for the day yesterday, I had also asked you about the 3 phone calls that you had with Michael Proctor's sister on the morning of February 2nd when my client was arraigned, correct?
Correct.
And you recall that her arraignment was televised publicly, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
You saw her on the news being arraigned, correct?
Correct.
And one of those phone calls after, well, strike that. With regard to the 3 phone calls before the arraignment, you knew at that time that my client had been arrested the day before, correct?
Correct.
And you knew she would be arraigned in court that morning, correct?
Correct.
Certainly, when you were talking to Michael Proctor's sister on February 2nd, before her 9 o'clock arraignment, you were discussing the 9 o'clock arraignment, correct?
Can you repeat the end of that, please?
Sure. On February 2nd, the day that my client was scheduled to be arraigned in Stoughton District Court, we're talking about the 3 phone calls that you made to Michael Proctor's sister before that arraignment that very day. And my question is, certainly you were discussing the fact that she was about to be arraigned, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently, Mr.
Did the subject of Karen Reed's arraignment come up in any of those 3 calls on February 2nd, the day she was going to be arraigned, before her arraignment?
I don't remember exactly.
What about the 27-minute phone call that you had with Courtney Proctor at 10:58 a.m. that same day after my client was arraigned in court? Did you discuss the arraignment that had just happened?
I do not remember.
You had already testified that by 2022, you were no longer babysitting for Courtney Proctor's kids, correct?
I wasn't babysitting regularly like I was before.
So is it your testimony that you happened to be talking about babysitting on February 2nd for 27 minutes, the same day that my client was arraigned in Stoughton District Court?
I don't remember what I was talking about. It could have been about the kids. It could have been about anything. I don't remember.
Sure. And certainly it could have been about the publicly televised arraignment that had just occurred, correct?
Objection.
So I'll allow this and then let's move away from this, okay? Can
It-
you answer that?
Yes, it could have been. Yes.
Did you tell Courtney Proctor during any of these 67 phone calls that you were a witness in her brother's case?
I don't remember.
Okay. Ms. Albert, you were at the waterfall on the night of January 28th, correct?
Yes.
And you also went to 34 Fairview on the morning of January 29th.
Yes.
Yet, as of the date of these phone calls that we've discussed so far, the February 1st and the February 2nd, multiple phone calls, Trooper Proctor still had not interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
You were finally interviewed by Trooper Proctor on February 10th, about 13 days after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
And you told Courtney Proctor that you were nervous to speak to her brother, Trooper Proctor, about this case. Do you remember that?
I do not remember those exact words, no.
All right. But you were nervous to speak to him, correct?
Of course, I was nervous in general for a police interview. I mean, I don't know someone who wouldn't be.
Were you worried that one of Trooper Proctor's colleagues might ask to speak to your son, Colin, about what had happened on the 28th and the 29th?
Objection.
Was I nervous they would ask my son?
Yeah, were you nervous that one of the investigators in this case might approach your son to ask him about his whereabouts?
No.
All right. In any case, you were interviewed at 5:30 p.m. on February 10th, correct?
Correct.
Where did that interview take place?
At my home in Canton.
Who was present for that interview?
Me, my husband, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper Bukaki.
Michael Proctor agreed to interview you and your husband together, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You and your husband were interviewed together, correct?
Correct.
Did either of these troopers, including Michael Proctor, suggest that maybe the two of you should be separately interviewed?
I don't recall.
When
I don't
did the
remember.
interview take place within your home?
In my family room?
Were you sitting on couches?
Yes.
You're comfortable?
Yes.
You were not in a police interrogation room, correct?
No, I was not.
And it wasn't particularly lengthy, correct?
What do you define lengthily? I don't recall. I don't remember how long it was exactly.
It didn't go into the evening, correct?
No.
And then Michael Proctor and the other trooper left, correct?
Correct.
Then at 6:17 p.m. that same night, shortly after you had been interviewed, you called Michael Proctor's personal cell phone number, correct?
I don't remember.
I may have a moment.
Okay.
You didn't bring your cheaters today. Oh, you did? Good. Okay. May I approach Your Honor?
Yes.
This is the same document. I'm going to hand you one document. There's an orange sticky on it and you can ignore.
Okay.
But right above the orange sticky, there's a date of February 10th. That's what I'm directing your attention to. You could look at those two phone calls, ma'am, and look up at me when you're done. If I may approach.
Yes.
Did that refresh your memory about those two phone calls on February 10th?
I mean, I just read them, but I don't remember.
Okay. You called Trooper Proctor at 6:17 p.m. and it appears to be a 5-second phone call. Did you see that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you recall that Trooper Proctor called you back that same day at 6:21 p.m. and that you spoke for about 4 minutes?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you deny speaking to Trooper Proctor for 4 minutes when he called you from his personal cell phone on February 10th of 2022 after you had been interviewed that day?
No, I don't deny it, but I don't remember it.
When did you get his personal cell phone number?
I don't remember.
Years ago?
I'm sure, yes.
Because you've known that family for a long time.
Yes, I have.
And as you testify here today, you can't remember what that phone call would have been about, correct?
No, I do not remember.
Okay, I'd like to contrast your relationship with Karen Reed versus your relationships with Jennifer McCabe and Courtney Proctor. You would agree with me, and I think you testified yesterday, that Jennifer McCabe is one of your best friends.
Correct.
And you call her Jen, correct?
Yes.
And Courtney Proctor is also one of your best friends, correct?
She's not one of my best friends, no. She's a good friend. She's not one of my best friends, no. She's my sister's best friend.
Gotcha. Okay, so your sister.
My
Jill,
sister Jillian, yes.
Jillian is best friends with Courtney Proctor, and you're close friends with her, but not best friends.
Correct.
But you really only knew Karen Reed as John O'Keefe's girlfriend, correct?
Correct.
She was just an acquaintance of yours.
Yes.
There are no photos of you in a hot tub together, right? You and Karen Reed?
No.
There are no photos of you with your arms around each other at the beach, correct?
No.
You've never been to a baby shower with Karen Reed, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You didn't have any contact with Karen Reed while you were growing up, correct?
No.
Karen Reed was definitely not from Canton, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow this and then you can move
No, she was not.
No, one more question. She was an outsider, correct, to Canton?
She didn't live in Canton.
But after she started dating John, you would see her driving in and out of the street, correct?
Yes.
You'd see her taking groceries in, correct?
Yes.
Because you were neighbors with John.
Yes.
And it was the fact that you'd see her around, taking groceries in and out of the house and being outside with the kids that led you to believe that she was not only connected to John, but also to his house on Meadows Ave, correct?
Yes.
And you would see her interacting with the kids outside, correct?
Yes.
She would be participating in family type activities with the kids outside.
Yes.
And you'd see her enough that you assumed that she was living there, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you stated that you had known her or seen her for maybe about 1.5 years or so. Is that a good estimate?
Yes.
And in all the time that you saw her in the neighborhood or had any contact with her and John, you never saw the two of them fight or argue, correct?
No.
You never heard them fight or argue, correct?
No.
And you had been out with them in a group setting a handful of times, correct?
Just a couple of times.
And during those times, they always appeared to get along, correct?
Yes.
And you knew of no problems in their relationship, correct?
No.
And you were particularly impressed with the time Karen spent with John's adopted children.
Objection.
Were you?
Can you repeat that once more, please?
You were impressed with the amount of time that Karen spent with John's children.
I didn't know the exact really amount of time that, I mean, she was there a lot. Yes. She was, so yes, I would assume that she spent a lot of time with them. Yes.
Now, on Friday, January 28th, you had plans with your sister-in-law, Nicole, correct?
Yes.
You are close with Nicole.
Yes, I am.
You picked her up at her home in your car.
Yes.
You drove her to the waterfall, correct?
Correct.
And the two of you went for dinner there.
Yes.
Your husband, Chris, came later.
Yes.
Brian Higgins came later.
Yes.
And you knew Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to stop you for one
Yes.
second. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No, thank you, Ron. I believe you testified that you knew Brian Higgins at that time, correct?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
He is a friend of my brother-in-law.
And your brother-in-law would be Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
And by the way, when I just asked you that question about how you knew Brian Higgins and what his relationship was to Brian Albert, you didn't hesitate to say that they were friends, correct?
Correct.
It was very clear that they were friends, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the two of them arrived at the bar together, correct?
Yes.
And it didn't surprise you to see the two of them together, correct?
No.
Karen and John came sometime after that,
I believe shortly after that. Yes.
and they walked over to your table.
Yes.
And then John kind of came up from behind you and sort of in a joking way, dug his finger into your shoulder
Correct. Yes.
and essentially said, what's up? And that was about it. And he went on, correct?
He said, what's up, and made a joke. And
And the joke was, given the fact that you and your husband moved from the neighborhood, they decided to hold a block party. correct?
yes.
And John was the same jokester he always was, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And you had some contact with Karen while you were at the bar before you had to leave because of the migraine, correct?
Correct.
And she was just very bubbly that night, correct?
Correct.
That's just her personality as far as you could see, correct?
As far as I knew, yes.
You didn't know her that well, but that's how she always was, correct?
Correct.
And you left the waterfall at around 11 o'clock, your best memory?
A little after 11.
And it was a particularly bad migraine that night?
Yes.
And the loud music didn't help you out at all?
Not at all.
And you drove home?
Yes.
Now, when you got home, your son Colin was not there, correct?
Correct.
He was not out with you at the waterfall.
Correct.
He was out that night, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that he stops by your sister-in-law Nicole's house quite a bit, correct?
Yes.
He's very close to Nicole and Brian's kids, correct?
Correct.
He's also very close to his aunt and uncle, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, correct?
Correct.
So you would have gotten home maybe shortly after 11:10 p.m. approximately?
Around 11. Yep. Around that.
And that was when you entered an empty house, correct?
My son Dylan was home.
Oh, Dylan was home.
Yes,
But Colin was not.
he was not.
And Colin did not come home at 11:30, correct?
Correct.
He did not come home at 11:45, correct?
Correct.
And when the clock turned midnight, he still wasn't home, correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, your husband Chris came home, correct?
Yes.
You testified on direct examination that Chris came home at 12:10 a.m. on January 29th.
That's what time I believe he did. Yes.
Okay. That 12:10 a.m. time, did you discuss that precise time with anybody prior to taking the stand yesterday?
No.
Was that coordinated with anybody such that your husband and you gave the same time of 12:10 a.m.?
No.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play the waterfall bully video. I think it's exhibit 53, just that portion. 12.
Okay.
We may just have a moment, Your Honor. I'm going to allow my colleagues some time to find this, and I'll move on with my questioning in the meantime. We can have the lights on again. Now, I believe you've testified that the waterfall is very close to D&E Pizza, correct?
Correct.
But your house on Maple Street is about a half mile away from the waterfall. Would you agree with that?
About that, yes. Maybe a little less, but about that.
All right. Would you agree it's a 7 or 8 minute walk home from the waterfall if you're walking? I realize you were driving, but if somebody were walking, it would be about 7 or 8 minutes?
Maybe a minute or two less.
Okay. So you would say 6 or 7 minutes would be a better estimate to cover that half mile?
Depends on how fast you walk, yes.
And it was snowing that night, correct?
Correct.
The ground was a little bit slippery.
Yes.
If I may just have a moment. If I could have the lights dimmed again. This is the exhibit I'd like to show you, ma'am. And if you can pause for 1 second. Do you recognize what's depicted in that video? Does that appear to be the waterfall?
Yes.
Okay. And you see the time? Do you see the time, 12:13 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay, if you can run that, Mr. Bates. Can you pause it there? I am going to direct your, do you see where it says CH3?
Yes.
And you see the timestamp up the top, correct?
Yes.
Between those two markers on the video, you're going to see somebody walking by. I'd ask you to pay attention for the next, 6 seconds or so. Stop. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, I believe it's my husband.
Okay. If you can run that. Stop. Okay. Would you agree with me that your husband left the waterfall at about 12:13 and 46 seconds?
Well, yes, I mean, that's what it says on the screen.
Okay. So it was closer to 2:14 than to 2:10. Would you agree with that?
12:14, you mean? Two?
You know what? You're right. 12:14 than 12:10.
Yes, that's what I'm seeing.
Thank you. So if he's leaving at around 12:14, and by your testimony, it would have taken him he was walking home. You knew that, correct?
Yes,
Yeah, he didn't have a car that night.
he did not.
And if it took him 6 or 7 minutes to get home, and by the way, let me strike that question. You had said it takes 6 or 7 minutes. Did you factor in the fact that of the weather that night for your estimate about a 6 or 7 minute walk?
Objection.
Can you answer that question? Is that what you said?
Yes, I didn't factor in the, I don't know.
All right, so your testimony would be, you don't know if it would have taken him a little bit longer, or anybody.
Anybody, everyone walks at a different pace.
Right, but whatever pace they walk at,
Mhm.
Given what you saw of the weather that night, is it your testimony that maybe it would have taken a little bit longer than the estimate? Because
It
of the
could
weather?
have.
Okay,
I
but
don't
in
know.
any case, let's leave it at 6 or 7 minutes. That puts your husband coming home at around 12:20 or 12:21, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that 12:10 estimate that you had, you made that estimate before having the benefit of the video, correct?
Correct.
Now, where were you within the house when your husband came home?
In my room,
Bedroom?
upstairs in my bedroom.
All right. And you share a bedroom with your husband.
Yes.
And when was the first time that you saw him within the house?
He came up to the bedroom.
Okay, so you were in the bedroom and you see him appear in the bedroom.
Correct.
Did you hear the door open way down on the first floor?
Yes.
Okay. And it would have taken him maybe about a minute to get upstairs. It wasn't very long?
It wouldn't be very long, no.
Okay. And when he got upstairs, you noticed that he was in wet clothing, correct?
Yes.
He appeared to be cold.
Yes.
And he got undressed, correct?
Yes.
Did he brush his teeth before bed?
I think he got right into bed.
Okay, so you didn't see him brush his teeth or wash up.
No.
And were you in the bed when he came into the bed to go to sleep?
I was sitting up in bed, yes.
Were you reading or watching TV?
I was just sitting up in bed praying for my headache to go away.
Oh, okay. The migraine was still really
Yes.
bothering you, and you were suffering at that point.
Suffering? I had a headache.
Well, yeah, but a migraine headache, I would
Yeah.
imagine.
It was a headache, but I took medicine and I was waiting for it to get
waiting
better.
for it to kick in.
Yes.
Okay. And that's sort of what you were concentrating on. It's really kind of hard to read or watch TV or concentrate on anything when you have a migraine, right?
Okay. Yes.
Now, you would agree with me that your husband Chris was asleep when Colin came home, correct?
Correct.
And as a mother, you couldn't have gone to sleep until you knew your kids were home, correct?
Correct.
And Colin was the remaining child who was out there, which when he came home, that would given you license to go to sleep.
Yes.
Now, at the time that Colin came home with Chris sleeping, it's fair to say this was just an ordinary weekend night, correct?
How do you?
Well, in other words, you didn't know that anything tragic had occurred or was alleged to have occurred, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't like you were paying attention to the clock at that point and recording your memories as best you could because you knew you'd be testifying later, correct?
Correct.
Which also explains the 12:10 estimate, right? I mean, you're being asked about, times that things occurred, and it was just sort of an ordinary day. right? So it's difficult to pinpoint times, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, directing your attention to the next morning, you missed a phone call from your best friend, Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And you believe that phone call, I think according to your memory, yesterday came in at 5:55 p.m., correct? I'm sorry, 5:55 a.m., correct?
Correct.
That was the time that you gave Mr. Lally when he asked you the question on direct examination, correct?
Correct.
And you were able to recall that time nearly 2 years later, correct?
Yes.
But regarding the 67 phone calls between you and Courtney Proctor that happened after that, you're not able to recall any of those, correct?
I just don't remember them.
All right, in any case, January 29th was your nephew Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday, correct?
Yes.
That's why you went to 34 Fairview at 8:30 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
And when you pulled into the driveway, there was nothing unusual to you, correct?
Correct.
This was just your brother-in-law Brian and your sister-in-law Nicole's house with snow around, correct?
Yes.
There were no police on scene.
No.
There was no tent protecting the front lawn, correct?
Correct.
No crime scene tape stapled anywhere or taped anywhere, correct?
Correct.
Nobody appeared to be standing guard over the front yard, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see any shard of glass, right?
No, I did not.
You didn't see 45 pieces of tail light strewn about the lawn, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you didn't see any pieces of tail light, correct?
I don't recall seeing anything.
And you didn't suspect that 34 Fairview was a crime scene, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
There was nothing that prevented you from walking all over that front lawn, correct?
Correct.
It was still snowing out?
Yes.
Brian Albert, when you approached the house, he opened the door, correct?
I approached the car, not the house.
Oh, okay. You approached, whose car was it?
My nephew Brian's.
Brian's?
In the driveway. Yes.
All right. And then Brian Albert opened the door of the house.
The side door of the home. Yes.
All right. So can I have Exhibit 8, please, with the court's permission?
Yes.
Could we zoom in just a little bit? That's good. I am so bad at this stuff. Jeez. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. All right. That I'm highlighting now is the front door to the house, correct?
Yes.
And if we move along Exhibit 8 to the right, is that the side door?
Yes.
And that's the door that Brian Albert appeared from?
Yes.
And you were able to see him from the outside of the house, correct?
Yes.
And you were over to this area?
Yes.
Do you recall, is it one of those two cars that's in Exhibit 8 that you approached with the Dunkin' Donuts?
I can't make out what the cars are.
Okay. But it was either one of those two cars or a car that was parked in one of those two places.
Yes.
All right. And then did you go in that side door to go into the house?
Yes.
Fair to say that family has lived there for quite a while, correct?
Yes.
You knew that prior to Brian Albert and Nicole, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. That's really bad form to block the jury. I am so sorry. It's good I didn't trip. The door that is the front door, having been familiar with that house for a long time, you've gone in that front door before, correct?
Yes.
And you know that when you go in the front door of that house, you come into a little foyer area, correct?
Correct.
And then almost within arm's distance to the left is the door to the basement, correct?
Walking in the front door, arm's distance to the left.
Yes, in other words, you walk into the house.
Yep.
And then the door to the basement, going down to the basement, is right there on the left, correct?
That's incorrect. To the left is the library.
All right. Where is the door to the basement?
You walk in the front door, you step to the right, walk a few steps towards the kitchen, and the basement door is on the left before you enter the kitchen.
All right, but the kitchen's off to the left, correct?
No, when you walk in the front door, the library is on the left. There's another room on the left.
Okay,
So you walk in, you immediately see a staircase in front of you,
yeah,
and to the left is the library.
right.
If you
And
go to the
and-
right,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
if you go to the right, you can go into the part of the kitchen where the kitchen table is, or you can not go to the right, you can walk straight, and as you're walking, there's a door on the left, and that's where the basement door is.
Okay, so I think we're getting to what I was getting at. If you walk straight ahead, there's a door to the left that goes down to the basement, correct?
Correct. Yes.
We can have the lights on. And when you were walking toward that side door, you didn't see any emergency or police vehicles outside, correct?
No, I did not.
And you didn't see any first responders other than Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
There were no lights flashing outside the house, correct?
Correct.
And inside, you saw Nicole Albert,
Yes.
Brian Albert,
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe,
Yes.
Matt McCabe,
Yes.
and Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
How long did you spend at the house that morning?
I don't remember exactly, maybe a half hour, 45 minutes. I don't remember exactly.
And the 7 of you were discussing what had happened, correct?
Yes.
At some point, it was decided that Jennifer McCabe should contact Michael Lank of the Canton Police, correct?
Objection.
I'll let, if this witness knows independently.
Can you repeat that once more, please?
At some point, it was decided among the 7 of you that Jennifer McCabe should contact Michael Lank of the Canton Police Department.
I don't remember who exactly Jennifer decided. Yeah, I don't remember exactly the discussion.
You knew Michael Lank, correct?
Yes.
And at 8:53 a.m., you sent to Jennifer McCabe Michael Lank's personal cell phone number, correct?
Correct.
And did you then see Jennifer McCabe delete that text message from you?
Objection.
I'll sustain.
You were contacted by the Massachusetts State Police this year about your phone, correct?
Correct.
They left you a voicemail on March 21st of 2024?
The state police
Yes.
about my telephone?
Well, they left you a voicemail on March 21st of 2024. You've had contact with the state police this year.
Yes.
And they left you a second voicemail on March 25 and then called you again on March 28.
Yes.
You told them that you were sick and you would speak to them on April 1st, correct?
Correct.
And then the state police called you on April 1st, but you did not pick up. Do you recall that?
I do not.
They called you again that same day and you didn't respond, correct?
I don't recall.
But you did learn that they had called your husband on April 1st looking for you, correct?
I don't recall.
All right. After speaking with your husband, you texted the Massachusetts State Police on April 1st, correct?
I think around that, I don't know the exact date.
All right. And you finally met with the Massachusetts State Police on April 3rd of 2024, correct?
I would assume, I don't know the exact date, but yes.
And during that meeting, the state police looked through your phone for contact that you would have had with Mike Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Did they seize your phone?
No, they did not.
Did they tell you that they had a search warrant for your phone?
No, they did not.
Did they take it back saying that they had to give it to some experts to do an extraction?
Objection.
Sustained.
They just looked through it after you handed it to them, correct?
Correct.
Then they gave it back.
Yes.
Now, with regard to your contact with Karen on January 28th, it was clear to you that Karen did not appear to be under the influence, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see her stumbling, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see her swaying.
Correct.
She was not unbalanced.
No.
She was not slurring her words.
No.
She was not talking gibberish.
No.
She was engaging in normal conversation.
Yes.
And she held the conversation perfectly fine.
Yes.
She appeared to be under control, correct?
Yes.
She was affectionate with John that night.
Objection.
I didn't come in contact with them like that.
Well, the two of them certainly were not arguing.
No, not that I saw.
You didn't see any tension between them, correct?
No.
And I mean, given your family's connection to law enforcement, you would not knowingly let someone drive a car if they were under the influence, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Everyone appeared to be having a good time that night, correct?
Yes.
And that included John and Karen from what you could see, correct?
For the 10, 15 minutes I was there, yes.
Okay. Now, after you left the waterfall, it's fair to say that you didn't know precisely where your son Colin was that night, correct?
I knew where he was.
Where was he?
He was at his friend Michael Leonetti's. He left Michael Leonetti's to stop to say happy birthday to my nephew Brian at 34 Fairview Road.
Okay. And you learned that from him, correct?
Yes.
So you had learned that Colin was at 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, correct?
January 28th. The Friday.
So is it your testimony that you know that Colin left on Friday night as opposed to after midnight on January 29th?
I don't understand what you're asking.
What just occurred is I asked you whether you knew that your son Colin was at your sister-in-law Nicole's and your brother-in-law Brian Albert's house on January 29th, and you just corrected.
I'm sorry, it was after midnight.
Okay.
So I got confused. I apologize.
Not a problem. So the answer to my question is you learned that he was there on January 29th, correct?
Yes, after midnight.
And you now know that that is the same house outside which John O'Keefe was found dead that morning, correct?
Yes, I do.
And one last question. You were interviewed by Trooper Proctor, and it's fair to say you never told him Colin was there that night, correct?
I don't recall my interview.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Morning, Ms. Howard.
Good morning.
Now, with reference to, you were asking a question about 67 calls over a period from February to September, correct?
Correct.
That's about 7 months, is that right?
Yes.
And roughly about 210 days or so?
Yes.
Do you have other friends besides Ms. Proctor?
Yes.
And versus some of your other friends, as far as those phone calls, 67 times over 210 days, is that more so, less so, or on average with?
Less so.
Less? And at no point in time did you speak to Ms. Proctor that you recall about this case or talk to Mr. Proctor outside of that interview?
Correct.
In the interview that you had with Trooper Proctor, there was another trooper present, correct?
Yes.
And you would just ask some questions about meeting with some other troopers this year in 2024, correct?
Correct.
Okay, fair to say none of those troopers was Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And also wasn't the trooper that was with Trooper Proctor when you spoke to him.
Correct.
And they asked you questions. You had at least 2 interviews with them, is that correct?
Correct.
And you voluntarily went to those interviews?
Yes.
You answered their questions?
Yes.
They asked for your phone?
Yes. When I was sitting there, they looked through my phone. Yes.
So they asked for your phone, you provided your phone?
Yes.
Voluntarily, nobody threatened you with a search warrant or anything like that?
No.
You were asked some questions about timing, and I promise there's no math that I'm asking in this, but you've had to walk outside when it's cold outside, correct?
Yes.
You tend to walk faster or slower when it's cold outside?
Faster, me personally.
When you went over to your in-laws' house on the morning of January 29th to drop off donuts for your nephew, you weren't expecting to go inside, correct?
Correct.
You weren't expecting to be standing around talking to people about a friend of yours potentially having died at that point.
No, no.
Nothing further.
May we approach?
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand up.
I'm not sure what they're approaching about. Seems to be a strange time to approach. We'll see if Kate comes in. Maybe she has an idea. Jen will be in later. She's very busy, but she'll be in and out a little bit.
Sorry,
Kate,
I
what do you
walked
think
away for a second.
Yeah, that's okay.
So it's Lally approaching, right?
No, it's Yannetti, I think.
Okay, so they may have an exhibit that they want to
Yeah.
introduce. That would be my best guess.
Anything interesting to you from that testimony this morning?
I mean, she's holding up to cross. Okay, I mean, they're literally nitpicking minutes. And I know you had said that bar clocks often are set a little bit ahead.
Yep, 10 minutes. Yep.
I don't know if that applies to the security cameras as well, but we're really talking about a 3-minute differential here.
Yeah.
And
I did get a little research into it, and apparently the waterfall does set their clocks 10 minutes fast, which is standard in Massachusetts in bars, but that the surveillance clock was probably not set 10 minutes fast.
that's kind of what I figured. I mean, it's 3 minutes, and I think they're stuck with that 12:10 in their heads because that's when Allie McCabe picked up Colin. So I don't think it's necessarily the get our story together thing, but obviously this has been a point of contention thanks to the serial intimidator there. And I think that's probably why that 12:10 is stuck in their head.
Let's talk a minute about that March visit by the state police to Julie. Is this information from a state police report that the defense now has, or is it possibly from something a supplement with the feds?
I'm not sure. They're talking
Really
about,
though, isn't it?
I mean, anything that has to do with their communications with Courtney obviously has come from that federal probe.
Right. But this was this past March. So after the federal material was handed over,
Right.
and this was a visit to Julie Albert by the state troopers, where they're saying that they didn't get a warrant, but they did look through her phone. So I find that really interesting because it suggests possibly a supplement came from the feds that they're still investigating, or more likely, I think it's just the Mass State Police filed a report on that.
Following up, I think I mean, I know there was a push after all the witness intimidation to follow up. Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, so, but let's let the jurors go first, because we're doing something that may take a little while, so we got you coffee and bagels. So it'll be a little bit longer break for you, okay?
Rise to the jury. Just fold your notebooks up, please. Fold your notebooks and leave them on the chair, please.
All right, so something I guess going on with the exhibit, a longer break here.
Karen's looking particularly evil today.
Yeah, she
why
really
is
looks
she
not
just
happy.
like Elizabeth Holmes? Why did she do that? Oh
Yeah.
my God.
You can step down. You can just fall. You can just fall.
It's a strange time for Yannetti to do this, because I think unless he's gonna, I guess he's gonna recross again. I don't know why he would do. He just finished his cross a few minutes ago, and Lally didn't really add much to it. So I would think they'd be about to bring on the next witness, but yet why would Yannetti stop here? I don't know. I don't get it.
Neither.
But I did hear, well, maybe we're going to see some of this. Is there going to be a voir dire or something? Because they let the jurors go, and the judge said it was going to be a longer than usual break, but yet we're still seeing the camera here. So
Right. Keeping my thoughts to myself, keeping my thoughts to myself.
and so I guess they're still in sidebar because I don't see the attorneys.
There's some controversy going on over there.
Oh yeah.
Grant
looks agitated.
Grant? Oh, Grant always looks agitated.
All right, Turtle's still there.
Mean mugging the family. What a piece of shit he is. Look at that. Making faces to the fucking family. One of these things is not like the other in the press box.
Who's talking to Turtle Boy now?
Grant needs to chill with the facial expressions.
It makes him who he is, though. He is becoming kind of a very distinct character that's coming out of this case. So
Yeah.
the camera loves a distinct character. Oh, the camera's zooming in on Turtle right now. Who is he? Do you have any idea who these other people are he's talking to?
I do not. It looks like somebody from Canton Community TV.
Now, that is a conspiracy hub, isn't it? Or am I thinking of Canton?
No, you're thinking of
Canton
Canton TV. Yeah.
So, like Canton Confidential, is that connected to the same thing?
I'm not sure. There's the lovely Miss Boss. Ted Daniel.
Gretchen looks very professional. Nothing, no circus going on around her.
Apparently, the judge and Bradle are talking right now.
If that's the case, they must be trying to get him out.
Mm-hmm.
And that's obviously why the camera's staying focused on him. So, he is on the move. Fredo is on the move. That woman is taller than Fredo. He's going back to his seat or just getting his laptop. Nope, he's sitting down. What a bizarre case this is. This trial.
Unbelievable.
Look at Grant.
He needs to
boy.
chill. I don't want to see him jeopardize his credentials or his reputation or objectivity just out of blind. I mean, I hate the guy too, but like restrain yourself.
Yeah.
Restrain yourself right now. Not the time or the place.
Yeah, and he's not doing anything wrong. He's just, Grant has a lot of energy that he has to try to contain at all times. So,
well, Grant was very upset to see the evidence of the, grape that occurred.
So that's Bradle right there, right?
Yeah.
And Turtle Boy is no longer in his seat.
Yeah. Bradle's going back.
There goes his laptop's still there, though, I think. I don't know. He's going outside, so.
He looks like a toddler in an oversized jacket. Poor Bev. Oh, okay.
Let's stay on for a moment and see this. Oh no, we're going to the fan. Let's consult with the fan. What do you guys think in chat? Should Fredo Turtle Boy be allowed to stay in court and glare at the jury, intimidate the witnesses?
I mean, no, I mean, he's a common criminal, point blank. The jurors are not safe with him around. The witnesses are not safe with him around. You know, I'm waiting to see a physical confrontation pop off between him and Grant at this point too, because Grant is not holding back.
What are the legal considerations here that the judge has to weigh? How does that work? Do you have any idea?
Well, I mean, there's First Amendment implications, but at the end of the day, the judge has unilateral control over her courtroom. I know I've heard that there was a little bit of an incident in the hallway outside of the courtroom yesterday, and somebody was banned. I'm not going to say who here, but if that person was banned who did nothing wrong objectively, then surely the man with 19 felony witness intimidation indictments probably should not remain, particularly at the trial, the underlying matter that those indictments are connected to in the first place.
And I wonder, so this came up, it was actually Yannetti who stopped the trial here at this point. So does Yannetti want Turtle Boy out?
I don't think anybody wants him there. Well, he adds nothing but complications. If one of the jurors comes back and says, well, you know, I wanted to vote guilty, but I recognized Turtle Boy in the press box and it scared the bejeebus out of me, so I just did what I thought he would want me to do. That's a huge problem, and that's an absolute real possibility at this point, because he has said repeatedly from the beginning, I am doing this to taint the jury pool. Michael Morrissey, look at me. I'm getting at all your potential jurors. Look at the Chesna case. He openly bragged. Oh, one juror at the Chesna case did something that I didn't like, hung the jury. So hell yeah, I named and shamed them and ruined their lives. You know, this is not conducive to the proper administration of justice. I mean, we're dealing with a very, very mentally unwell man who has some very severe drug problems, mental health issues. They're obviously impacting the way that he interacts with this case, and it's caused a lot of problems for the witnesses for the case and for the judicial system. He shouldn't be in the courtroom. He shouldn't be anywhere near this case. And if he had an iota of self-preservation in this, he would not want to be anywhere near this case right now. Anything that he does in that courtroom, particularly around the named victims in his case, can then be brought up in his case. It's a problem.
But did something happen, do you think, here that prompted Yannetti to make this move now? Or that he didn't make the argument earlier, an hour ago?
I don't know.
I mean, that's what's interesting to me. Suddenly, in between as they're about to bring on a new witness, Yannetti that stops and goes up to the judge on this.
It could be because Brian and Nicole Albert are up next, and they are, at least Brian is a named victim in Carney's case. You know, he terrorized that man, stalked him, right? Went after his family, went after his wife, completely ruined his life. So I would not be surprised if there is a little bit of preemptive concern on both parties' parts, both the defendant and the Commonwealth, as far as his presence in the courtroom while one of his victims is testifying. It's not appropriate.
Was Julie and was Nicole named in those witness intimidation suits? Are they named?
So Julie was at least named. There was probable cause for the district court case. I don't believe that she's one of the ones on the indictment, though. So obviously they no-laid they no-laid all the district court cases when it got brought up to indictment. So I don't believe that Julie Albert is a named witness anymore.
But probably Chris.
Definitely
maybe
Chris.
Colin.
Colin definitely is.
So that would seem that they should have removed Turtle before Julie testified. But what about Nicole or Brian?
Brian, yes. Nicole, I'm a little bit unsure.
Yeah. Michael, thank you. He says, I believe that they will pull Turtle Boy out of the courtroom whenever one of his witness intimidation victims is testifying. Other than that, I believe they will allow him. That could be true. It was unusual that it seemed to be David Yannetti that sparked this particular bout.
Imagine if
So-
Ted Daniel had to get up and suspend his coverage for Fox 25 because one of his crime victims entered the courtroom. Like, this is absurd. It's an absolute farce.
And it's slowing up the trial, which is, you know, a trial that's already slow moving. So, I mean, unless Yannetti was there for something else and they're just using this break to kind of address that too. I don't know. Let's look at my notes. So just, yeah, on February 1st, see, this is how far back the Fed data went. So on February 1st, there's a 12-minute call with Courtney. They know, so the Fed's got information more than just, well, oh no, I'm sorry, that February 1st of that year, that was within the 7th month period apparently that they got.
Right.
And they also had that she had a 5-second call on February 10th to Michael Proctor. Now this is, I've tried to explain this. I tried unsuccessfully to get Nick to understand this on Court TV the other night. When you get that 5-6 second call, that's voicemail. You know, so she obviously called and left a voicemail, and at some point later he called her back and they had a 4-minute call. But all of that was tracked by the feds. They're saying there was some kind of a call deletion. So there was a deletion by Jen supposedly that morning when she got Lank's cell phone number from Julie, I think.
I mean, a lot of these deletions, it sounds like, are going to be explained by the experts as just the way that data moves around from, you know.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, so 8:53, Julie sent Lank's cell phone number to Jen, so texted it over.
Okay.
And then there's a question here. Yannetti asked, did she delete that text? He's obviously just trying to weasel that into it.
Right.
But we'll see what the data shows on that. And that would be just on Jen's phone, which they have. So it was March 21st when the state police messaged Julie and then visited her. And yeah, I mean, I thought Julie on the whole was credible today. You know, what exactly time? I mean, it is kind of, I think Yannetti made an apt point that did Julie and Chris coordinate that they both remembered Chris getting home at 12:10. I mean, obviously they did. They're husband and wife. It doesn't mean it's anything suspicious. At some point they discussed the case years ago, you know. I mean,
I really think that 12-10 period is stuck in their minds just because there was so much controversy over Colin. And 12-10, if my memory serves me right, was exactly when Allie McCabe texted him and said, "Hey, I'm here. Let's go." Right.
Right.
So I think that's where that originates from. And it's like, if you hear the same thing over and over again, your memories are somewhat malleable. Like, your brain can only store so much information, right? So some things are going to fade to make room for other things. And, you know, not to mention they were out drinking. Julie had a migraine. She was in bed. It sounds like Chris had a little bit to drink and maybe kind of was wandering. You know, I think that his fuzzy recollection is due to the fact that he got off of work. I think even the defense had kind of pointed this out, like, you didn't have a lot to eat that day. You were drinking from the time you shut down your business, right? So, like, you're not going to remember the exact time. We're talking about a 3 to 8 minute differential. Is that, he said, I think I left between 12:05 and 12:10, and they said, no, you left at 12:13 and 49 seconds, almost 12:14. It's a 3 minute differential. Like, fuck's sake. I couldn't even tell you what time I got this morning by the exact minute, sometime around 6:15.
Yeah, I guess the question that would come up then, if the data is going to be airtight, showing that Colin was gone from the scene at the time, then what's the point of going through all this? It makes me wonder if there's some way they can find some hole in the data.
No, you can always try to poke a hole in anything. I mean, it's the same thing with, like, the Google search, right? Sounds like it's pretty airtight that it did not happen when that they said they did, that it did, right? But they're still going to try for it anyway.
Yeah.
I think the truth is with these criminal cases, we always believe, I hear that insufferable Vinnie Politan. I know you like him, sorry, but all the time, disingenuous. I'm just trying to get you the truth. Yeah. It's like court isn't really necessarily about the truth. It's about what you can prove, right? You're presumed innocent, not because there's an actual presumption of whether or not you did what's alleged. You're presumed innocent. That's how we're going into it. It's what the state can prove. Innocent people get off every day. Right. It's just, and sometimes guilty people go to jail. So that's the game that Karen's defense is really playing, though. What can they prove versus what can we suggest?
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think what Vinny's good at is his job is to kind of stir up interest in the case. So,
I am very unimpressed with the media at whole. I believe that way too many of these media personalities are absolutely fine with either overtly or complicitly allowing these innocent parties who have been charged with no crimes to get absolutely smeared and destroyed, right? And they are focusing on, talking points that have already been debunked for the most part. There's a lot more coverage that's slanted towards Karen versus what we're actually hearing in court. It's not just Court TV. It's a lot of media outlets at this point. And it's really left a bad taste in my mouth. Just in general with the mainstream media. I see it in a completely different light than I did. Not that I ever fully trusted anything, but.
Right. And I do agree with you 100%. General about the media and even also a lot of Court TV's coverage, but they do deserve credit for having Joe Krupski on every night now. And
he's fantastic.
Really debunking, fantastic. And he's debunking a lot of this stuff and very passionately and very powerfully. So if you watch those episodes, it's a lot harder now to maybe cling to some of the conspiracy ideas. So
it's just so interesting to me, particularly like, my issue with Vinnie Politan particularly. I'll see him take a very hard line on a lot of criminal defendants, right? No problem. There's no presumption of innocence there, and talk about what monsters they are. We're faced with some actions that we can prove that Karen has done, right? At least since being arrested and later indicted, that are quite monstrous, and it's just radio silence there.
Yep. And I guess we could also, and I guess we could also make a point too that by trying to do both sides coverage, where, like you said, a lot of national media really aren't. They're just really trying to fan the flames of the conspiracy here. But by giving it a little more in-depth both sides coverage, that will draw in some people that are on the fence, or maybe even a little bit on the free Karen Reid side, and now they actually get something that they totally lack in this case, which is exposure to, for instance, your arguments and your work on stuff. They don't know what you're saying and what you've uncovered over the last year. So at least now some of them are drawn in, and they get you can see some of the stuff that I say or that Nick, that Joe says, and you can tell it's the first time Nick is hearing it. And it, what I'm saying?
I mean, but he's also touted as an expert. I don't know, winning the lottery, selling heroin, cutting hair, maybe, probably not an expert on anything that has to do with this case or any case, but he's touted as an expert. It's disturbing to me that there are people out there that have not heard any of these things, or will continue to spin and do mental gymnastics when faced with facts. At the end of the day, what everybody needs to get ready to reconcile with now is there is absolutely zero evidence that corroborates that John O'Keefe ever went inside that house. That kills everything. All right. And so, but the only thing that we're left with is personal attacks on the witnesses. And I say this a lot, and I'll say it again: when you don't have a salient point, you attack the person. You don't attack the ideas. You don't attack the point. And that's what we're watching fold out here. And it's just unfortunate how much of the media is complicit in this. And I really do hope that when the lawsuits hit, that people like Court TV, Fox 25, I hope they're hit as well. I really do. Because it's absolutely unconscionable the way that they've allowed these people to be attacked on national television. I've watched Court TV allow Aidan Carney to go up there and literally defame people in real time with very little pushback.
Yeah, and I don't think that there's any probably basis for thinking that Nick is a heroin dealer. I think he's a sincere believer.
I'm sorry, that's his sign guy. The guy that paid for all the signs, who's a friend of Nick Rocco. Let me clarify that. So I'm not calling Nick Rocco the heroin dealer. The guy that put up the billboard, right? he has an extensive history with dealing trafficking in heroin. The latest conviction, I believe, was 2018, so not that long ago. So no, not Nick Rocco directly, just most of his associates. I don't know, not to use a hairdressing pun here, but you know the whole thing about hanging around a barbershop. So
well, he won the lottery. He won a scratch ticket for $1 million last year or something like that. So he, you know, he has some resources. I don't know what his wife does. I'm just saying, I think Nick is a real believer in the case. He's done a good job learning and memorizing all the elements of the conspiracy theory that have been pushed online over the last year. I just don't think he's been exposed to these counter arguments. And this is a problem in general with this case and a lot of cases that, especially any kind of a conspiracy case, people hear all of one side and they're not getting both sides. And I think that's important. You got to get those counter arguments. You have to want to seek them too. And this is, you know, so you're seeing 3,000 people on Sean's channel, who just, even though Sean continuously reports things that are untrue day after day after day, and things that he reports always come out being debunked, always. And yet he still gets 3,000 people watching his channel, because I think there's a lot of people that just don't want the truth. So, I mean, I think Sean has one of the most compelling track records on this case in reverse. He is, everything he reports ends up being not true. Everything. I mean, even Turtle Boy has said this. Even Turtle Boy has said, Sean, everything you say ends up being wrong. So, I mean, it bothers me that people just don't really even actually want the truth. But I do think there are people out there that do want the truth. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of people speaking it. They're all speaking it from the conspiracy side. So someone that's just legitimately on the fence and trying to follow this case a little bit loosely, they're largely only getting one side.
I have an update. Sorry,
Okay.
I just got a call. So it is confirmed they are trying to throw Turtle Boy out of the courtroom right now. Turtle Boy is apparently in public lying right now, stating that Bradel was there for a different case. It has nothing to do with him, which is insane because it's the middle of a trial. So Bradel would not be going and discussing with Cannoni a different client that has nothing to do with this trial. So it was confirmed.
I just happened to be walking through.
Ted Daniel spoke to Bradel. Bradel confirmed he is there because they are trying to throw the career criminal Aiden Carney out of the courtroom so that his victims can safely testify.
And why is it so difficult? How come the judge can't just see all the evidence there and say, okay, enough, let's move on with the trial and get this guy out of here?
That's what I mean. She has full control over her courtroom. I feel like the judicial system is capitulating to the mob a lot.
Yeah. All right. Well, this case is definitely a learning experience that you and I will take different things from it because we've been so deep in it for so long. But for everybody following it, there's a lot to take from it. And I think there's a benefit for people following any trial that's a little bit controversial closely, because you learn more about the process. If you've never been in a jury, you get an idea how that works, all these different aspects to it. So I think there's a benefit to it.
I think just like anything else, you don't know a problem exists till you're confronted with it. I think this case really highlights several problems within the court system, within social media, within the media, that I hope together collectively we as a society can come back and address at some point, right? With the way that
there's a question on the screen for you, Kate. Did you see that?
Do I think that Turtle Boy is protected? Not in the way that I feel like a lot of people. I do not believe that he is a informant of any kind. No. I don't believe that the government has any real use for him. Nobody really has any use for him. That's why he is who he is, right? I do believe that there is a certain layer of protection that comes from the mob that he wields. And I think it's been like that for a long time. It's not so much it's not the size of the mob. It's what he does with it, right? So, yeah.
I got a funny comment here from Matt, donated $20 to say, Kevin, you kicked me out of your bar 25 years ago. You were right. I was being a shit bum. Love your coverage. It's good to see you, Matt. I don't remember the incident, but I love seeing those rare times where someone comes back and has a funny story from the old days. Are we talking about the Blarney Stone or Leitrim's, by the way? I managed the Blarney Stone and was a bartender at the Blarney Stone for about a decade, and then for another decade was the owner of Leitrim's Pub on Park Ave. Both of those bars were on Park Ave. Thank you, Matt. Different life back then, different world. Now I have Tom Fleming to kick people out. That's the moderator here. He does a great job.
Oh my gosh, hold on. Sorry. This is it. If anyone is wondering, I always get stuff in real time.
Tom says, Matt, don't feel bad. He scratched me for one night in 2001. I remember it well. It was 9/11. And tensions were high. Tom is a former military guy, patriotic guy, loves his country, was a friend back then too. I had only maybe known him for about a year. And there was tensions were high. We had about 75 people, a lot of them college kids in the bar that night. Everybody kind of a little bit on edge, most of them feeling very patriotic. But there was a guy that apparently was being a real jerk already on day one, blaming the US for everything. I didn't really see how it started, but I turned around and Tom was in the John L. Sullivan pose with his dukes up, already ready to. I don't think punches were thrown. I had this really weird sixth sense. I don't believe in anything supernatural, but in my 20 years in the bar industry, I had like a sixth sense that always had me Johnny on the spot. Even we had 2 rooms at Leitrim's, but when there was a fight, somehow I happened to be there at the right place at the right time to stop it because it was so important to stop a fight before the first blow. So I managed to stop Tom before that blow and got him out the door. And then I later found out that that guy inside the bar was being a particular jerk. And so Tom was, I don't want to say justified. You never justify with starting a fight, but it was as close to justified as you'd ever want to be. Kate, sorry for boring you with stories of the old days, but you were gone. I had to talk about something.
No, I just got another. So the issue here is that the Commonwealth apparently is only moving for him to be removed from the courtroom when his victims are on the stand. So obviously Julie Albert, where she wasn't indicted, that was a little bit problematic. I believe that it is being brought to the judge's attention as we speak in real time, not only the risk that he poses to his victims, but also to the jury and the integrity of the proceedings altogether. So the judge is going to have to weigh that against the First Amendment implications here.
Yeah, and so you also get to this strange thing where now, depending on the witness, he's going to be going in and out of court. Does that delay the trial? I mean,
and it's not like he hasn't been involved in any real meaningful coverage of this trial from the beginning either. The fact that he's sitting there means that he actually unseated someone who has been doing legitimate coverage this entire time, possibly Court TV or the Globe, outlets that actually have real qualifications.
Let's talk about the confidential informant thing. So I was the one that maybe first floated that idea many, many months ago, he was not necessarily, but was being developed as a confidential informant. I have abandoned that theory for a while. But interestingly, when we had lunch a few weeks ago, Jen Coffindaffer seemed to think that he was some level of confidential informant. And there are degrees, once you become a confidential informant, it's a process that is actually it involves payment and signing of, there's not signing, but there's paperwork that goes into that. The FBI has to officially there's a process and a file that's created. But I think there are layers before that. There can be a grooming stage where someone is being developed as a possible asset. Really, I like to call it an asset because it's not like he's informing on something. He's an asset that could be useful in some future way. So I don't know. Interesting.
I think that he lacks the qualities that would make him a viable option for something like this. He's not an honest person. He's not particularly reliable. He does not know how to keep a secret. That's how we know about most of his crimes. I mean, he wiretapped 2 individuals, and within weeks of that wiretap, the recordings were in my possession, arguably one of the most hostile people against his actions, right? So I don't see his worth in that. I don't see his worth in most things, right? But especially not that. Yeah.
There's a troubling aspect to what the FBI has been doing in recent years, and this is why I say they develop assets, and they're, for instance, using them to help to create mobs and create mob events. And this is something that shouldn't be allowed to happen, but it is going on, and it's just one more aspect of the troubling component of the federal behavior that we're seeing also in this case here, in the way they're digging into everybody's messages like that without any kind of a properly, as far as we know, any kind of a proper subpoena. It's just they request it to the communications companies, and the communications companies turn it over. So it doesn't have to be stamped by anybody. It's not. There's no judge or no clerk that puts an approval on this, and then there's no record, or very limited record, and we never find out about it. So it's, I don't know. I find all that really bothering. I apologize for drinking coffee in front of people. I'm a 2 coffee in the morning person. This is still my first cup. I need another cup. Tom has
I'm
told me,
doing the same.
Kev, please don't drink your coffee in front of the camera. It's disturbing to people. So I try to follow Tom Fleming's, who has some broadcasting experience, his helpful hints as much as I can, but I can only do so much, especially on a long day. Tuesday,
Tom
thank you
is
very
a
much.
consummate professional. I am not.
Yeah.
So I mean, I do activities. I try to wait. If I don't like to eat on stream. I know it's super rude, so I'll wait until the trial is going and I can take myself off. But yeah, I mean, we're sitting here all day. I'm like a 4 cup of coffee person right now.
If I have 3 in the morning, what happens is I crash and I actually need to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
So I try to spread out. So I do 4 cups a day and try to just spread them out during the course of the whole day. That seems to work the best for me, because otherwise that coffee crash is the worst. Like if you're driving on the road and all of a sudden you get a coffee crash, it's almost like you have to pull over. It's the worst thing, when you.
I don't really. So I used to drive for a living. Actually, there was a period of time when I did probably 16 hours of commercial driving a day. And I never, like, the idea of people falling asleep at the wheel to me is like mind blowing. I know that it happens, but I've been like legitimately sleep deprived and never fallen asleep at the wheel. Not that it's safe regardless, because one time I was at the Rotary in Bourne, and I ended up driving down the wrong way on Route 28. Thankfully, like 1 o'clock in the morning, because I drove overnights, but it was humiliating. The police pulled me over. They thought I was drunk, and I had to be, do the field sobriety test. Nope, not drunk. I just haven't slept in 4 days or whatever. So I understand it hits everybody different. I've never felt like a crash. I've definitely gotten like deliriously overtired to where you think you see stuff in the road, or you know what I mean? You're not doing great, but never crashed like that. No.
Only if I'm over caffeinated do I get that crash. Ghost Rider is another one from the past. She says, I used to go to Leacham's and the Blarney Stone in my younger days. She kept saying, how do I know this guy? So I had hair back then. So I was younger, so maybe it's tougher to recognize me now. But I hope I showed you a good time and always treated you well. Obviously I don't know the name Ghost Rider, so maybe I knew your actual name back then. But thank you for being here.
Andy is saying, Grant is saying it's about to go down. I don't want to, I personally like Grant. Would hang out with him any day of the week. I think he is a good person with good intentions, but he does have an inherent bias, and I believe that it's at this point affecting the way that he is. Not so much that I think he's being intentionally dishonest or slanted or anything. He just is perceiving things in the worst case scenario for the other side all the time. And I think it's probably quite likely that when his named victims are testifying, he won't be allowed to be there. But the rest of it, 50-50.
Back on the record on the Reed matter.
All right, sort of a side issue in the Reed matter. So the defendant and her lawyers have been excused. Okay, so why don't counsel identify yourselves, please?
Sure. Adam Lally for the Commonwealth, Your Honor.
Okay.
Tara McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
All right, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Timothy Bradel on behalf of non-party Aidan Carney, who for the record is present in the courtroom.
Hey, does Mr. Carney want to sit with you?
I think he's okay right there.
Okay.
If that's all right, Your Honor.
All right. So Commonwealth, so I do want to say a question before we begin. Commonwealth, in your motion to exclude an individual charged with witness intimidation in connection with this case from the courtroom during the testimony of certain witnesses. Before we begin, are you advancing the concerns of the DA's office or the concerns of the witnesses themselves, or both?
Both, Your Honor.
Okay,
Judge,
so,
if I may, I'm sorry to jump in, but just if I may, I
Sure.
do have what I think is a pretty substantial procedural objection.
okay,
Maybe I'd ask that you sort of just make a quick bifurcation of the issues here, and we can address the procedural issue before we get into the substance of the motion.
sure, I'll hear you.
If we could. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Your Honor, so the record is clear, because we may need an appellate record in this case.
Okay.
But I was here in the Norfolk Superior Court today, completely unrelated to Mr. Carney, my client, as you know, in the other matters. And I was here today on the matter of Commonwealth versus Tylee Curry for a motion to suppress. And that's-
Which is a case that I am in the middle of
Right.
that motion to suppress with you.
Exactly. And I actually figured that we wouldn't do the motion and get a date. But I was fully focused on that matter and had no notice whatsoever that the Commonwealth was in the Reed matter, was seeking to exclude my client as a journalist from this courtroom. The first thing is that, and I know the court has a job to do in terms of ruling on this motion, and that's fine. And I ask that the ruling be that it be denied on procedural grounds. The procedural grounds are, Judge, that there's been no service of process whatsoever on a case where the government is seeking to essentially trample all over my client's First Amendment rights as a journalist. On 15 minutes notice. You know, I know you gave me the thing 15 or 20 minutes ago.
And it's more than a half an hour, but I understand.
All right, well, you get the point. So, you know, this is not something that I can process and absorb and make any sort of cogent arguments on the merits of the motion on that time period. I'm sure that the court respects that. I'm trying to address it as best I can, but I think that the procedural issues here should control. And here's the procedural situation, Your Honor, that the government filed this 6-page motion. There's a footnote 2 that refers to them serving this motion on May 8th to the Associated Press. Why they couldn't just pull up my email and serve me is an open question that I'd like an answer to in open court. So they can serve the AP 2 days ago, but they can wait and not even serve me with the motion when I get here to court today on a completely unrelated matter, I might add. So there's some funny business going on here, and you know there's been nothing but funny business from where I sit from the Commonwealth on Mr. Carney's matters. And here we go again. So I don't appreciate that from counsel, from the Norfolk County DA's office, number one. Number two, Your Honor, Mr. Carney has covered this case and written about 350 news articles on this case. He has developed evidentiary scoops on this case that have added to the quantum of evidence in the matter. He's never caused a problem. He wishes to be in the galley of journalists like everyone else and cover the case. There's never been a problem whatsoever. This is more personalized retaliation from the Norfolk County DA's office against Mr. Carney. Another point, Your Honor, is that this matter, as far as the Commonwealth is concerned, is res judicata ×2. Judge Krupp in this very court addressed this exact issue about Mr. Carney covering this matter, being in the courtroom with witnesses that had a stay-away order. All the same people that the government is trying to have another bite at the apple with here. All these people, this was adjudicated fully with the special assistant DA before Judge Krupp, and Judge Krupp ruled against the Commonwealth. Judge Krupp said that Mr. Carney was able to be in the courthouse covering this case regardless of any of these witnesses in the stay-away order. The stay-away order was exempted from Mr. Carney's presence in the courtroom, rather, was accepted from the stay-away order.
Okay.
So this is done. This has been adjudicated. It's been adjudicated again, Your Honor, by Judge Pomeroy across the street in the district court. One of these people associated with Mr. Carney's detractors, Ms. Gattani, has taken up with the Commonwealth and sought charges and sought a restraining order against my client. And Judge Pomeroy recently, as recently, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, we were across the street, Your Honor, seeking to vacate the order under the doctrine of unclean hands because this plaintiff keeps trying to contact my client while under a restraining order. Putting that aside, the ruling in that matter, Judge, was another ruling in support of Mr. Carney's First Amendment rights. It was another ruling that said Mr. Carney was not subject to the restraining order in any court of the Commonwealth. And the reason we brought that motion, Your Honor, was because these same witnesses that the government here is again trying to advocate for their own personal issues, those same witnesses somehow took up with this plaintiff across the street, Ms. Gattani, brought her to court here in prior Reed proceedings to kick out Mr. Carney, because at the time she had an operative order against him. And Mr. Carney, to his credit, got up and left and got out of here. And that situation was what we addressed across the street with Judge Pomeroy. He agreed with us and said, you can go to court, you can cover this case. So number two, litigation number two, this has been established. Mr. Carney followed all proper channels. We worked with the SJC media office. He has a press pass. He's doing everything in accordance with all of the rules and regulations that are in place. He's been harassed, and we have it on video, by other so-called journalists on this case at the steps of the courthouse. And he just wants to be here. He doesn't want to be an issue in this case. He wants to sit here and cover the case. He's done his job. He wants to watch the trial unfold. And he has an absolute fundamental First Amendment right to do so within the confines of this courtroom and within the confines of time, place, and manner restrictions. He's followed everything, and he's here. We've gone through all of these hurdles, Your Honor, and Mr. Carney triumphed, as he should, because it's the First Amendment that needs to triumph here, not any particular person. And that's what he's doing. And there's absolutely no reason for the government to sneak behind my back to interfere with his First Amendment rights. It's outrageous. And on procedural grounds, I ask you to deny the motion for all of those reasons. And if the court has some hesitancy to do so with respect to these procedural issues, I ask that you set a date give me 7 days or so that I can properly respond to this motion on the merits of whatever's in these 6 pages of the motion that I haven't been able to look at. So thank you for hearing me, Your Honor.
All right, sure. And you wanted a response to your question from Mr. Lally on why you were not served, but the Associated Press was served.
That's correct.
So if you talk about that in the procedural part of this, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Simply put, Mr. Bradel, neither Mr. Bradel nor Mr. Kearney are parties to the case. I can't presume that Mr. Bradel's representation on one criminal case is going to extend to a motion of which he would be at best a third party on a separate criminal case. We are required under the SJC rules to serve it upon the Associated Press, which we did.
Okay. So I think that's your record now, Mr. Bradel.
Thank you.
Okay, on the procedural issue, okay? We have a jury out. I do want to address the merits of this as best we can. And Mr. Bradel, at the end of this hearing, whatever I end up doing, if you want to come back and readdress it when there's more time, depending on how I rule, I'll give you the opportunity to do so. But I have to get this trial moving at this point, one way or the other. So I'm going to hear the Commonwealth on their motion. Then I'll hear you, Mr. Bradel, to the extent that you can respond, okay? All right, Mr. Lally, I'll hear you on your motion.
Your Honor, very shortly, very simply put, this is an instance in which the Commonwealth is not asking that Mr. Kearney not be allowed to cover the case or that he not be allowed to watch the trial. What we're requesting is a partial closure
of one individual. And the legal standard for that is essentially a substantial reason. Substantial reason, Your Honor, being that Mr. Kearney has been indicted and has open cases for intimidating witnesses, specifically witnesses in this case. He has confirmed statements indicating publicly that his actions that he's taken in regard to those indictments were to prevent the case from ever going to trial and to intimidate those witnesses. Those witnesses will be called to testify in this case, and what the Commonwealth is simply requesting is that he be excluded physically from the courtroom, not excluded from watching the trial, not excluded from covering the trial, but excluded physically from the courtroom while those witnesses are testifying from the stand.
And the witnesses you told me have expressed concern. What do you say about that?
Yes, Your Honor. The witnesses have expressed concern. The Commonwealth is concerned as to his presence affecting their testimony or their ability to recall. And for all of those reasons, the Commonwealth would submit the administration of justice and the witnesses being able to testify, as well as the witnesses' own concerns are more than meet the test of the substantial reason for Mr. Kearney's exclusion during the course of their testimony.
Okay. Mr. Bradel?
Your Honor, the witness's concern has no legal materiality under the law. So the answer that I have is, so what? The witness's concern, where does that fit into the law here, Your Honor? This matter's been adjudicated twice. Mr. Kearney has the right to speak on the case. He's gone through all the proper channels to be here. He is not in any way wants to or is trying to make any issue of his presence here. And he's just trying to cover the case as best he can. And this is just a personal vendetta that's been carried out by the Norfolk County DA's office against Mr. Kearney. And, you know, this is where the court needs to hold the line on the First Amendment. You know, this witness intimidation statute, Your Honor, is an absolute abomination. It is going to be struck down. It's just a matter of time. And this is just a continuation of everything the special counsel's been doing to Mr. Kearney. Now the office itself is doing it. There's no reason for this motion to be allowed, Your Honor. There's no discomfort exception to the First Amendment, Your Honor. There's been absolutely nothing advanced, especially on an emergency basis, which is, I assume, why this is being done with no notice. There's been no establishment of any emergency. There's been no conduct whatsoever on the part of Mr. Kearney to justify this motion. And I did happen to see some reference to the Chesna trial about published something to the effect of doxing a seated juror. That is false. Mr. Kearney wrote a story on a juror after the jury was discharged. There's absolutely no prohibition or problem or issue with that. And it is absolutely protected conduct by the First Amendment. And it is not in any way a grounds for this court or the Commonwealth to assert any wrongdoing against him.
So I can assure you I am not considering that incident in this. You all know I was the judge. I am not considering that experience in this motion.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr.
Nothing
Bradel?
further. Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Bradel, I agree with you that Mr. Kearney is certified by the Office of Public Information pursuant to SJC Rule 119, and that he has a right to be here today. He arrived timely, and that he is registered. I have honored that 119 registration today, and I will continue to honor that. However, my role in this case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, is to assure that the defendant's constitutional right to a fair trial are honored and upheld. And because of the chilling effect that Mr. Kearney's presence, I find, will have on the witness's testimony, I'm going to excuse him while the named witnesses in the Commonwealth's motion, Julie Nagel, Christopher Albert, Colin Albert, Michael Proctor, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Brian Albert, and Yuri Buchanan. And the Commonwealth also today requested Nicole Albert because of the incidents that reportedly have been held at her home. I'm going to excuse him during all of that testimony. Now, in my media order, if you have it, I'm sure your client has it because they're handed out to the press. Under number 1, I say that anyone leaving the courtroom to the media during the trial proceedings may lose their seat and may not be permitted re-entry unless there is available seating. That will not happen to Mr. Kearney. I will not take away his seat today. For other witnesses who are not subject to this order, that seat will remain empty. No other person of the media will be able to take that seat in his absence. Okay?
Your Honor, one last thing, if I may, just came to me as I was standing here. Extension in same regard as to Nicole Albert for the address would be Brian Albert Jr., son of Brian and Nicole Albert, lives in the same address.
It's for the same reason. So Brian Albert Jr. All right. So those are my findings, Mr. Bradel. It should give you enough to seek appellate action if you wish. Okay. All right. Thank you for being here. All right. All right. So I'll take a short recess. We can bring counsel back in and Ms. Reed back in, and we'll proceed with the trial.
Court, all rise.
So I guess that's what we expected, Kate. I'm just still disappointed that the effect that he has on trying to intimidate the jury is not something that will be considered. That really disappoints me.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. And, you know, I think it's disingenuous, particularly where he did say, I went down and got the list and I doxed them and I named and shamed them and I'm proud of this. But I mean, he's a monster. I mean, how many cases is he going to cover from prison? So I wish people would, before you get all upset, remember, like this drug-addled little goblin is going to prison. It's non-negotiable.
But that happens after this jury is done. So there's already, even just the fact that he was allowed in this morning and he'll be allowed in at other times. The jury's looking at him. He's looking at the jury. It's a reminder to them that if they don't vote the way this mindless mob, and yes, there is a mindless mob, that they don't vote the way that mindless mob expects, they're going to go after him, that juror. They're going to go after that juror's family. And I don't know, and those jurors all know that sitting there, or at least any of the ones that are aware of the situation. So, I mean, I just don't, this is a travesty of justice as far as I'm concerned. But
well, you know, it's a slippery slope, but you have to remember that when these judges make these decisions, they're not just making them for the individual person all the time, but it has a spider web effect, right? So you want it upheld the best that you can. I see Christina in the chat saying, and you know what, it's so funny because I see like Christina, these are people that used to be Turtle Boy supporters that have completely turned the other way at this point because of his egregious behavior. So I think enough people do see it. I understand the outrage, but you know, if they take one person's rights away, it puts other people's in jeopardy. And I think at this point, you know, the damage that he's done to this case is the damage that he's done. Hopefully it's mitigated enough. You know, hopefully at some point the door is opened and they can discuss the witness intimidation a little bit more, and maybe that'll diminish his presence there in the eyes of the jury. Or maybe not, I don't know. But I think it's not just the Karen Reed case that needs to be protected. It's every single case that this maniac could put his hands on at this point.
As Larry pointed out, he's able to see the trial on TV. He's able to report on it. So the only really advantage for being there is to watch the jurors and to intimidate the jurors. That's really the main, I don't know what else, you know, yes, maybe you hear the sidebars a little bit and stuff like that. But I mean, there's not really much advantage journalistically from being there. Right. So I don't know. Right. That's why it bothers me.
I don't think there's any advantage either. But you know, it is what it is. They have to be, and they've been really, really erring on the side of caution, because I think they know that he will stomp his feet and throw a tantrum, because his expressed goal is to upset justice here and make sure that the criminal defendant gets off without any consequences. And I think that he will do whatever he can, and he does have the backing of his day drinking attorney and his mob, right? And that can be a little bit formidable, particularly because, you know, we're dealing with people who have reputations, families, lives, things that are very important to them. It's unfortunate, but the people that are most most effective in kind of standing up to this are people like me that don't have much of a reputation and don't care about it, right? My life is not contingent on how strangers think about me, but that's not the norm. And I think it's particularly prevalent within the justice system. You know, judges are elected officials, attorneys are hired based on their reputations. You know, it's a different animal altogether. And unfortunately, what we're learning is that if you can really effectively impart reputational harm, you could hold the system in a chokehold to a certain extent. And I think the best that we can do is really hope that the justice system works the way that it should, and that this man goes to prison, because it's dangerous for everyone. Not to mention just, you know, the glee that he takes in attacking minors and women and some of the, sexual offenses that have been alleged. And he's a menace to society. That's, so the best that we can hope for is that this trial can limp along the best it can, even with his, purposeful interruptions and interjections. And that at the pendency of this, once this is all, after the pendency of this, when this is adjudicated, that his case will move forward and he'll go where he belongs, which is PC in a prison somewhere. And I believe that he will, because, he's admitted to all of his crimes a million times over. His argument seems to be, yes, I did it, but it shouldn't be illegal. And that's not a very compelling argument in front of a jury.
Right. And, witness intimidation laws usually are designed for something a little bit different here. Say a wife was seriously assaulted by her husband or her boyfriend, in a girlfriend situation, and that boyfriend just hovering around her is enough to scare her into not testifying. So it's kind of more written for things like that. But in this day of social media, when the people that developed the witness intimidation laws, they didn't really understand the social media aspect of it. And although mobs have been around forever, right? Salem witch trials and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
And, what are those mobs called? The vigilante mobs and stuff like that. So it's not new. So, I don't know. I guess maybe this is going to become precedent setting, and maybe the judge has to somehow at some point issue an actual written ruling on this and look at all the evidence. So
I think it's interesting that even in this context too, Aiden has his attorney bring up his ex-girlfriend that he swears he's not obsessed with and just wants to move on from. You can really see Aiden's sick and myopic and enduring obsessions, even through moments like this. Lindsay Gaetani is not germane to this trial at all. It has nothing to do with anything. We're talking about a 209A order versus witness intimidation indictments, right? But he is so consumed with thoughts of this woman that he has his attorney go and bring that up and name her by name to just further humiliate her. It's shocking to me that there are so many people that will listen to him say, I'm not abusive, and just go, yeah, when this is a man who literally exhibits abusive behavior towards almost everyone that he encounters on a daily basis. And this was no exception, right? There was absolutely no reason to bring Lindsay's name into this, but he had to because he's obsessed.
And see, to me, what we saw in this case now, in my view, Lindsay is somewhat of a compromised witness here. I'm not sure I 100% believe a lot of her testimony, or I don't think it's going to hold up in a lot of this case. But what you look at is not just it's not. You can't just separate what Turtle Boy was using as part of his tactics to control these women from the tactics he used to try to silence witnesses or intimidate people into giving him information, or journalists, because it's the same tactic. With the girls, he takes video of them and uses threats of sextortion. But it's a similar tactic that he uses with, say, other people that disagree with him out there on any particular case, or journalists that won't go along with him. He's like, look, I'm going to try to destroy you in social media if you don't play ball.
And they repeat these lies. Again, I listened to Bradel say yet again, she is still contacting my client. That is summarily false. That was not what was found in court. They produced absolutely no evidence to corroborate that she is contacting him. I know for a fact that she is not contacting him. I know this for a fact. But they still have to say it anyway. And, meanwhile, again, as we know, Aiden was able to obtain a 258E harassment prevention order on me. And then I do have actual hard, solid evidence in the way of tweets that he was tweeting at my account. And I have had to block, I believe I'm up to 5 accounts now. A lot of projection there, right? But he won't address that, and that's fine. But we'll continue to project his own behavior on the ex-girlfriend when there's nothing to support. There is absolutely no contact there.
You are unmuted.
And we're back.
Sorry, I couldn't answer your question, RP. Maybe we'll get.
All right, jurors, once again, thank you very much for your patience. Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Ms. Nicole Albert to the stand.
Can you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. I just need you to speak nice and loud into that microphone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
My name's Nicole Albert, Albert.
And where do you live?
Norwood.
And about how long have you lived in Norwood?
About a year.
And prior to moving to Norwood, where did you live? Where did you live prior?
Canton.
How long had you lived in Canton?
My whole life.
Now, the specific address, where did you live in Canton prior to your move to Norwood?
34 Fairview Road.
And how long did you live at that house?
About 12 years.
And are you married, ma'am?
Yes.
What's your husband's?
Brian Albert.
Does he work?
He's retired from the Boston Police.
About how long was he an officer with Boston?
About 30 years.
And do you have children?
Yes, we have 5.
And how old are your 5 children?
My oldest daughter is 28, and then I have a son who's 25. I have another son who's actually 23 today. And then I have twins, a boy and a girl, who are 20.
And your oldest daughter, what's her name?
Caitlin.
Your oldest son, what is his name?
Brian Jr.
And Brian Jr., does he live with you currently? Now, your other children, do they live with you as well?
My oldest daughter lives with her boyfriend in Easton, and my son Brendan lives with us. He's just finishing up college, so he's graduating this month from college, so he's back with us. My twin daughter, she goes to college, so she's home now for the summer, but she has an apartment in Bridgewater. And then the twin boy is in the military.
And which branches?
The Marine Corps.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Mm-hmm.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
It's a Friday.
And at the time of January 28th, 2022, did you work?
Yes, I've been a part-time lunch lady for about 9 years.
And you since retired, is that correct?
I'm sorry?
You've since retired from that?
I haven't retired. I just didn't go back this past year, but.
And around that date of, so January 28th, 2022, what, if any, significance was the next day of January 29th?
January 29th was my son Brian Jr.'s 23rd birthday.
And over the course of that week, sort of leading up into the weekend, what, if any, plans did you make with reference to your son and his birthday?
He had mentioned he was going to get together with some friends on the Saturday night, the 29th, for his birthday. And I had said, okay, well, maybe Friday night, if anyone's around, any of our aunts or uncles or anyone, maybe we'll take you out, just local for some apps and drinks or something.
And coming up to that day of Friday the 28th, what if anything sort of changed in reference to those plans?
Well, they were, the forecast was saying a big snowstorm was coming in, and it looked like it was going to be late Friday into all day Saturday. So I had said to my son, well, obviously, doesn't seem like anyone will be able to go out on Saturday night. Why don't you just do something with your friends Friday night?
And had you, at that time, already made some plans with friends and relatives in regards to going out Friday?
Yeah, I had just mentioned to my daughter Caitlin and my sister-in-law Julie, and just had mentioned it to them about possibly getting together Friday.
And just to be clear for the record, when you say your sister-in-law Julie, how is she sort of related to you?
She's my husband's brother, Chris's wife.
And your husband has a number of siblings, correct?
Yes, he's the oldest of 7.
And yourself and Julie Albert, you guys are friends?
Yes, we're very close.
And so, also just one last question, sort of leading up through the course of that week, where did your husband Brian go?
Sort of last minute, I believe it was Thursday of that week, he went to New York for a funeral.
And you know who the funeral was in regard to?
It was for a New York police officer who had just been killed in the line of duty.
And do you recall how he got there as far as how he went from Kansas
I
to New York?
believe he may have flown Thursday to New York, and then the plan was to fly back Saturday, but that changed with the weather, and he ended up, they didn't want to get stuck there. So after the funeral Friday morning, they drove home. A friend of his had driven, so he got a ride back with them on Friday.
And only if you know, but as far as that friend that he drove back with on Friday, do you know who that was?
The friend who I believe had the truck there and drove was Brian Higgins.
And is that someone, Mr. Higgins, that you were familiar with prior to that date in January?
Yes, he was a friend of my husband's.
Now, on that evening of the 28th, can you explain to the jury sort of how it was that where did you decide to go with your daughter and your sister-in-law?
We just decided to go to Waterfall, a local place, 5-10 minutes down the road from our house. My sister-in-law Julie picked me up at my house maybe 7:30, 7:45, and we went to the waterfall, and I believe my daughter and her boyfriend Tristan were already inside at a table.
And when your sister Julie came to pick you up the house, in addition to yourself and your son Brian Jr., who, if anyone else, were one of his friends there at that
I
time?
believe 2 girlfriends may have already had come, and they were just sitting in the kitchen when I left.
And so you go out to the waterfall. When you get to the waterfall, where within the establishment did you go?
We came in, walked in, I believe to the left, there was just some small tables, and I think Caitlin and Tristan were already sitting there. So we sat down at the table and we ordered food and just hung out for a little bit, had food and some drinks.
And as far as drinks were concerned, do you recall sort of what you were drinking that night?
I was probably drinking White Claw.
God bless you. Now, later on in the evening, was there any sort of live entertainment there?
Yes. After we ate, my daughter's boyfriend Tristan left shortly after because he was going to be going out shoveling, working with a plow guy. So he was planned to go home and just sleep, take a nap, because he was going to have to get up like in the middle of the night to go out and do that. So he had left. So it was just me, Julie, and Caitlin. And at one point, the waitress had said, "Oh, a band's going to be setting up where you're sitting. Can I move you?" So she just kind of moved us over to like a high top table.
And then after you were moved over to the high top table, who, if anyone else, came in to join you?
Shortly after, I believe my sister Jennifer and her husband Matt came in. I had texted her just saying I was there, if she was interested to come by. I think she said she was somewhere else. Did I want to come there? And I said, well, no, I'm already situated. The band's going to play. I'm just going to stay here. So she said, okay, maybe we'll come there. So maybe 9 as she came in with another couple. I believe they had been at a basketball game, their daughter's basketball game. So she came in with them.
And again, just to be clear, when you say your sister Jen and her husband Matt, what is their last name?
McCabe.
And she's your younger sister, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as after they came in, who, if anyone else, sort of came in and joined you?
Shortly after that, I believe Julie's husband, Chris, came in. He worked up the street at his pizza shop. So I believe shortly after 9:30, he came down, he came in. And then in the meantime, my husband was, getting close to being back to the area from driving back from New York. So I had texted him and said, hey, me and Katie and whoever else are here, if you want to come by. And he was like, oh, I'm kind of tired. It's been a long day. And I just pushed him a little, oh, well, Katie's here. She, just come. She wants to see you. So he's like, all right, maybe I'll pop in. So I believe so it was Jen and Matt and the other couple. And then Chris came in. And then I believe maybe around 10, Brian came in.
And after your husband Brian came in, was there anybody else that came in and joined you?
Shortly after, maybe 10:30, his friend Brian Higgins had come in.
So your husband Brian and Brian Higgins came in separately about a half hour apart?
I think so, yes.
And following that, who, if anyone else, came into the establishment and sort of joined your group at that time?
A little bit later, I think approximately 11, John walked in with his girlfriend.
And when you say John, who is John?
John O'Keefe.
And how did you know John O'Keefe prior to that night?
I didn't know him that well. I think I had only met him once, maybe twice through my sister. Brief interaction. I think when he first walked in, actually, I didn't recognize him. I think I said to someone, oh, who's that? Because they were kind of walking towards our table. And they said, oh, it's John O'Keefe. I said, oh. So they came in and they just kind of went to the end of the table where like my sister Jennifer and Matt and Chris and Julie were, because they knew them. I had never met Karen and I'd only met John once or twice. So they kind of just went to the other end of the table where Jen and Matt were, who they know, and Chris and Julie, who John had been neighbors with for a couple of years. So they were all just kind of at that end talking.
And probably pretty well understood, but just to be clear, as far as the sister that you knew of John through, that was your sister that was there, Jennifer?
Yes, Jennifer.
And as far as you referenced his girlfriend, had you ever met his girlfriend before that night?
No.
So you had never met Karen Reed prior to that night, as far as you recall?
Nope.
And at any point in time, did you have any interaction, or what, if any, interaction did you have with either Mr. O'Keefe or Mr. Reed?
At one point, John walked by, towards me and my daughter at the table and said, hey, I'm going up to the bar. Do you guys need a drink or anything? And we said, no, thank you. I think he then kind of stopped and spoke with my husband for a minute, probably was asking him the same thing. Then John went back up to the bar, and then he went back down to, where he'd been standing. And that was the only interaction I had with him.
And as far as your understanding or your knowledge of Mr. O'Keefe, did you know what he did for a living?
Yes.
And what did he do?
I knew he was a Boston policeman.
And was he somebody, if you know, that worked with your husband?
No, I don't believe he ever worked with my husband. I don't believe they ever crossed paths at work. I think they were in different areas of, the job.
Fair to say the Boston Police Department is a relatively large department, correct?
Yeah, it's like 3,000.
Now, with reference to Ms. Reed, what, if any, interaction did you have with her that night?
I had none. I don't believe we spoke or we were introduced or anything. I don't think we spoke at all.
Now, turning back to Mr. O'Keefe just for a second, if you recall, what, if anything, do you recall him to be wearing as far as clothing was concerned during your interaction?
I believe he had a hat on, some sort of just sweatshirt, jeans, and sneakers.
At any point in time that you saw him or while he was talking to you, did you see any sort of like winter jacket or big coat or anything like that?
No.
And as far as his clothing was concerned, did you observe it to have any sort of tears in it or any dishevelment, anything like that?
No.
And as far as his face was concerned, or any sort of outward part of his body, did you observe, or what, if anything, did you observe with regard to injuries on him or anything like that?
Nothing like that.
Now, as far as your home was concerned, was that somewhere that either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed had ever been to before?
No.
And over the course of the evening, what, if any, discussion was there that you heard or were a part of in regard to sort of what was going to do or where to go after leaving the waterfall?
Well, after the band wrapped up, I was getting ready to leave, and I just kind of leaned over to my sister Jennifer and said, "Hey, you know, Brian Jr.'s at the house. I think he just has 2 friends there. He's going to be turning 23 at midnight. If on your way home and you wanted to swing by and say happy birthday, you know, if you want to do that, come by and do that." And she was like, "Okay, you know." And then I was just kind of gathering up my stuff, and I got ready to leave. It may have been mentioned at the table, but I had no idea, you know, if anyone else was interested in doing that or wanted to do it. I had just said it to my sister.
And if anybody else had wanted to join or come along, would that have been an issue?
Oh, no, I would have no problem if anyone sitting with us had come.
But as far as you knew, you just communicated that to your sister Jennifer, and whatever happened after that happened.
Yes.
And when you say sort of the band was wrapping up and the bar sort of winding down, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, about what time was that?
Like 12:45.
And about what time was it, if you know, about what time was it that you left the bar?
A little before 12-ish.
And who, if anyone, left with you?
It was me, my daughter, Caitlin, and my husband.
And how did you get from the waterfall back to your house on this?
My husband drove the 3 of us back to Fairview Road.
And when you came outside of the waterfall and were sort of, you know, getting into your car and about to drive home, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather or what was going on at that point?
It was just starting to snow a little, nothing major, just a little snowfall started coming down.
You could still sort of see the street and the blacktop.
Yeah.
And again, about how long a car ride is that, generally speaking, from the waterfall to your house on there?
5 minutes, 7 minutes.
And as when you arrived at Fairview, who, if anyone, was there when you got there?
When we arrived and I came in, my son was sitting there with his 2 friends and my nephew Colin, who is Julie and Chris's son. He was there. I kind of bumped into him when I walked in. I didn't realize he was there. I said, "Oh, hey, you know, what are you doing here?" And he said, "Oh, I just stopped by to see Brian, but I'm about to leave. My ride's about to be here." And I said, "Oh, okay."
And let me back up just for a minute. So when you arrived there, your husband Brian is driving. Where does he park in relation to the house?
We pulled into the driveway.
And typically, is there sort of an order to it as far as where the cars go, like his car versus your car versus any other car?
Not really. No.
Do you recall on that evening which side of the driveway he pulled into, the left?
I believe it was in front of the left garage.
And when you come into and enter into the house when you were living there at 34 Fair, was there, how many doors are there sort of on the front of the house?
Well, there's a side door by the garage, and then there's like a front door in the front of the house.
And is there any sort of particular rhyme or reason as to which door you would be entering?
We usually use the side door. You know, initially I didn't like that because the side door walked right into the family room. So I kind of liked the other door. You could walk into a foyer you could take your shoes off, stuff like that. But eventually the people just didn't want to, it was, you know, quicker to walk in the side door for the kids, I guess. So they would just go in the side door. But I think that night, because of the weather and it was wet out, I think I went in the front door so I could walk into the foyer and take my shoes off or wipe my feet or whatever. But some of the other people still may have gone in the side door.
And when you sort of come into that front door where you were going in to sort of take your shoes off in the foyer, is that when you ran into your nephew Colin?
Yes.
And about how old was Colin around that time?
It was 17.
And you mentioned that he had a ride. Did he give you any indication as to who that ride was?
He didn't mention at that time who the ride was.
And that sort of interaction that you had with Colin in your house prior to him leaving and walking out, about how long a period of time is that?
Couple minutes, not even, just a quick interaction.
And then he left the home. You didn't see him for the rest of the night.
No.
And then you come into the home, and again, I'm sorry, who was there sort of initially when you come?
So my son Brian and his two friends Julie and Sarah were just kind of sitting at a kitchen table in like the dining room area of the kitchen.
If you could explain to the jury sort of the layout of your home at Fairview. So you walk into a foyer, and then where is the kitchen related to that?
Well, if you walk in, if you go to the right, it's like an open doorway, and that's kind of like the dining room part of the kitchen. But then it extends to the back of the house where it's like an island and like the sink and the counters and the cabinets and all that. So it's just like long.
So as far as the dining room and the kitchen, is there any sort of like wall or structure? Or anything
No, it's
separating
open in between the two of those things.
them? And then if I were to go sort of further back within that home beyond the kitchen and the dining room, what's back there?
Well, to the right, there's like the family room.
And is there anything as far as the wall? Can you see into the family room?
You can. It's like an opening. Yeah, it's not completely open, but there's an opening.
So if someone was standing in the family room and you were standing in the kitchen, you could see them, converse with them, that kind of thing.
Yes.
And when you come in and your son Brian Jr. is sitting around the table with two girls, Sarah and Julie, what are they doing?
We're just sitting there.
Was there any sort of music playing or anything like that going on?
There may have been. I'm not sure if there was music playing at that time, but there might have been.
When you say at that time, was there anything that happened later on?
Well, later on, I remember that we had music connected to like a little speaker that we were playing.
KBL, like
Yeah, but when I first walked in, I don't remember if they had music going or not.
And you get back to the house, and what is it that you're doing sort of when you come back?
So I come in, I assume I said happy birthday to my son, said hello to his friends, and then I just kind of went to the kitchen area, and like they had ordered food, and so I just did my usual thing. I just was picking up, wasn't a huge mess, but I was just picking up the area, cleaning, probably check the bathroom to make sure that was clean. Just my usual thing that I do, just picking up around the house.
And I don't mean to minimize this in any way, but you basically did the mom thing where you go around and start cleaning up, correct?
Yeah, yep.
And is that something that you did sort of continuously throughout the evening, or?
Yeah, that's kind of what I do.
Now, after you arrived home, who, if anyone else, came by your house?
Well, once we were there, it was me and my daughter and my husband, and Brian Higgins had come in. And then it was, Brian and his two friends were already there. And then my sister Jen and her husband Matt came in maybe like 12:15-ish.
And so, Mr. Higgins, did he come in around the same time as you, or did he come after or before?
Yeah, he came in the same time. I mean, I think he might have pulled up to our house before us. But we got out of the car and went right into the house. So I assume he just came in, basically around the same time.
Do you have any idea sort of what Mr. Higgins was driving that night when he came to your house?
I believe it was a Jeep.
Do you have any idea where, in reference to your house, where Mr. Higgins parked?
I'm not sure. I thought it was out on the curb facing up Fairview, maybe by our mailbox, but it could have been in the driveway. I'm not 100% sure.
Not something you were particularly paying attention to?
No.
And at some point after you and your daughter and your husband and then Mr. Higgins comes along, about how long a period of time is it between your arrival in the home and then when Ms. McCabe and her husband come?
15 minutes, 20 minutes.
And as far as your nephew Colin, when he had left, was Ms. McCabe and her husband there yet?
No.
And when Ms. McCabe and her husband come, where is it that, while you're at your house, where is it that everybody sort of
They came in and they sat down at the kitchen table with Brian and his two friends, and then I believe my daughter Caitlin was sitting at the table as well.
And back at your home after leaving the bar, was there any drinking that was going on there afterward?
Yeah.
And about how long, skip forward to a little bit, people had left your home, about how long a period of time was it that people, from the time that you arrived back from the waterfall to the time that people sort of left and you closed down?
By the time everyone left, it was probably close to 2.
And who was the last person that left?
My daughter Caitlin.
And do you know how it was that she left, or who, if anyone, picked her up?
Her boyfriend Tristan picked her up because, like I said, he was going to have to get up anyways overnight to do the shoveling, plowing thing. So I think she didn't want to get stuck probably at our house for the next day. So she had just said, hey, can you?
Okay, I'm going to end your answer there. Next question, Mr. Lally.
Now, prior to your daughter Caitlin leaving, let me ask you this. As far as people leaving from your house, what was sort of the order of how people left and when people left?
I believe Brian Higgins left first, approximately 1:30ish. Then Jennifer and Matt and Brian's two friends left 12:45, 12:50. And then, 1:45, 1:50, I'm sorry. And then Caitlin was probably closer to 2.
And when your daughter Caitlin left, who, if anyone, was left downstairs and sort of awake between yourself and the other people that lived there?
Just me.
So your son and your husband had both gone up to bed at that point?
Yes.
And at any point in time, so you mentioned that there were a number of people that were sort of around the table in the kitchen, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes, sorry.
where did anybody else go sort of around your house during that time?
I know at one point, my husband and his friend Brian were in our family room. So I kind of went in there and was talking to them. We had some shelves on the wall that just had a bunch of pictures, old pictures from our wedding or when Brian was in the Marine. So we would just kind of look at them, laughing, talking about them. We stood in there for a little bit talking. And then eventually we just moved into the kitchen area where everybody else was.
And to your knowledge, had Mr. Higgins been over to your house at any point prior?
He may have been at our house for a graduation party, but I wasn't sure if he had ever been inside because the party was outside. It was a cookout. So I don't know if he'd been in that part of my house.
Now, as far as the outside of your house, at any point in time during the course of the evening, did you hear anything unusual, see anything unusual outside of your house?
I didn't.
At any point in time, did you go, were you aware of anybody coming to your house that didn't come in?
I was only aware at one point I saw my son, I think, either looking out the window or at the door, and his friend Julie, she went out the side door, and I said, oh, to Brian, oh, is Julie leaving? And he said, well, no, she had asked her brother for a ride.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
Sustained. So no conversation. And Mr. Lally's going to ask another question.
Okay.
So you saw your son's friend Julie go outside?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And,
So that has to be a
Sorry.
yes or no. Okay.
Sorry.
and at some point, did Julie come back into the house?
Yes.
And about how long was it, if you know, that she was outside before she came back?
I don't think it was very long, a couple minutes.
And over the course of the entirety of the evening, at any point, did anybody else, other than the people that you talked about previously, come into your house?
No.
And specifically, John O'Keefe or Karen Reed that you saw at the bar earlier that night, at any point in time on the evening of the 28th or the early morning of the 29th, did either of those people come into your house?
No, they never came into my home.
And at any point in time, even on that evening or that early morning of the 29th, were you aware that they were coming to your house?
I actually wasn't. I think when I was in the other room with my husband and his friend, I had missed the conversations about Jennifer reaching out with John or her texting him and him texting her about where we lived. I didn't even realize that that was happening, that they had any intention to come.
Let me ask you a little bit about sort of going back to the waterfall just for a brief moment. Over the course of your time there, how would you describe sort of the tone or how was everybody at the waterfall?
It was fine. It was a nice night. It was nothing out of the usual, just had a good time.
So nothing abnormal, no arguments, no fighting or anything like that?
No.
Same question as it relates to back at your house now at 34 Fairview Road. How would you describe sort of the atmosphere back there?
Same thing. We were just hanging out, sitting around the house talking, having a good time, nothing crazy.
Now, after your daughter, Caitlin, gets picked up and she leaves, what, if any, how long did you stay up after that?
I think once she left, I just did my final cleanup of the kitchen and, shut the lights, and I went upstairs to bed.
And do you recall anything about locking the front door or any of the doors to your house before you went up to bed?
No.
Is that something that you would always do, typically do, never do?
It was type of thing where we have 5 kids, everyone's coming in and out at different times. Like the last person in was supposed to lock it, but then, we changed the doorknobs and immediately the keys got lost. It was just always a disaster so a lot of times the door was just kind of left unlocked.
And when you went up to bed, you share a bedroom with your husband, Brian, correct?
Yep.
And was he awake or asleep?
He was awake. He was just lying in bed watching TV.
Now, as far as over the course of that evening after you come up to bed with your husband, do you recall anything about him talking to anyone on the phone or any phone conversations or anything like that?
I do not.
At some point you fall asleep and then you wake up the next day, is that right?
Yes.
And turning your attention to later on that morning, the 29th. So you had gone to bed about what time?
Probably 2:30ish, somewhere around there.
And it's a little unclear for my question, but when you go up to your bedroom, about what time is that?
About 2-ish.
And so the 2:30 that you're talking about, is that sort of when you fall asleep?
Yeah, sometime around there.
And from that next morning, how is it that you wake up the next morning?
Well, at some point between 6 and 6:30 that morning, my sister Jennifer came bursting into my bedroom.
And comes bursting into your bedroom, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, how would you describe your sister Jennifer, and how was she sort of acting at that point?
Well, she came in, my husband and I just kind of sat up in bed, and she's saying, he's out in the snow. We found him out in the snow. We don't know if he's okay. And my immediate thought was just that something had happened to one of my children, something had happened to one of her children. I couldn't imagine why she was in my bedroom at this time in the morning. And I'm like, Jennifer, what are you talking about? And she's like,
Objection. You're set.
All right, next question.
Your Honor, if I may? Can we approach?
Okay.
This is powerfully compelling testimony, and it's so clear that she's telling the truth. I'm not a mind reader, but it seems very candid, and it's hard to imagine a jury ignoring that. Sorry, I was just looking at a message. She didn't see anything unusual happen that night. And then she got a little emotional when Jen burst into the bedroom. It's because Jen wasn't clear about who was found in the snow. So for a moment, Nicole wondered if it was one of her children. And when she recalled that feeling, you could see she almost cried. That's genuine stuff. There is no way the defense can overcome this. There's no way they can pull out all these weird tricks and overcome that. I'm sorry, they're just not going to be able to. The third-party culprit theory in this case is one of the most bizarre and unlikely theories that's ever been sold. and it's not going to work. It's just not going to work.
Sorry, Your Honor, one moment. Let me back you up just for a second and I'll get back to this. As far as when your sister Jennifer comes into your bedroom, do you know about what time that was?
Between 6 and 6:30.
And it's fair to say that's not a normal occurrence.
No, it's never happened before.
And if you could just describe your sister Jennifer's demeanor when she first comes into your bedroom.
She was hysterical.
And she says some things to you, and then where did you go?
Well, I tried to ask her what was going on. What is she talking about? And she told us.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow that.
So she told us, what had happened or what she had just witnessed outside. And we were just trying to understand what she's saying. Like I said, I didn't know if it was something had happened to one of her kids, one of my kids. And so I said, Jennifer, I don't know what you're talking about. So she finally was like, well, John, remember John from last night at the waterfall? And I'm like, what do you mean? How could you be outside? And she's like, you got to get up. The police are here and they want to talk to you. So my husband and I got up. I think I threw on a sweatshirt and we started to walk down the stairs. As we walked down the stairs into that foyer area, Officer Link was walking in the house.
And so that front foyer area would have been the front door you were talking about before?
Yeah.
And when you get sort of down to the bottom of the stairs, is it just Officer Lank? Are there any other officers with him?
It was just Officer Lank at that time. And the door was halfway open. I kind of pushed it open, looked out, and I saw like a cruisers and a couple of guys, standing out in the snow. And I said, Jennifer, where's John now?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to move on, Mr. Lally. The objection is sustained.
As far as when you looked outside, did you see any ambulance or fire truck or anything like that?
No, I didn't see an ambulance. I did see maybe 2 cruisers. I don't remember if there was a fire truck there. I don't think there was, but I'm not sure.
And as far as Officer Lank or any other officers, these are officers with the Canton Police, is that correct?
Yeah.
And where did they go once you opened the door?
So he came in the house, and I believe around the same time Jennifer's husband, Matt, had come. I assume she had called him or whatever. So it was me, Brian, and Jen and Matt, and Officer Lank said, can I come in? Can I talk to you guys? And we said, sure, absolutely. He came in, we sat at the table, and he was just kind of asking us all, okay, well, where were you last night?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, sustain. Next question, please.
The table that you're talking about, where in the house did you talk about?
That same dining room area.
And without regard to sort of content of the conversation, but about how long a period of time did that conversation with the officer go on?
I don't know, 45 minutes, maybe. I'm not exactly sure.
As far as how the conversation ended, at any point during the conversation, did yourself or your sister or your husband or did anyone ever sort of end the conversation or tell the officers to leave the home or anything like that?
No.
And you welcomed them inside once you realized what was going on?
Yes, absolutely. And I believe another officer had come in as well.
Now, after the officers leave from your home, what happened then?
So I believe they left and said that someone would be in touch with us, the state police or somebody. So they left and we were all just kind of sitting there in shock. I'm asking Jennifer, what happened? How did you end up here? What's going on?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Your Honor, as far as, may we approach this briefly?
Okay.
Okay, Larry did promise just briefly, so this should be a short sidebar. Eric is asking, why didn't they discuss the reported sexual activity that was going on? Because why would you? Why would Larry want to report that? There's no reason to. Why would he want to ask that question? Now, maybe the defense will bring that up. Let them bring it up. But there's no reason. They probably will bring it up, Eric. But there's no reason for Larry to want to introduce us that. I did note that Nicole remembers Lank coming in by himself, but I believe the testimony was that Officer Good came in with Lank, right? So there's a little discrepancy there, but there's always going to be discrepancies and imperfect memory.
And so, Ms. Albert, without any sort of specifics of your conversation with Ms. McCabe, you had a conversation with her, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how long did that conversation go on for?
With just her. I mean, we were all just kind of sitting around the table talking.
And just to be clear, when we say all, who is all at this point?
It was me, my husband, and Jennifer and Matt.
And at some point later on, did other people come over?
Yes, at some point, my friend Brian Higgins, my husband's friend Brian Higgins came over.
And do you know how he came to be at your house that morning?
I believe Brian called him to let him know. I mean, he had been with us the night before, and I think he had been friends with John and Karen, so Brian thought he should let him know.
And do you know about what time that was or how long it was after the officers left that Mr. Higgins came over?
Could have been 15, 20 minutes. I feel like he came somewhere around 7:38, and maybe the link had been done by 7:15. If he was around 6:30, I'm not really sure of the specifics.
And what happened then?
Then we were all just still kind of sitting there. Kerry, who is another person that was called that morning, she had been at the hospital, so she was kind of calling Jennifer, giving updates as to what was happening with John. So we were kind of waiting to hear how he was, if he was okay. Then around, I don't know if it was 8:30, I had noticed my sister-in-law, Julie, had pulled into the driveway, and I saw her get out, and she was putting a box of donuts in my son's car, whose birthday it was, because they had a bit between them where every year she did that. She got him donuts and she would leave them for him. So I saw her and I said to my husband, oh.
Objection.
Okay, not what you said to your husband. So wait for another question.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
Spoke to her husband, and where did he go?
He went to the door because Julie was about to get back in her car and leave, and I thought that she should be made aware of what was going on.
And so your husband goes to the door, and at some point, your sister-in-law, Julie, comes in the house?
Yes.
And if you know about how long a period was Julie at your house initially that morning?
An hour or two. I'm not sure.
If you're not sure, you're not sure. So as far as people that were over your house that morning, do you have any idea of sort of how long people were congregating around your house after that initial Ms. McCabe bursting into your bedroom?
Again, it could have been between an hour and two.
And at some point, we mentioned that the Canton officers had indicated that you may be spoken to at some subsequent time by troopers from the state police, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And when was it that you, if you know, when was it in relation to this date that you spoke to anybody from the state police?
I wasn't interviewed for a couple days later.
recall where you were when you were interviewed?
I was at my house.
Now, with reference to, you indicated that on the way back from the waterfall to your house at Fairview on the night previous, on the 28th and the 29th, it just started to snow, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you looked outside or opened the door for Officer Lank as he came into the house, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather and how it had changed in the interim?
Well, to me, it was starting to look like blizzard conditions. It was very windy. It was snowing. It was, the snow was starting to come down a lot now, and it was probably a couple inches accumulated. And it was,
Now, at any point in time over the course of that day on the 29th, did you yourself, did you go outside from your house into the front yard or the driveway or anywhere else?
I didn't.
And anyone else from your house other than the people coming and going? The people that live there, did you observe them going out into the front of the house area?
No.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Ms. Albert, I'm placing before you a series of 8 photographs. I just asked you to look at them, review them, and then just look up whenever you finish.
Are these already in evidence?
Fair enough.
Okay.
And just to ask you, ma'am, in general, in those photographs, do you recognize what's in those photographs?
Yes.
Okay, what do you recognize those to be?
That's my front yard.
That was your front yard when you lived at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
And what's contained in there, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of around the time of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce, admit.
Any objection, Ms. Little?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yes, please.
With the court's permission.
Hold on.
Oh,
We need to mark these. How many were there, Mr. Lally?
8.
Thank you.
May I approach this to retrieve?
Yes.
This one, Your Honor.
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like, okay?
Can I approach the witness, Sean?
Yes.
What I'm showing you here is what's been marked as exhibits 58, 59, 60, 63, and 64. And I'm going to direct your attention to this before it's a laser pointer. Just click on this button.
Okay.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, first I'd just like to start with exhibit 58 on the screen.
Okay.
And again, Ms. Allen, do you recognize what's up on the screen there?
Yes,
And what do you recognize there?
it was my home at the time.
And from this photograph, do you see that front door area where the foyer is and the side door area that you were talking about on your house?
Yes.
If you could, using the laser pointer in your hand, just direct the jury's attention to where each of those are and indicate where they are.
That would be the very front door, and then the side doors over here in between.
And as far as the sort of what's in the front portion of this photograph, do you recognize that as if I'm standing and facing as this photograph is your house, where you lived at 34 Fairview Road? What, if anything, do you have as sort of a landmark or an item that you observed in that sort of left area of the garden?
Flagpole?
Is there a fire hydrant there as well?
Yes.
And do you see anything as far as like a box or something like that?
Yeah, I believe there was some electrical box that I don't think we ever actually knew what it what it was or what it did.
So fair to say all the years that you lived there, it's not something that you utilized or even knew what it really did.
No.
Now, this particular area of the yard, in its relation to the house, was that a part of the yard that was used or utilized by the family all that much when you lived there?
No.
And that part of the yard where the fire hydrant, flagpole, that is, how close is that to sort of the next door neighbors abutting of the property?
It's pretty close. It's almost, I would say, on the, close to the property line.
Now, as far as from the side of the road, in between sort of the curbing from the roadway and your front lawn, there's nothing there as far as a sidewalk or anything like that. Is that correct?
Right.
And the curbing that's between sort of the roadway and the front lawn, how would you describe that? Is it a sharp curb, rounded curb?
It was kind of a rounded curb.
Now, with reference to your driveway, do you see that depicted in this particular photograph?
You can't really see it in the picture, no. But I mean, it's would be over here.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I could direct your attention to the next photograph that you have before you.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Gilman, if I can have that one up on the screen as well. And again, Ms. Al, would you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes.
And this is just another photograph of your home as it was around January 2022 at 34 Fairview Road.
Yes.
And from this photograph, do you see now sort of the driveway and where that is?
Yes.
And if you could just indicate to the jury sort of where in this photograph that would be.
The driveway was right here. The two garage doors, and then there was driveway right along here.
Now, in reference to that driveway, or in reference to your family at the time that lived at the house, about how many cars would there typically be when everyone's home parked in the driveway?
Could have been 4. Let me think. 1, 2, 3. I think 4.
And who would those vehicles be typically operated by, and what kind of vehicles are we talking
I had my car, which was a Cadillac SUV. My husband had his work car. And then we had, I think, a Ford Explorer. And then the kids were driving a Ford Escape, maybe?
All sort of bigger cars, all sort of SUVs, is that?
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
If I could direct your attention to the next photograph. And again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as the next exhibit?
Yes.
And just for the record, if you could read the number that's on that photograph now.
60?
And again, what's up on the screen, is that just another depiction of your home at that time?
Yes.
Now, when you open that door and Officer Lank is there and you invite him into your house to talk, you said that you saw some cruisers, correct?
Mhm.
Where in relation to your property were the cruisers when you opened the door and saw them? If you could direct the jury's attention in this photograph.
I believe they were right here. Somewhere here.
If I could direct your attention to the next photograph that's in there.
Yep.
And again, the photograph that's up on the screen, is that what you have before you?
Mm-hmm.
And again, I'm sorry to keep asking
Yes,
you to do this, but
yes.
if you could read the number that's on the photograph.
63.
And so exhibit 63 up on the screen, if you could describe to the jury sort of what part of your property or abutting property are we looking at?
I believe our property ended, somewhere along here.
So right about in the general area of the electrical box and fire hydrant you were talking about?
Yeah. Yep.
And that next door residence there, do you know offhand what the number was for that?
I don't. Maybe 36? I'm not sure.
Somewhere in the vicinity of your number 34.
Yeah.
And if I could direct your attention to the next photograph.
Mm-hmm. 64?
Thank you.
Yeah.
On page. So with respect to this photograph, as far as the sort of side door, do you see that in this photograph?
Yeah, the side door would be right here.
And there's sort of another door off to the right of the photograph, is that correct?
Yep, that door would go into the garage.
And typically, at least around this time, January or late January 2022, as far as the vehicles that you were talking about, would any of those vehicles go in the garage, or what was in the garage?
The garage was a little bit cluttered, so if there was a storm coming, we would try to arrange things so we could at least maybe get one or two of the cars in there, but otherwise we didn't put the cars in the garage. Only if it was gonna, be a storm, we would try to get some of them out of the driveway.
And with reference to these specific dates, January 28th and the 29th, and this specific storm, do you recall anything as far as putting vehicles in the garage on those dates?
I don't. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we had maybe put mine in there because I had gotten picked up that night. I'm not sure.
And I believe, is there one more photograph that we have to talk about?
58.
May I approach, Ron?
Yeah. No. Okay.
Now, in addition, let me ask you this. At this time in January of 2022, did your family have any pets?
Yes.
And how many pets did you have?
We had one. We had a dog,
What was the dog?
Chloe.
And what type of dog was it?
She's a German Shepherd mix.
And how long had you had the dog at that point?
About 6 years, I believe.
And do you recall sort of when you got the dog, how you got the dog, or where you got the dog from?
We got the dog from a shelter in Texas.
And what type of, so shelter, or fair to say it's a rescue dog?
Yes.
And where did the dog typically go within the house?
It was when it was allowed anywhere in the house.
And as far as nighttime, would there be any sort of particular pattern of where the dog would sleep?
Yes, at nighttime when we went up to bed, it came up with us and it slept in our bedroom.
And at any point in time, during the time from when you returned from the waterfall to your home, where was the dog at that?
Well, the dog had been up in the room, and I believe my husband, when we first got in, brought her down to let her out to go to the bathroom.
And when the dog went out to go to the bathroom when you lived at 34 Fairview Road, where would the dog go? How was that? Was it on the
Well,
leash?
she pretty much she knew the door where to go. So when she had to go, she would go to that door and she would just go out and run in the backyard and go and on her own.
So on her own, and someone would sort of stand at the back door?
Yes.
And the back door that we're talking about, what kind of door is that?
It's a regular door.
I mean, is
Like-
it a door that opens? Is it a sliding door?
Oh, yeah, no, just a regular door. And it had, I think, a storm door, behind it.
And the backyard area of your home at 34 Fairview, when you lived there in around January 2022, how was that enclosed at all?
It was fenced in.
So dogs couldn't get out if everything's closed up in the backyard.
Yes, as long as the gates were shut.
And as far as that particular evening, after you returned from the waterfall, you indicated your husband let the dog out. About how long a period of time was the dog outside?
I believe it was pretty quick. She went, did her business, and came back in. I think she might have walked around the kitchen for a minute or two, and then I think you just brought her back upstairs.
And to your knowledge, did Chloe the dog, did Chloe go outside at any other point over the course of that evening?
No.
Now, at some point, obviously you've moved from 34 Fairview to North, correct?
Hmm.
And when about was it in relation to this incident of January 29th, 2022 that you moved?
We moved in April of 2023.
And what, if any, plans or discussions were there in reference to moving prior to January 29th?
Objection, Your Honor.
So not the specifics, but generally, not the conversation.
We had always planned to move, but it was in our plans that, what kids were starting to get older, we were looking to possibly downsize. So at the end of 2021, my husband's brother had sold his house.
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow that.
My husband's brother had sold his house and got a good deal for it. It sold pretty quickly. The market was really good at that time. So we just started thinking, hey, the kids are getting older. A couple of them had already moved out. We weren't going to be able to stay in that house. It's like a 5-bedroom house. Once our kids were gone, my husband and I wouldn't have been able to maintain that. Needed a lot of work. We couldn't afford it. So we said, maybe now's the time we should put it on the market and see what happens. So I think in November, December.
So hold on. Next question, Mr. Lally.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
So you put it on the market, it sold, and then you moved.
Objection, leading.
The objection sustained. Ask a non-leading question.
When was it that the sale was finalized?
April of 23.
And as far as selling the house, what, if any, relationship did that have to what occurred on January 29th, 2022?
It had no relation to it. We had already had thoughts and plans of doing it before that happened. We had reached out to a realtor in the end of 21.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Little.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Albert.
Hello.
You were at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 29th for approximately 4.5 hours. Is that correct?
I was there from, say, 7:45 till about midnight.
So about 4 hours?
Yeah.
And you were there with a group of individuals, including Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, Julie Albert, Chris Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Tristan Morris, and then were later joined by Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You testified that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed joined your group around 11 p.m. Is that right?
Approximately.
Over the course of those 4 hours that you were there, did you see any sort of tension whatsoever between John O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
Well, no, they were only there for an hour when I was there, but I didn't have really any interaction with them. But no, I didn't see anything.
So based on your observations, everyone appeared generally happy and in good spirits, correct?
Yep.
At any point while you were at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, did you observe Karen Reed stumbling, slurring her words, or otherwise appearing to be under the influence?
I did not, but again, I never engaged in any sort of conversation with her.
Did you observe your husband and Brian Higgins engaging in sort of practice fighting techniques while you were at the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
I saw them fooling around with each other, yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could show just a screenshot of a video that's been previously marked.
A screenshot of it? Sure.
May I approach the recorder?
Yeah, so can you take this down just until the witness has it, please? I thought you were just showing the screenshot. You want to show it up here?
Yes. That's
Okay. So what are you doing with
Should we
it?
mark that as an exhibit? Or
I don't think there's a need to. I thought you were showing something to the juror that you were just. Yeah.
if I could show you this photograph.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we will mark it for
Oh,
identification.
sorry.
Ms. Albert, do you
So hold on, we need to, so we'll mark it for identification. So we'll take it from the witness for a minute, please.
Sorry.
We'll mark it for identification, but this is incorporated in what exhibit number?
I believe it's exhibit 53, Your Honor.
All right, just so our record's clear.
Thank you.
One screenshot is W for identification. Thank you. All right, so now you can,
Your Honor, if I may, I haven't seen what the witness is looking at.
okay.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so you want to display it on the screen now, Ms. Little?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sure, go right ahead.
Ms. Albert, do you see the two individuals sort of in the closest frame to us with their backs turned to us? Two males?
Yeah.
I know it's kind of hard to see.
Yeah.
Who is the man that has just been zoomed in with the logo on the back of his sweatshirt?
I believe that's Brian Higgins.
Okay. And then the person that got sweatshirt is, you said Brian Higgins?
I think. Yeah. It's a little hard to
Over
tell.
is the other individual who's standing right next to him. And I know this is kind of hard to see because the number's blocking it.
Yeah.
But does that appear to be your husband to the left, kind of in a fighting stance?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Ms. Albert, when your husband drinks, does he often
So I'm
spar
sorry, are we
with-
taking this down or keeping it up?
Yes, Your Honor, you can take it down.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Albert, when your husband drinks, does he often get into sort of these practice sparring, practice fighting stances? Is that common for him?
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow it.
No, I don't think so.
So this type of behavior was unusual for him.
No, I think they were just fooling around. I don't think there was anything much to it.
My question was, is it unusual for you to see him sort of practice fighting?
I wouldn't call that practice fighting. I think they were just fooling around. And yeah, maybe I've seen him do that other times, but it was fooling around. They weren't practicing.
Let me put this a different way. You do know that your husband is a highly trained fighter, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Absolutely not.
Your husband has no fighting experience whatsoever.
A highly trained fighter? No, he's not.
He has boxing experience, correct?
Objection.
So I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Ms. Albert, your husband has boxing experience, correct?
Yes.
He also has fighting experience from his training in the military, correct?
I don't know what fighting experience from the military means.
Well,
I mean, he was in the Marine Corps. He was out of the Marine Corps in 1992.
But he had training through the Marine Corps and through the Boston Police Department with fighting and defensive tactics, correct?
I assume so.
Ms. Albert, you testified earlier that you left the waterfall around, I believe, 11:45. Is that correct?
No, I said I think closer to 12.
Okay. Could I show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 53? Your Honor, could I have permission to publish Exhibit 53?
Okay.
And Mr. Bates, if I could have you start the video at 5:14. If you could pause. This video?
No, I don't.
Do you see the woman that's in the lower quadrant? Do you recognize that individual at all?
I don't. It's so I can't tell who that is.
I know this is not the best video, so I'll play a little bit more and see if you might be able to recognize it. You don't recognize who that individual is?
I mean, it could be me. I'm not sure. I can't really tell.
All right. So this is an instance where the video has to speak for itself, right?
Understood, Your Honor. You could play just for a little bit longer. Good pause. Did you recognize the woman that just sort of walked forward?
Yes. Now seeing the coat, I recognize that it's me.
Thank you. And did you see what was in your hand when you walked by?
I don't.
You could play just a little bit more. Ms. Albert, do you see you appear to be holding something?
Yes.
What is that?
Looks like a can.
And what time is that video taken?
11:58.
So that would have been approximately the time that you were leaving the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Yep.
You guys had a fun the night. It looks like you kind of grabbed the White Claw. You're about to leave. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You testified earlier that you got home.
So can we turn the lights back on and, okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Let me switch gears a little bit. You testified earlier that there are 4 cars that are usually parked in the driveway at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And you listed at least the make and model of about 3 of those vehicles.
Yeah.
Do you recall that?
Yep.
You said there's a Cadillac that usually is parked in your driveway, there's a Ford Explorer, and there's a Ford Escape, correct? But you also said there's a 4th car. That's your husband's work vehicle. correct?
Yes. Yeah.
What type of car is that?
That's a Ford Edge.
A black Ford Edge.
Yes. Yep.
Is there a reason that you didn't want to state or commit to that in front of this jury when you originally testified?
No, there's no reason. I was just trying to think of all the different cars. We have 5 kids. We've had a lot of different vehicles. I was just saying it as I remembered it.
News coverage in this case has revealed the importance of a Ford Edge. correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In your mind, a Ford Edge has significance to this case, doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, can you answer that? Does a Ford Edge have significance in this case to you?
I've heard it talked about. Yeah.
And what you've heard talked about is that an eyewitness saw a Ford-
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to stop you on that. The objection sustained.
Ms. Albert, you know there's significance to the Ford Edge, and that's the one
Objection, Your
vehicle
Honor.
that you did not mention in your initial testimony, correct?
So I'm going to allow that question. Can you answer that?
I just was trying to think of all the different makes and models. I did not purposely say that.
Where did your husband strike that? You testified earlier that you weren't sure exactly where Brian Higgins parked that night when he arrived at your house, correct?
Right.
And you said, I'm not sure, but then you gave a pretty vivid description about him being parked, you think, in front of the house by the mailbox facing away from your residence,
Right.
correct?
Yep.
Is that statement something that's from your personal recollection or for something that you've discussed with other witnesses in this case?
No, it's from my personal recollection of what I'm pretty sure I remembered. He pulled in first. He backed out so we could pull in, and then I'm pretty sure he pulled out and parked along the curb where the mailbox was.
So you haven't discussed that statement with any other witnesses in this case?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
You testified earlier that when you arrived at 34 Fairview, your son, Brian Albert Jr. was there, Julie Nagel was there, Sarah Levinson was there, and that your nephew, Colin Albert, was also present, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe sort of your interaction with Colin Albert when you walked in the door?
It was literally, I was coming in. I think we almost bumped into each other. I said, I didn't realize he was there. I said, hey, what are you doing here? He said, oh, I just come by to see Brian, but my ride's on its way. I'm about to leave. And I said, oh, okay. And I said, all right, I see ya. And he just kind of continued on. I think he must have went out the door.
So when you first testified, I believe you stated that you saw Colin seated at the table with Brian Jr., correct?
When I testified when?
Earlier today.
I don't believe I said that.
Shortly after he got up.
No, I don't believe I said that.
You never said that he was initially seated with Brian Jr.
No, I'm pretty sure I said when I walked in, I immediately saw him.
So when you walked in the door, you're saying he was already leaving to go get his ride, correct?
He was standing and looked to me like he was getting ready for someone who was coming to pick him up.
Got it. And when you pulled up with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, that all happened around the same time, correct?
Yes.
And you have never mentioned seeing any other vehicle waiting outside the house for Colin when you arrived, correct?
No.
You didn't observe another vehicle outside the house?
No, I'm not saying, he said to me, my ride's almost here. I'm leaving. So I didn't see anything outside about his ride.
And it was cold outside that night?
Yeah.
So he sort of walked out the door before his ride arrived?
I don't know if he went and stood and waited by the door. I came in the house and like I said, I immediately said hello to my son, his friends. I went and started doing my cleaning and I didn't really pay attention. But I assume he left because I never saw him again.
So you're not sure if he was sort of standing by the front door?
I'm not sure. I mean, he could have been standing there waiting. He said his ride was about to be there.
Okay. But you didn't see him?
I did not see him leave.
You testified that your German Shepherd, Chloe, was also at the house when you arrived home on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
She's a large German Shepherd.
Yep, about 70 pounds.
She's not great with strangers.
I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't say that it's kind of a poorly worded question. Would you say that she's good with strangers?
I'd say she's fine with strangers.
Fine with strangers. Okay.
Yep.
She's definitely not good with other animals, is she?
No, she did not like other dogs.
Chloe actually has a well-documented bite history, doesn't she?
Objection.
Does she?
With dogs, a couple dogs, yes.
Ms. Albert, she also has a bite history with humans, doesn't she?
Objection.
Ask that differently.
Ms. Albert, Chloe has injured other humans, hasn't she?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
In one incident in May of 22, when she got out and was fighting with another dog, the woman who was dog it was tried to break up the two dogs. And while she was trying to break up the two dogs, she got injured.
There were actually two individuals who were injured in that incident, correct?
Well, there was two women, but I believe just one woman, from what I understand, had an injury from Chloe. The other one may have fallen or something, but I'm not sure 100%.
There were two women who were actually taken to the hospital after that incident, correct?
Yes, a neighbor had called the police or called an ambulance just to make sure they were okay.
And you mentioned that Chloe had actually escaped from the backyard
Mm-hmm.
in that incident.
Yes,
And that happens from time to time at your house, correct?
it had happened a few times, yes.
And Mr. Albert let Chloe out when he arrived that night, correct?
Yep.
Ms. Albert, you don't have Chloe anymore, do you?
Nope.
In May of 2022, 4 months after Mr. O'Keefe's death, you got rid of your family dog of 6 years.
Objection.
So is that true? Is that when you got rid of your dog?
I did not get rid of my dog. I rehomed my dog.
Your dog is no longer in the Canton area, correct?
No, but I know where she is. She's in Vermont. And that previous testimony, that information has all been given. So if she was ever needed for anything, we know where she is.
Was that testimony given to the defense?
Probably.
Was I present at the hearing where you testified about this?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Sure.
Seemed kind of stunning to me that they're still going to attempt this Chloe thing. It's just the evidence is so much against it. But I guess people can't get that image in their head when they're told that that's what that is. It just, an image is worth 1,000 words, and it just doesn't matter what the evidence is. They can't get it out of their mind.
Well, it's not. I just want to point out, though, I have been saying this for a year. It was very easy to get this information for anyone who's curious, that it was one incident with Chloe and 2 dogs, right? And that the injuries were directly related to breaking up the dog fight, which most people know you should not do, right? And I was called a liar, but here we have not only Nicole Albert testifying to this on the stand, but Elizabeth Little, counsel for the defense, acknowledging that this is what they're talking about. So Chloe is not a killer dog. She doesn't attack people. She's not vicious or anything like that. It was a dog fight, and the neighbors opted to break up the dog fight, which you should never do.
And of course, dogs can attack for unknown reasons, so you can't rule out an attack in general with any dog. But there's no canine material found on the clothing here, and those injuries are not dog wounds. They're not result of a dog attack.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Albert, you're aware that we actually sought records regarding Chloe and her bite history, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Was it from this witness?
It was.
That's a yes or no from there. Yes or no?
Well, it was from a custodian.
Okay. I'm going to sustain the objection.
All right, Ms. Albert, I want to direct your attention back to the early morning of January 29th.
Mhm.
You testified that everyone who arrived at your house just after midnight was sort of generally gathered at the table in the kitchen area, correct?
Yes.
And over the course of that evening, you had never heard any sort of disruption inside, correct?
No.
You didn't hear a crash. Certainly
There
never
needs
heard-
to be an answer.
Sorry, no.
You certainly never heard any screaming or yelling,
No.
and you never heard the screech of any brakes outside, correct?
Correct.
Okay. On July 20th, 2023, you testified before a grand jury, and Mr. Lally was not there, correct? And ADA McLaughlin was also not there, correct?
Okay.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were specifically asked during the course of that hearing where everyone was positioned around the table that night.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that sort of line of questioning?
Yeah.
And you explained that your sister Jennifer was seated next to Brian Jr.
Objection. Is there a question?
We're getting that question, so go ahead.
You were very specific about kind of how people were seated at that table that night. Do you remember that testimony? You explained that Jennifer was seated next to Brian Jr. and Matt McCabe was across from him. Do you recall that?
Yep.
But when you were asked where your husband and Brian Higgins were positioned at the table, you weren't able to place them there. Isn't that true?
Because I don't believe they ever sat at that table.
And what you told the grand jury during that hearing was that at least at one point, they had left the room and they were outside of your view, correct?
I'm not sure I said that.
You told the jury that you were cleaning and you weren't sure where they went, correct?
Well, initially when I first came in the house and I was doing my thing, I don't remember exactly where
And
they were.
you told the grand jury that you don't recall seeing them at the table, but you don't recall where they went because you were kind of focused on cleaning, correct?
Right.
And there was one point at which you said that you joined them in family
Yes.
room. Is that right? But while you were cleaning, you said, I don't really know what they were doing, but they weren't there, correct?
Yes.
So you recall your husband and Brian Higgins left your view and went to some other place in the house that evening, correct?
They could have.
Ms. Albert, how many steps is it from the front door to the basement?
Steps.
It's a poorly worded question. I will rephrase it. When you open the front door of your house,
Uh-huh.
how many steps does it take to get to the door to the basement?
4 or 5.
testified earlier that Brian Higgins left 34 Fairgate first, correct?
Yes.
Then Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Sarah Levinson, and Julie Nagel left together, correct?
Yes.
And the very last person to leave your house that night, you said today under oath, was your daughter Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And you said she left your house close to 2 a.m. Is that right?
Yep.
Ms. Albert, that's not what you told Sergeant Lank on January 29th, 2022, is it?
I don't recall what I told him.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your statement to Sergeant Lank?
Sure.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to direct your attention to page 2 of the supplemental.
Would you show the prosecutor, please?
Just the police report.
Your Honor, may we approach just briefly?
Okay.
Kate, I want to discuss one aspect. This was something I noticed in Larry's questioning too. So Nicole wasn't sure where Brian Higgins parked, and she seemed to think it was on the street, but almost corrected herself. It causes a problem if it's on the street, doesn't it? Potentially,
Why do
with
you
the
think?
accident reconstruction. Well, because how come Ryan Nagel was able to see clearly to Karen's car when she pulled up in front?
Ms.
I
Love,
think
maybe you can
she started-
clarify that.
Sure.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to take a look at page 2.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't need to read it out loud, but if you could read this very last paragraph here,
Down hit 7? Or,
actually, this section right here,
Okay.
the second paragraph to the bottom. And you
mhm.
don't need to read it out loud, just look up once you're done.
And are you going to clarify that, Ms. Little? Statement?
Oh, how, can I approach, Your Honor?
D-
Ms. Albert, this is just a police report containing an interview that's conducted, correct?
Yep.
With Sergeant Lank on January 29th, is that right?
Yes, the morning of.
Thank you. Have you had a chance to?
Yes,
is your
yeah.
recollection- excuse me, is your recollection refreshed?
Yep.
Isn't it true that you told Sergeant Lank that your daughter left at 12:15 on January 29th?
Do not recall saying that. I've maintained in every interview testimony I've had that she was the last to leave. So I don't know, it was very confusing that morning. Officer Lank was trying to ask everybody, where had you been? Where had you been? When did you get here? When did you leave? I don't know if somehow it was misconstrued, but I've always maintained that Caitlin was the last to leave.
Understood. And that's because Sergeant Lank was talking to everyone at the same time, correct?
Yeah, I mean, we're sitting around the table. It was a little, everyone was, we're all in shock and it was a little confusing.
Sure. It was more of a conversation than an interview. Is that right?
I guess you could say that.
May I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Albert, do you deny saying that to Sergeant Lank?
I don't believe I said that. I think maybe someone was saying, oh, Jen and Matt got there at 12:15. He misunderstood. It got misconstrued later in his notes. But I've always said, in any other time I was questioned, that my daughter was the last one to leave. So I don't,
So you weren't trying to protect your daughter?
no.
you were forthcoming about always providing the troopers with information about the individuals who were present that night.
Yes.
Ms. Albert, you and your family discussed this case at length before your interviews with law enforcement, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did you?
Of course, we discussed the case, but just everything that was going on, we were trying to figure out what happened.
And you testified that you spoke to Trooper Proctor on February 3rd, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
That would be 6 days after this occurred. Is that right?
Yep.
And that's the very first time that you were ever interviewed by Massachusetts State Police.
Yes.
Correct?
Yep.
Aside from that sort of conversation you described with Sergeant Lang.
Yeah. Yep.
When you spoke to Trooper Proctor on February 3rd, 2022, you left a lot of names out of individuals who were present at your house on the morning of January 29th, 2022. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure who was left out.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor that your son, Brian Albert Jr., was home that night?
Was home the night of his birthday, or what do you mean?
Yes, the night of his birthday.
Well, yeah, he was home with his friends.
Did you tell that to Trooper Proctor?
I assume I did.
So if it wasn't in his report, that would have been his mistake?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor your daughter, Caitlin Albert, returned home with you after the waterfall?
I believe so.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor that your son had 2 female friends at your house when you arrived?
I believe so.
And notably, did you tell Trooper Proctor that Colin Albert was present at your house?
You know, I probably didn't, because anytime I was questioned about who was there, to me it was who was there afterwards, hanging out from like the 12:15 point on. I didn't consider Colin as being there because I literally crossed paths with him. He left, and I didn't consider him being a part of the group that was there.
Were you asked who was at the house that night?
I assume he asked that, but I also didn't mention the people that my son had previous, because I didn't consider them as part of the people that I was with when I got home.
You never mentioned Colin Albert to Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And you never mentioned Colin Albert to Sergeant Lang.
Correct.
Ms. Albert, you knew that if you gave Trooper Proctor the name of your nephew, that he would have to interview him, correct?
Objection.
All right, I'm going to sustain that objection.
You didn't want your kids or your nephew to have to tell the police what they saw, what they heard, and what they did that night.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that true?
That is not true.
But you never told Trooper Proctor about Colin Albert.
I didn't mention Colin because I didn't consider him as part of the group that we were hanging out with after the waterfall, because he left as soon as I walked in. I didn't even think of him.
Didn't even think of him.
No.
Didn't think it might be important for the state trooper who was investigating this case to know the individuals who were leaving at the precise time that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrived at the house.
Objection.
Sustained.
Ms. Albert, what's the first thing you remember waking up to on the morning of January 29th?
My sister bombing into my bedroom.
Okay. Your Honor, if we could approach.
Okay, approach sidebar, or you? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, they're really going after the Colin third party theory here, huh? Oh,
yeah. Sorry. Yes, they are. They really are. And I mean, again, they're going to split this between who? Colin and Higgins and Brian.
Yeah, that's all they can do is like try to any plausible third party is enough to create that reasonable doubt, right? But I think
That's
it's
not
not. No, and I think it's really not unreasonable that Julie would not mention Colin because he was leaving. So, and John got there, what, 10 minutes later? So, I mean, not that she,
Yeah.
not good.
Sorry, I was just gonna say Karen gets a lot of latitude from the cult for any statements that she may have made in that morning. Well, she was in shock. It was this, everybody is describing being in shock here. So you might not at first, especially the first contact they make with police is probably not going to be as thorough as the next time and the next time. That's how these things work, right? Because everybody clearly was in shock. And I'm including Karen in that. I'm not excluding her from that, but.
That's right. And what Yannetti has been saying throughout this trial, that memory is strongest, the nearest the event, is not actually true. Sometimes it is and sometimes it isn't, because little things will jar your memory later.
Right.
So memory is
So
more
Ms.
complicated.
Little,
than that.
Ms. Little, we're going to mark what you have in your hand for identification.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert, I'd like to show you a photograph of purports to be.
Just show her the photograph.
Ms. Albert, do you recognize that photograph?
Yep.
What is it?
It's a picture of my house.
Does it appear to be generally to scale?
Yep.
Do you recognize sort of the flagpole in the yard,
Yes.
the house,
Yep.
the driveway?
Mm-hmm.
And that looks
Yes.
accurate. And that looks accurate in terms of scale, correct?
Yes.
Permission to publish?
Sure.
Ms. Albert, where is your bedroom located?
Want me to show it?
Yes, if you could explain.
Right up here.
So your bedroom is in the upper left-hand quadrant, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
The far left window, that's your bedroom window.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep. The two of them.
So on January 29th, you had two bedroom windows on the left side of the house that were facing the front lawn where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that Ms. Reed, Jennifer McCabe, and Carrie Roberts arrived outside your property around 6:04 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Did you hear any fire trucks that morning?
I did not.
Did you hear any ambulances?
I did not.
You didn't see the flashing lights of emergency vehicles outside your bedroom window?
I did not. My blinds were shut. My curtains were closed. I did not see anything.
You testified the very first thing you remember was Jennifer McCabe waking you up in your bedroom.
Yes.
So I'm sorry, just to keep track, are we going to take this down now, Ms. Little? Or you keep the lights on? I just want to keep track of that.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay.
What time was that?
I thought it was somewhere between 6 and 6:30.
Can I have a moment?
Sure.
If I told you it was around 6:45 based on video surveillance footage, would you quarrel with that?
If that's what you say.
Okay. Does that sound about right to you?
Yep. I initially from the beginning just said 6:30. I wasn't quite sure.
Ms. Albert, what about the two calls that you received from your sister at 6:07 and 6:08 a.m., which were answered?
I never answered any phone calls from my sister that morning.
You're aware that the Celebrite records indicated that you answered two calls from your sister.
Objection, Your Honor.
The,
And 6:08 a.m.
the objection sustained.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Okay.
You could take a look at this report. Ms. Albert, you received,
If I could just see what's being shown to the witness before. May we approach?
Okay. I'm going to take that, please.
I'm amazed, Kate, that people are still confused by this, that those calls connected to voicemail. God damn. How are people still confused by this?
And it's not relevant. I mean, we're talking what I believe they're claiming that 1 second, one phone call was a 9-second phone call. Like, what are you even discussing in 9 seconds? Come on.
Get on screen, brother. You did every other sidebar. I'm on the screen, Reggie, and you're full of shit, Reggie. You're a very confused young man, old man, whatever. Okay, brother? This is voicemail. Whenever you call the voicemail and it connects for 3, 5, 6 seconds, that's just voicemail. That's proven. You can research this. You can go to ChatGPT, which is on Bing now. Go to and search it, and it will describe it to you. I've researched this a year ago. It's so done there. It's so been there. It feels like a year ago that we're just searching this now. I mean, that's what it shows. It'll show as answered, but it's just going to voicemail. I can't believe you don't know this. It's unbelievable. I guess you don't want to know.
All
I
right,
hate to get mad,
so
but that's what
let's
it is. Some
mark
people
one
just
for
don't want to know.
identification, please, Ms.
Willful
Little.
ignorance, yeah.
Okay, and you can give it back to Ms. Albert,
Thank you.
and you can go back and ask a question, and let's see where we go with this, okay?
Ms. Albert, do you recognize this document?
Recognize it?
Do you know what it is?
Well, yeah, I see what it is.
Does it refresh your recollection as to the 2 calls you received on the morning of January 29th?
It says here 2 calls were
With-
placed.
Okay, don't read it, but you were asked a specific question, so if you could answer the question, please.
Does that refresh your recollection to the 2 calls you received from your sister on the morning of January 29th?
She may have placed those phone calls to me, but I never answered them.
You received a call from Jennifer McCabe on January 29th at 6:07:42 a.m. that lasted for 9 seconds, correct?
She may have placed a phone call to me. I never answered it. I never spoke to her that morning.
You also received a second call from your sister at 6:08:17 a.m. that lasted for 7 seconds, correct?
Objection.
Go ahead and answer that.
It says that, but I never answered a phone call from my sister Jennifer that morning.
You're aware that cell phone companies have what are called tolling records, correct? That show if there's a voicemail or something of that nature.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Ms. Albert, it's your testimony here today that you never spoke to your sister that morning.
I never spoke to my sister on the phone that morning.
Who else was in your bedroom that morning?
Me and my husband.
You and Brian Albert were the only 2 individuals who could have answered those calls that morning, correct?
We're the only 2 people in the room, besides the dog.
And at 6:07 a.m., someone had a 9-second call with Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Objection.
All right, sustained. And you've got more for this witness, I imagine, Ms. Little?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll take the luncheon recess, folks. It's 1 o'clock.
Okay, we'll do this briefly, Kate, because I want to do lunch too. I can leave you on if you like, but I don't know if you need to go to lunch.
No, I'll probably, do some things.
Goodbye.
It's just I hate to get, I shouldn't get mad or frustrated with Reggie, but I mean, Jesus, this is so easy to research on your own, drives me
Give into your
crazy.
feelings.
I mean, I just went to Google and searched this, and then to ChatGPT last summer when this came up, but even just logically here, if she got through on the first call and had some 7-second conversation, what would be the point of calling right back a minute later for another 9-second conversation? It makes no sense.
Let's
If
just
the first
hold
call,
on. Let's play a game. Let's do all right. Try to have a conversation with me in 10 seconds. But I mean 7 seconds, but I'm gonna set, let me get to my clock. So my clock will go off. when hold on, timer. 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 7 seconds. All right, Kevin, ready, set, go.
All right, Kate, I'm planning a murder here. Can you come and help me out?
Yep, that's all you can get out. That's it, right?
I mean, so if they're doing this at 6:08, why would she hang up? And then call, and why would they call right back and have yet another 8-second conversation?
Right.
It just doesn't make logical sense, and you don't have to be Albert Einstein to figure this shit out. And I'm just amazed that the jury's the defense is allowed to push that. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think
they're setting up the steps, right? How many steps does it get to your basement? How many? And completely disregarding the GPS data, which again, per their own experts report, they didn't pull up until 12:24 a.m. So therefore, whatever stairs he may have been or may not have been ascending and descending at 12:21, it was not at Fairview.
it was interesting to see too from that video. We got a little. I mean, the still shot from, I don't know, was that taken from the ring across the street? But it showed the front view with the lights on. That dash cam footage from the other day when I think it was from Sarath's car, that showed what time the lights went on at 12:39, which Little just mischaracterized right now as 12:45. I don't know if you caught that, but that was the porch light that went on. That was, you could, because in that dash cam it doesn't go far enough back to catch.
You're
the bedroom
saying
windows.
6? No, the cruiser cam you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
So that wouldn't have been 12. That would have been 6. After 6.
What wouldn't have?
When the lights come
No,
into the house.
No, I'm saying it shows the lights go on. That's after Jen McCabe goes into the house to wake them up.
Right.
And there's about a 4 or 5 minute delay before the lights go on. And I think it was Lank's testimony, actually, when he sees the lights go on, that's when he knows to go into the house. But those lights that you see go on are not the bedroom window lights, it's the porch lights.
Right.
So presumably they were coming down the stairs and put on the porch lights around that time. That dash cam footage does not reach the far end of the house, so you don't see the bedroom windows.
Right.
But anyways, and then Little tried to say that I was 12:45. It wasn't. Those lights went on at 12:39, and that's when Lank was went over to go into the house.
You mean 6?
I mean, I'm sorry, 6. I'm sorry.
That's what I was there.
Yeah. I got you. Sorry. Yeah, 6. Yeah, so 6:39. Yep. I don't know if you noticed anything else. Did you see that Little tried to sneak in about the Fed grand jury, saying, this grand jury testimony that Lally and McLaughlin were not present at.
Mm-hmm.
She's just trying to sneak that in. There was no reason to mention that Lally and McLaughlin were not present at, except you're trying to create that little bit of doubt with the jury. Like, who else was investigating this if Lally and McLaughlin weren't there?
Right.
I thought that was pretty sneaky. I don't know if there'll be any kind of a warning on that, but.
Yeah, no, I mean, so many sidebars on this case, so many objections. I mean, entire lines of questioning by the defense just struck.
Yeah. So it looks like, I would say, I don't think there's an hour left of this cross exam, and then there'll be a little bit from Lally. So that means we'll probably get to Brian this afternoon, right?
Yeah, and I would anticipate he's probably coming in a couple days.
He'll probably.
It's going to be brutal. Yeah.
Well, at least.
And so it's so funny that these people that were they weren't even aware that John and Karen were coming over. Their interactions with the defendant and the victim were minimal that evening, and look, they are now becoming some of the most lengthy and intense cross examinations because
I thought Nicole came across as completely credible. And I don't really understand why the defense tried to highlight the fact that she had a can in her hand when she's leaving. I mean, what was the point of that,
I don't know. Are they going to blame her for beating him with a cane, maybe?
No, a can. She had like an alcoholic can. So
a can. I'm sorry, that's a can.
Yeah, so she obviously took it out of the bar.
So did John and so did Karen. So when in Rome, I guess, right?
And we don't know what John was drinking Bud Lights, but somehow he ended up with a glass in his hand. So I don't know. But then strangely, Karen brings her own glass to the bar, apparently.
What?
That was in the testimony. I think that Karen brings her own drinking glass with her to the bar, so that she pours her drink into it or something like that. I don't know. I thought that
I
was in the
interpreted
testimony.
that as the just being carried across the street from the first.
Yeah, that was the old report, but it almost sounded like, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe I was on drugs.
I took it as, you know, that her bringing the drink in from across the street, because I think like CF McCarthy's footage, right? She doesn't walk in the bar that's been shown anyway with a glass, and they hand her a glass that looks like it's from the bar. So I think, and maybe like from Nicole's perspective, she assumed maybe Nicole is not someone who can fathom someone lifting a drinking glass from a bar and bringing it to the next establishment. That is unusual. I believe that Turtle Boy referred to it as what, like white trash behavior. I don't agree with that. Those are his words, not mine, but maybe other people feel that way too. And so, you know, Karen was a little bit trashy for the group, and they just assumed she brought it from home or something. But I didn't take that as her bringing it from home. No.
Yeah. All right. So you ready to go break for lunch?
Absolutely.
What are you having?
Who knows? Probably more work, honestly. I'll probably be working through it.
I am having a fluffernutter sandwich.
I'll enjoy that.
All right. We'll see you. Hey guys, thanks for being here. Gonna look at comments and see what you guys thought about how things went today. And Kate's still here too. So
I
hey
am
Kate.
sorry. We were just laughing about how Aiden Carney has to bring Lindsay into everything now.
Is he
This morning, out of nowhere, just like, they're arguing this gonna get thrown out of the courtroom thing, and possibly day drinking Brado's like, and Lindsay Gaetani, like, it's got nothing to do with anything. Thank you.
I'm told at one time I didn't see it, but I'm told at one point he made kind of like a gesture to the camera or something like that. Did you guys catch anything about that?
No.
I don't know. He made some kind of a while that was going on. So I don't know how I missed it, but
did he cry? That's all I really care about.
Yeah, he got what he wanted. He wants to be the center of attention. He wanted to get kicked out of court. You know that.
Yeah, probably.
That's what the classic psychopath does. They want to. That's why they enjoy their own trial. And look at how much Turtle Boy was enjoying when he was in those early pretrial hearings and stuff like that, and those arraignments. I mean, not that there's not scary moments, but he loved being up on the stand. It's like just another platform, just another mic.
Right.
That's why, like in the terrible audio that was made against Lindsay's will that night, Lindsay was saying, "You're not like other people. You're not right in the head," or something to that effect. And I think that's exactly what is the case here.
Yeah.
This is someone that's born with a brain that's a little bit off.
But enough about that. Sorry, you just caught. We were literally having that conversation. I heard you pop back up.
Yeah. Oh, the fan is back. All right. That gives me relief because I know that we're close. So I think we'll see Brian this afternoon. Maybe within the hour. Hopefully within the hour.
No, I think probably. Yeah, I think he's going to take a while too, unfortunately.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's going to be a couple of days worth. I wonder how's he going to hold up. You think? Because he's testified obviously many times before, just very different kind of cases. But
sorry, I'm reading your comments too. It sounds like they found out who was removed from court yesterday. I wonder who put that out. I'm sure someone who talks to Karen.
oh, so someone was removed yesterday too? Because I remember the other incident from a few days ago. But yeah,
You didn't hear about Carl and Gretchen?
No, what happened?
So this is pretty crappy, actually. I guess there was an incident when leaving the courtroom, maybe for recess or lunch or something, where John O'Keefe's best friend, who has been attending the trial, walked past Karen. And, in retrospect, I think he probably now feels like he should have just, waited till but whatever, he wasn't. And as he walked past it, he was close enough that they kind of brushed. So later on, Karen encounters Gretchen, I believe, in the stairwell and pretty much bum rushes her. And from what I understand, almost kind of throws her backwards down the stairs. So Gretchen goes and complains to the court officers about that because it was pretty aggressive, I guess. And as retribution, then Karen says, well, Carl Dugal shoved me. So they reviewed cameras. That's not what happened, but Carl was asked not to come back for the remainder of the trial. This is his best friend's murder. And meanwhile, Karen, we received absolutely no repercussions whatsoever for her. We know whatever went on between her and Gretchen, and obviously Gretchen didn't do anything wrong in that situation. She was, I don't want to say victim because she'd kill me if I said that, but she was not the aggressor in that situation by any stretch of the imagination. So she stayed in the press box. Yeah, but this is just, Karen is a cry bully as well, is what we've learned, right? Karen.
But that's a really interesting thing. So Karen is saying that based on Carl bumping her, that she basically bum rushed a reporter that wasn't even with Carl.
Right.
And of course, Gretchen spent time at Karen's house with her in Dighton. So, and Gretchen's a witness here in this case, or at least her audio is, right? So her audio will be in there. So was this another incident of Karen's lack of impulse control?
I believe so, yes.
It's amazing. I mean, that just kind of stuff doesn't usually go on in court.
No, I mean, this whole thing has been a complete clown show.
That's unfortunate for Carl, though. I mean, I do talk to Carl, and obviously so they actually reviewed it on video?
Yeah.
And it was just obviously unintentional, but they couldn't be sure? Or...
Karen said she was scared and made a big deal about it. Yeah, it's pretty much what
happened. She was so scared she attacked someone else?
Right. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I mean, it's insane, but I think she wants to erode the O'Keefe family support. There's been calls for the O'Keefe family to be precluded from the courtroom because they feel like they are, quote unquote, intimidating Karen, which is insane. No, they are not. That is their son, brother, loved one who lost his life. This is the trial for his killer, and they are entitled to be there. They are more than entitled to be there, but there's already calls for them to be removed as well. So I think, Karen, little by little, she just wants to erode any support for the victim and by extension, the Commonwealth, until only she and her supporters remain.
So is there video of Karen attacking Voss?
Yeah.
Is that in any way useful?
If you have a police report or a court order, then go ahead and grab it. I have neither.
I'm saying, is that in any way useful to the prosecution? I guess not, but
probably not.
I think it's interesting for us, though, because it's yet another insight into her character. As I think a lot of us have been saying for a long time, something a little bit different going on in her head there. And one of the classic signs of a psychopath is lack of impulse control. And that's how their brain is. That's how they're born with it. 155.
Yeah, very little conscience on display here for sure. Very little impulse control. Not a lot of empathy. Not a lot of emotion.
Another thing, I studied the psychopaths a lot. I've read a couple books on them. One of the classic signs of psychopathy too is we all have ingrained with us. It's part of a normal human being, what's called tit for tat instinct. So, when you're kids, if your sister punches you in the arm, you got to punch her. And if somebody owes you money, you got to get it back or whatever. But with psychopaths, it's extremely hardwired. It's like an accountant from hell. You can not get away from it. So do we see any of that with Karen too? Where you see this kind of like, she's not going to forget what she thought happened in Aruba, and she never forgets a slight, or a perceived slight. Some of that's normal. Do we see an unusual degree of that with Karen? Maui Swift said she'd love to hear. Oh, I know that. She said Maui Swift says that she'd love to hear from Karen's ex, and of course we could say exes. I know, as exes, there's a few there, but none of that's admissible. So.
Yeah, nor do I think the one that I spoke to in particular would not be very amenable to that. Anyway, a lot of fear of Karen still there with that particular guy.
Fear of Karen?
Fear of Karen.
What kind of guy is this?
What?
That's unusual for a guy.
I would describe the incident that was described to me, but I would do so privately at this point, just because it came directly from one of the parties involved in the incident, but I don't have it backed up with a police report. And just in an abundance of caution, I'm happy to tell you privately. Definitely warranted. I'll put it that way. He's not the only person either that has expressed fear or trepidation when it comes to Karen. Not that she's like that all the time, but it's a real Jekyll and Hyde situation from what's been described to me. Can be very charming, likable, generous, fun, and then flip on a dime, particularly with fits of just jealous rage.
Mm-hmm.
or,
that
you know, if
impulse
she's
control.
caught doing something not so good.
I'm just wondering what a 90-pound woman could do unless she has, now she can sick a mob on someone, obviously.
I mean, even
you know.
90-pound women can pick up a weapon or use something as a weapon, can't they?
This is a very generous donation from my friend Marius, if he allows me to say his name, who's watching from Norway. Thank you. And he says, seems like Karen is getting more and more frustrated as the judge rejects some of those questions from them. I do agree that she looked frustrated today a lot, but it's hard to read into why, but she did look like that to me. But thank you, Marius. Very much appreciate it. My theory on Higgins' car is that he pulled up to the curb because he got there, as Nicole testified, a little bit before Brian and Nicole got home.
Right.
And then Brian and Nicole pulled in, and then he probably pulled in behind them. And the reason it's possibly relevant, and this is why we know where these questions are going based on other evidence, whereas people in the public might not know, the jury won't know. But so Ryan Nagel later on in the truck that he's in arrives at the same time as Karen and John. They pull up just behind him, but he has a clear view of Karen's vehicle the whole time. So it doesn't. I've asked this question before. That's why I've never been able to get to the bottom of it for certain, but I believe that's what happened. And maybe nobody knows for certain except possibly Brian Higgins, and we'll see when he testifies. But then also it comes into play possibly if Karen did back up at a high rate of speed for 60 feet. Where was that car parked? Where did she stop? Things like that come into play. So I think it would make sense to me that he just waited for Brian and Nicole to come in. It looks like a long enough driveway, and he just pulled in behind them. Does that make sense, Kate? Or
yes, I think that it's possible too. I mean, Karen's car moved. It sounds like at one point she was seen up closer to like the mailbox driveway area, and then she's seen on the other end of the property. So Ryan Nagel could have seen her before she moved to the other end of the property without what we have of his statements right now. Anyway, in front of me, I cannot quite remember.
It just doesn't seem like there could have been another vehicle. It doesn't seem like there could have been another vehicle on that side of the street at that time. But
I mean, I think there could have been though, and still have some visibility, I guess is what I'm saying.
Because they both pull up at the same time with Karen and John initially briefly in front of the driveway, and that's what the GPS shows too.
Right.
And they stop there for maybe 30 seconds, and then they pull forward to the far end of the property, where Ryan Nagel seems to be able to see all of that and see that she has her foot on the brake lights and stuff like that. So never kept the car in drive at that point. So I don't know. I don't know how you could see all that if there was a car in the way, but
I think it is possible depending on where they are and the other car, how far up he was pulled. I don't know.
Right.
It would explain maybe why it was difficult. Like nobody saw the actual impact, even if they were, in the house or even on the street, really, if you've got another car obscuring when she moves up though, because the further away that she gets,
right.
That can impact that. We'll find out.
And I've also been told that Brian with his lawn was the opposite of John, never cracker. He was, Brian didn't care. So maybe there were other times when people came over the house, like for that graduation party that Nicole talked about, where people just kind of parked on the edge of the lawn or something like that. It may have been a situation like that.
Yeah, I had friends like that.
Yeah. Have you heard from Jen recently?
Coffindaffer?
Yeah, see if she's coming on. She had mentioned earlier she was going to try to get on at some point.
I'm not sure if she's coming on. I spoke to her on something else that I'm actually trying to address right now. So hold on, I will ask her. Give me just a second. I'll see what she's up to.
Yeah. She said she's swamped this morning, but will try to get on voice-wise throughout the day. Okay, so that's how she left it this morning.
Well, it's 2:04. Hopefully we move along here quickly.
Yeah. Right now, I am getting a message from the ceiling fan. Trying to read it.
You and that fan, it's becoming almost anthropomorphic to you at this point.
It definitely is. You sit there staring at it like, all right, come on now.
I know my daughter has been kind of interested on and off in this case now, especially because she watches you on court TV at night. By the way.
Oh well,
Always
what's her first
impressed.
name?
Her first name is Teresa.
Oh, you said that. That's right before. Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Teresa. I'll say hi again next time.
Oh no, she's not watching right now. She watches you on court TV at night. No.
Oh, on
She's
court
probably-
TV. Okay, well, I
yeah,
can't.
she's probably on the school bus right now, but yeah, she watches it on court TV at night. So I was trying to explain to her just how tedious of a process the trial is, right? Because she'll complain on court court TV segments and go, "Why are they talking about it? I just want to hear the testimony." And I'll go, "Well, kid, if you want to hear the testimony, carve out 8 hours of your day most days."
Yeah. My plan was to.
All of it. I also.
Is that in the court or is that on? Okay. My plan
No,
had
I'm
been,
sorry,
and
yeah.
I did do this at the beginning, was to do a recap. It was kind of a lot of work, but I think people really wanted that. They didn't want to watch the whole crazy, the whole lengthy trial with all the sidebars and stuff. Just do a recap every day. And then when the court TV stuff came on, I was like, all right, I'll do that. But I just can't do all three. It's too hard.
Right.
So, Raziva said, why has no one thought he may have moved around after, meaning John, after he got hit? The brush and the bushes may have caused the abrasions. Maybe the only problem with that, Raziva, is that the cocktail glass ended up with him. So that's what makes me think and I don't know what the experts think, that he landed where he ended up and he'd never moved much from that. That's just, again,
And
that's
that's
just
pretty
me.
consistent with what we know of the ME's report, which is that she opined that the blow to the head probably rendered him unconscious, and then he succumbed to the hypothermia afterwards.
Right. Jules thinks that Karen threw the glass. I think you mean John, right? I think Jules' theory was that John threw the glass at the taillight, and that's how it broke. I don't believe that, just because the main piece ended up with John. That's the only reason I don't believe that.
Right.
But
embedded into the bumper, not just like, for glass to embed in a bumper, that's a pretty hard impact. That's not just throwing something. My understanding of it anyway. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure.
That's the thing. None of us really know. It's a strange set of injuries and circumstances that you have with the car damage that you have to match up. But that's actually the case with probably most accidents. What goes on in a high-speed accident is something that experts understand very well, but non-experts like us are just kind of baffled by. So if you haven't been trained in it and studied other cases, it's very hard for us to know. I think we're going to hear a good explanation, I hope, during the trial. Brian says, did Higgins grab at Karen's butt in that video? Well, no, I didn't see that. But did you hear anything about Higgins grabbing at Karen's butt?
I did not.
I know Yannetti grabbed at Fredo's butt. I mean, Turtle Boy.
Yeah, I saw that. That was weird. That was just weird.
Keep in mind that only the bottom part of the glass was found. Well, it was shattered in the head, so I think the bottom part remained intact in his hand, and the shattered part, obviously part of it ended up in the bumper. Maui Swiss says not traditional pedestrian motor vehicle injuries. Well, in some ways it's traditional, right? He was thrown out of his shoe and had that kind of trauma in the midsection that is supposedly consistent with a pedestrian accident. And I don't know, I guess the theory is going to be that he broke the bones and got the head injury when it hit the ground. I myself still struggle with that a little bit unless the vehicle struck him and put so much momentum on him that he hit the ground with speed from that.
Yeah,
But
of course
I
he
do
did. I
sti-
mean, that's what I would say that's the cause of the head trauma, right? Because it's the velocity of the car hitting him. And then
Yeah.
where
How
is
do-
he going? But right onto the ground, whether it's pavement or frozen ground. I mean, you're hitting that with
Right.
the force of the vehicle on the back of your head.
What about the hair on the taillight?
I mean, I don't even know this. I'm assuming it wasn't very much hair because they had a hard time.
Yeah.
Right. So
Well, here we go.
we're in.
Unmuted.
Thank you. Please be seated. Close back in session.
All right, can we have Ms. Albert, please? All right, Ms. Little, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, before we start, Exhibit S, which was marked for identification, I believe the proper foundation is laid. I'd ask.
So let's not do that from there. Let me see it, please.
Sure.
Do we have S as in Sam, or X?
Identification.
S as in Sam?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes. Oh, it wasn't today?
Why don't you come to sidebar, folks?
Your Honor, the parties have stipulated that Exhibit X is a graphic representation of 34 Fairview,
Yeah, not a photo.
not a photograph.
Okay, sure. Now you can approach the witness if you, oh, you just want to put it into evidence now?
Your Honor.
Okay. So that will be our next exhibit. Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
We actually need it.
May I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Albert, you testified that Jennifer McCabe woke you up around 6:45 a.m., correct?
I believe I said between 6 and 6:30, but could have been
That
6.
was what woke you up, correct?
Yes,
She obviously had access to the house.
yes.
The door wasn't locked.
Nope.
That's sort of a typical practice for you.
Yeah, it was just sometimes with the kids, the last one in, supposed to lock it. They didn't, it just wasn't always locked.
And inside your house, you've had plenty of blankets and other items that could have been comfort to a man laying in the snow, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor.
So as to that form, I'm going to sustain the objection. You can ask the question a different way, Ms. Little.
Ms. Albert, you had blankets inside of your house that could have helped someone who was freezing outside.
Objection.
So I'm going to sustain the objection. You can ask a shorter form of that question.
Ms. Albert, you had blankets in the house, correct?
Yes.
You were also lying next to a first responder
Objection.
that morning, correct?
You can answer that.
Yes.
And neither you nor your husband came outside to help Johnny, correct?
We did not go outside because we had no idea what was going on outside. We were sound asleep until my sister came into my bedroom.
No further questions.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
With regard to phone calls from your sister Jennifer McCabe that morning, shortly after 6 a.m., did those phone calls wake you up?
No,
Did you answer those phone calls?
no,
Did you speak to Jennifer McCabe on the phone prior to her, or at any point on that morning prior to her coming into your room?
I did not.
And you were shown something that's a Cellbrite extraction report, correct?
Yes.
And not just that specific one, but have you ever seen any Cellbrite extraction report before in your life?
No,
So fair to say you don't know how to interpret the data that's on there?
no,
Fair to say that you don't know whether or not an answered call or something that's listed as answered was something that was actually answered or went to voice.
correct.
Now, with regard to your dog, Chloe,
Hmm.
following that incident in May of 2022, what, if anything, did you and your husband do with regard to the person that had been bitten?
Well, we had gone over to their house to apologize for what had happened and, offered to pay any bills, that they may have had for any injury to the dog or anything. And then after that, we just decided that we thought the best thing to do would be to try to rehome it because I just didn't want something like that to happen again.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what are the steps that you took in the process of rehoming your dog?
Well, initially I had called a bunch of shelters and they were pretty much telling me that it would be hard to rehome her if she was dog aggressive and they would probably have to put her down. I didn't want to do that. The family, we love the dog. And so I did not want to do that. So I reached out to the woman in Texas who we got the dog from to see if she could help. And she said, she couldn't take it back, but she would try to help me out. So she ended up finding a woman who lived in Vermont. I think she lived alone. She had big property. It seemed like a good fit. She wanted to take Chloe and we made arrangements. And I went and met this woman halfway and I gave her Chloe.
And what, if any, conversations or contact have you had with that woman in Vermont since rehoming your dog?
For a few months after I,
Objection, Your Honor.
So not the substance of it, but
Have you had contact with the woman in Vermont?
yes, I did for a few months, back and forth.
Now, with reference to Chloe, when your sister Jennifer McCabe comes into your bedroom hysterical that morning of January 29th, was Chloe in the room at the time?
Yes,
You were asked some questions about the evening or the early morning when people had come from the waterfall back to your home, correct?
hmm
And at some point, you were cleaning and Mr. Higgins and your husband were out of your line of sight, is that correct?
yes.
How long a period of time are we talking?
I don't, wasn't very long, a couple minutes. Wasn't watching where everybody was and what everybody was doing.
Fair to say, relatively short period of time.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
okay.
Briefly, Your Honor.
Okay. So you need to take this down, sir. Thank you. There was something that was just up there. Go ahead.
Ms. Albert, you never received any voicemails from Jennifer McCabe on January 29th, did you?
Not that I'm aware of.
You also have never produced, pursuant to our request, any documentation about the whereabouts of Chloe.
The objection sustained. I'm going to strike that question. Disregard the question. Well, questions aren't evidence, so we can leave it on the record, but the objection sustained.
You've never turned over any information about the location of Chloe since the pendency of this case, have you?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
I'm just going to sustain the objection.
Have you ever provided information about the whereabouts of Chloe to the Commonwealth in this case?
Yes, I believe I have.
You have.
I believe so.
When did you do that?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Such a frustrating waste of time, but that's part of trials.
Well, this is kind of ridiculous at this point, though. Like, they just keep trying to open doors that they know are not admissible. You can't open them.
On the chance that there's one gullible juror that buys into this, because
Right.
the evidence is going to be overwhelming that
Right.
John was not attacked by a dog or never went in the house.
Right.
So. Hoping this will be a short sidebar.
It's
Looks
literally
like Erin had to go home.
Yeah.
Mo Freedom is correct. It's hard to rehome a dog once there's been an incident like that. The shelters won't take them.
Right. And again, totally reasonable, easy to understand explanations for most of this. That's the thing. It's like, unfortunately, you find an accident happens on your property, or even if you just witness something, it's not like your life just stops. Life is going to continue. These are regular everyday occurrences that they're trying to place some sort of nefarious value to, and it just doesn't connect.
It's funny. The incident report actually damages the defense's theory here. They're trying to make hay about this right now in this sidebar, that they try to hide this incident report about the attack. However, the incident report is what shows the real reason why they had to get rid of the dog, and
right.
That really damages the defense theory that they got rid of it to hide some kind of evidence.
Right, and again, they didn't hide the report. The report came from animal control that required a court order. They got the report, right? And then they being the defense, obscured and twisted the context and events during this incident, right? So if anyone's hiding anything, I would say that it's Karen and her defense team. They have been they have just been patently implying that this dog is dangerous, skin piercing incidents, emergency room, without any context for a while. And, the report was helpful.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Ms. Albert, you are all set.
Thank you.
We're on to Brian.
Yeah. I want to see the feds get the phone records of Mr. Reed from that day. They won't do that.
Your next witness, Mr.
That to me is where the real conspiracy
Yes,
is.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth call, excuse me, Mr. Brian Albert to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Your Honor, and good afternoon to the jury.
Good afternoon.
So could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Brian, last name Albert, Albert.
And where do you live, sir?
I live in Norwood, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Norwood?
Approximately a year.
And who, if anyone, you live in Norwood with?
My wife, Nicole, and my son, Brian, and my son, Brendan.
Ask you just a little bit about your family as far as, let me start with yourself and your wife, Nicole. How long have the two of you been married?
Approximately 29 years.
And were you together for a period of time prior to getting married?
Yes, we've known each other since we were 13, 14 years old.
And do you have any siblings, sir?
I do.
And how many siblings do you have?
I have 5 brothers and 1 sister.
And if you could, just as far as, are you the oldest?
I'm the oldest of 7, yes.
And as far as your brothers and sisters are concerned, what are their names? And if you could rank them sort of by age.
Sure, the next sibling after me is my sister Kathleen. Then I have a brother Chris, a brother Kevin, a brother Keith, a brother Brendan, and a brother Timmy.
And you and your wife, Nicole, do you have children of your own?
Yes.
And how many children do you have?
5.
And how old are they?
So my oldest daughter is 29. My son Brian is 25. My son Brendan turns 23 today. And I have twins, or we have twins that are 20 years old. Caitlin's 28. I'm sorry, I said 29.
Now, prior to living at your address in Norwood, where did you live before that?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Approximately in the house on Fairview Road, approximately 11 years.
And in total, about how long have you been a resident in Canton before moving to Norwood?
Approximately 45 years.
And that address, that's 34 Fairview Road, is that right?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship did that home or that residence have to your family before you and your wife and your kids moved in?
My parents had lived at that residence prior to us.
So you had spent some of your childhood in that house as well?
Yes.
And do you work, sir?
I did, retired now. Retired.
What did you retire from?
Boston Police Department.
And how long were you a member of the Boston Police Department?
Approximately 30 years.
And within the Boston Police Department, were you assigned to any sort of specific unit or special duties?
My last assignment, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes. My last assignment was the Boston Police Fugitive Unit.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
The 28th, I believe, was a Friday.
And when you first sort of got up on the 28th, where were you at that?
On the 28th, I was in New York City.
And why had you gone to New York?
So I went to New York for a funeral of a New York City police officer who was killed in the line of duty.
And about what time or what day did you go down to New York for that?
We went down the day before, so I believe that was Thursday.
Do you recall how it was that you got down there?
Yes, I flew to New York.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, went with you on that trip to New York for the funeral?
I flew with a friend and a coworker named Eddie Hernandez.
So another Boston police officer?
Yes.
And down in New York at that funeral, were there other members of law enforcement that you knew were familiar with and working?
Yes, there were thousands of police officers that went to the funeral.
And included within those people, you mentioned you have a brother Kevin, is that correct?
Yes.
Is he a police officer as well?
He is.
And where is he?
He's a detective in Canton, Massachusetts.
And was he down at this funeral as well?
He was.
And do you know a gentleman by the name of Brian Higgins?
Yes.
And was Brian Higgins at this funeral service as well?
Yes, he was.
And how is it that you know Brian Higgins?
So I know Brian Higgins initially from work, professional relationship. I've known him for or known of him for 10 or 15 years. And then the past few years, more recently, we worked together on a closer basis, and I became better friends with him.
And fair to say that when you became better friends with him, you also sort of socialized with him outside of work?
Yes.
Now, as far as your return trip from New York, what, if anything, happened with them?
On the return trip from New York, we drove back.
Why did you drive versus fly back when you flew?
So that weekend there was anticipated snowstorm, and I believe the flight that we were taking with JetBlue may have even been canceled. And Brian Higgins was leaving in a vehicle that morning. So we ended up driving, or after the funeral, we ended up driving with him.
And so it's yourself, Mr. Higgins, and then who, if anyone else, went with you on the drive back to Massachusetts?
Eddie Hernandez and my brother Kevin.
And when you arrived back in Massachusetts, where was it sort of specifically that you went first?
I initially went to Charlestown to pick up my vehicle.
Where was your vehicle parked in Charlestown?
It was at a police station, Charlestown Station. It's a satellite station located in Charlestown.
And that was in reference to proximity to the airport, is that correct?
Yes.
So that would have been Logan that you flew out of and intended to fly back into?
Logan Airport, yes.
And after you were dropped off with your vehicle, what kind of vehicle was that?
That was a Ford Edge.
Was that a personal vehicle or work vehicle?
Work vehicle.
And so you get dropped back off at your work vehicle. Where did you go?
So from Charlestown, I drove back towards the Canton area, and I met Brian Higgins at a restaurant bar called the Hillside.
Is that in Canton as well?
I believe so. It's on the Canton-Milton line. I believe it sits in Canton.
And what was the purpose of you and Mr. Higgins going?
After the drive home, he asked if I wanted to get some food and stop off, and I said yes.
And if you know, about what time was it that you got to the Hillside with Mr. Higgins?
I want to say around 9:30, perhaps. Not entirely sure.
When you arrived there, what did you do?
So we went into the establishment and had a drink and hung out for a while.
And did you order any food there?
I did not. I believe Brian did, though.
And while you were at the Hillside with Mr. Higgins, what, if any, communication did you receive from your wife, Nicole?
So around that time, I talked to my wife, I think more than once, and she had let me know that her and a few people were at another location in Canton, and she had asked if I wanted to come by and see them.
What was that other location?
That other location was the Waterfall.
Is that an establishment you were familiar with?
Yes,
You've been there before several times?
I had been there before, yes.
And so you drove then from the Hillside to the Waterfall?
Yes.
About how long a drive is that?
Maybe 7 minutes, between less than 10 minutes.
And so as you're going on that drive, the snow that was anticipated coming in, had that anything related to that started yet?
No, at that time, I don't recall any snow.
And in relation to the waterfall, where did you park?
In the parking lot for the Waterfall, which is adjacent to the door to go inside. So it's to the left if you're looking at the building from Washington Street.
And when you come into, now, when you left the Hillside, Mr. Higgins stayed there?
Yes, he stayed.
And when you came into the waterfall, who, if anyone, was there?
So when I walked in, I saw my wife, my oldest daughter, Caitlin. I saw my brother, Chris, his wife, Julie, my brother-in-law, Matt, and my sister-in-law, Jen.
And your brother-in-law, Matt, and your sister-in-law, Jen, their last name is McCabe, is that right?
Yes.
And if you could just explain to the jury sort of how you were related as far as what year it is.
So my brother Chris's wife is Julie, and then Nicole's sister is Jen, and then Jen's husband is Matt McCabe.
fair to say that you've probably known Jennifer McCabe about as long as you've known your wife, Nicole?
Yeah, since she was a little kid, maybe 6, 7 years old.
And you see these people, and where are they sort of situated in the water?
So there was a high top table kind of in the front area as you walk in, kind of in the middle of the room. And everybody was just kind of around the high top table.
And what, if anything, was there as far as live entertainment at the waterfall that night?
There was a band playing there.
And with reference to the people that you've just spoken, as far as your wife and your daughter specifically, were they at the high top table closer to the band or further away?
So they were on the side of the table that's, I guess, closer to the door as you come in. And then there were other people on the opposite side of the table that was closer to the bar area.
And after you came into the waterfall, went up to the group of your family, what did you order anything? What did you do?
Yeah, I kind of just said hi to everybody. I don't recall exactly, but I'm sure I ordered a drink. And then just kind of hung out with family and friends.
And following your arrival, who, if anyone else, showed up and eventually sort of joined your group?
There was another couple at the table. I don't know if they were there initially when I walked in, but there was another couple at the table whom I believed were there before I got there, but I just don't know what their names were.
Do you know how they were related to your group?
I don't. I think they're friends with Jen and Matt, but I'm not 100% sure.
And where were they situated in reference to where your wife and your daughter were?
So they were, I believe, to the right of this pretty large high top table.
So towards the other end of the table?
Yes.
And if you recall, what were you drinking that night?
I don't recall. I usually drink beer, Mick Ultra, but I can't remember that night what I was drinking.
Now, following your arrival there and you meet up with your family, were there other friends or family that eventually showed up at this establishment and joined your group?
Yes.
And who were they, sir?
So after I was there, maybe about a half hour, Brian Higgins arrived at the location.
And if you recall, what, if any, sort of communication did you have with Mr. Higgins, or how did Mr. Higgins know to come to the waterfall specifically?
Because while we were at the hillside, I had mentioned that I was going to be leaving to go to the waterfall to see my family who was already there. And I invited him to come by if he wanted to.
And at any point in time, sort of throughout the course of the day, yourself and Mr. Higgins, you had each other's sort of information and cell numbers, things like that?
Yes.
And at any point in time throughout the course of the day or the evening, did you have occasion to text or phone, call, or anything with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Now, after Mr. Higgins arrived, who, if anyone else, came into Waterfall and joined you?
Probably after about a half hour later from Brian Higgins arriving, John O'Keefe came into the waterfall with the defendant.
And that would have been probably about 11 o'clock, is that correct?
Yes.
And John O'Keefe, if you could tell the jury, well, first, did you know John O'Keefe?
So I knew John O'Keefe, but not well. I had only met him 2 times prior to that night. But I knew him to be a Boston cop, and I knew of him, and I knew some things about him.
And as far as the Boston Police Department, it's a fairly large department. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And about how many members or how many people are on Boston?
Depending on the year, I mean, sometimes it's upwards of 2,000.
And through the course of your work over the decades that you worked with the Boston Police, did you ever work with or have any professional sort of interaction with John O'Keefe?
No, I don't remember working with him directly within the Boston Police Department.
Were you aware of sort of what his role was or what he did within the Boston Police?
Yes, I knew where he worked.
And where did he work?
I believe he worked at the SORI unit, which is the Sex Offender Registry unit.
And you mentioned just briefly before that you had heard of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you had heard?
Well, I knew him to be a friend of my sister-in-law, Jen, and her husband, Matt. I knew him to be a friend of my brother, Chris, and my sister-in-law, Julie. I knew him to be a friend of my brother, Kevin's. I've heard his name mentioned multiple times, and I knew that he had a horrible couple tragedies in his family, and I knew that he stepped up and decided to take care of his niece and his nephew when they tragically lost their parents.
And how would you sort of describe your relationship with John O'Keefe at this time, January 28, 2022?
Although I didn't know him well, I considered him to be a friend, and our relationship was very, very good, cordial, and I considered him to be somebody that I could hang out with and have a good time with.
Now, you mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe walked in around 11 o'clock to the waterfall with the defendant. For clarity purposes, you're referring to Karen Reed, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
Sure. She's a female at the table in front of me with a black top on, long sleeve.
Just ask the record reflect identification.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, had you met Ms. Reed prior to that date of January 28th?
I believe I had met her one time a week prior.
And do you recall any specifics about that meeting or how it is that you came to meet her about a week prior?
I do.
And if you could explain to the jury what those circumstances were.
Sure. I met her at the hillside. I believe she was there with John a week prior.
And as far as your interaction with her on that particular evening, anything significant stand out to you?
No.
Now, when they came in, and by they, I'm sorry, I mean Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the waterfall, where did they go in relation to where you were sort of situated at the high top?
So I don't remember them actually walking in the front door. I remember them being in my general area at some point. And they went towards the other side of the table where my sister-in-law, Jen, and my brother-in-law, Matt, were standing.
And at some point, did either or both of them make their way down towards your side of the table, excuse me, and what, if any, interaction did you have?
Yes, I remember having an interaction, or more than one interaction, with John. Came over to say hello, and we had some conversation, not for too long, but yes.
Do you remember anything specific about that conversation or anything stand out to you?
No, I think we were talking mostly about work. I think he let me know that the sergeant, I guess, that worked in his unit was leaving, or left, or transferred. And, he was jokingly saying that I should try to get a job over it where he works.
And as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if any, conversation or interaction did you have?
I don't remember having any interaction with her whatsoever.
Now, as far as when Mr. O'Keefe came over, what, if anything, did you observe as far as what he was wearing, clothing, anything like that?
I don't really remember what he was wearing for clothing. I believe he had a baseball hat on. Other than that, I can't remember his clothing.
And specifically, do you recall anything as far as like a winter jacket or a big coat or anything like that?
I can't say. I wasn't really paying attention to what he was wearing. I don't know.
And as far as just his general features, as far as what you could observe, what, if any, sort of injuries or anything did you observe on his person at that time?
I observed no injuries at that time.
And over the course of the evening, you had a couple of interactions with Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe we talked a few times, kind of hung out, stood next to each other for a while, like you normally would do at a bar restaurant.
And is the band playing while this is going on, is that correct?
Yes, the band was there. I believe they took a break here and there, but they were there for the night.
Now, Mr. Albert, how would you describe sort of the general mood or demeanor of the group while you were at the waterfall then?
In one word, it would be fun. Everybody was in a great mood. People were getting along. It was friends and family, and it was just seemed like a great night.
And do you recall about what time things started to wind down or things started to sort of end for the evening?
I believe the band stopped playing probably, close to 12, and things started winding down, a little before 12.
And if you know, from the group that you just described at the high top table that you were a part of, what was sort of the order in which people left the establishment, starting with the first?
So I believe the first to leave was myself, my wife, Nicole, my daughter, Caitlin, and Brian Higgins left at that time as well.
And had anybody left from your group prior to when, I'm sorry, so the bar starts to wind down around 12, correct?
Yes.
Prior to the bar winding down, had anybody from your group left before that?
I didn't remember or notice that. I'm not sure.
And so the first to sort of leave from your group when the bar is winding down is yourself, Mr. Higgins, your wife, and your daughter.
Yes.
And when you exit the establishment, where do you go?
Into the parking lot to my vehicle.
Let me take you back just for a moment back into the waterfall. During the course of the evening, what, if any, conversation was had by you or amongst the group that you observed as far as where to go next, or what were you doing following the waterfall?
Okay, so there was some conversation relative to people going to my brother's sub shop, which is across the street, and he was maybe going to make some pizzas for people if they were hungry. So that was discussed.
And did that end up happening?
No, some people didn't want to go over there, and for whatever reason, it just didn't happen.
And beyond that, was there anything else that was discussed as far as where to go after the waterfall?
Yes.
And what was that?
So it ended up being my son Brian's 23rd birthday. So at 12 o'clock, he would be 23. So there was some discussion about if anybody wanted to go by the house to kind of say happy birthday to him. And I know my wife, Nicole, mentioned it to Jen and Matt, and it was said, I believe, in the group where we were standing.
And so was that sort of an open invitation that was extended to pretty much anybody that was around the high top table?
Yeah, sure. Anybody that was there was welcome to come by if they wanted to.
And as far as you knew, as far as awareness of who was coming over to your house at 34th Fairview, who from the group were you aware of coming over?
I don't really remember the responses. I don't think I knew for sure if anybody was going to come, except Brian Higgins said he would come by.
And he had left around the same time as you?
Yes.
And had Brian Higgins been to your house before?
I believe he was at my house for a high school graduation party.
And high school graduation probably in the spring, is that correct?
It would have been the summer prior to that time. So my twins were graduating high school, and we had something at the house, and it was spring, summer of the year prior.
And around that time, so that would have been 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
So around that time, there was still sort of vestiges or whatever of the COVID pandemic. Is that correct?
Yes, actually, that was just getting over, I think.
And so where was this graduation party at your house? Was that inside your house or outside your house or something?
It was actually out back. It was more of a cookout type thing.
And so as far as you can recall, prior to January 28, 2022, had Mr. Higgins been physically sort of inside your house for anything beyond using that?
Besides that graduation party, I don't believe he had ever been at my house. I'm sure he walked into the house, to use the bathroom or something that day, but I didn't really notice, whether he went in there or not.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, there's just a couple of very short clips that I'd like to publish with this witness in reference to what's been marked as Exhibit 53, video from the waterfall. Gilman, with reference to channel 3, if I could have the fourth video now. And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to 18 minutes and 50 seconds. Now, Mr. Albert, directing your attention up to the screen to your right here. Do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
The waterfall.
And this is, at least according to the timestamp, about 11:57 p.m. on the 28th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what's up there, is that, to the best of your recollection, a fair and accurate portrayal of what the inside of the waterfall looked like, absent sort of the quality of the video?
Yes.
And sir, I believe there should be a laser pointer on the desk before you. If you just press that button and point at the screen. What I'm going to ask you to do is, if you could draw the jury's attention to who, if anyone, within this sort of still frame of the video that you recognize, if any.
With the time band across the top there, I can't really. I can see some people around the table that we were standing, which would be this table area here. Tough for me to say from here who everybody is. I believe that's Brian Higgins there, but I'm not 100%.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play this, and what I'm going to ask you to ultimately play is up to the 19 minute and 58 seconds. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause it there. Now, Mr. Albert, from what you observe up there, as far as the door that you came in and came out of on that evening, do you see generally where that door is?
Yes.
And if you could direct the jury's attention to where on the video screen it is.
Doors this way.
And from just prior to in this video, we're now stopped at the 11:57 and 50-second mark. You see a group sort of making their way towards that front door. Is that correct?
Yes.
And from this vantage point, are you able to recognize any of the people in that group that made their way towards the door?
Yes, I believe I saw my wife, my daughter here maybe, and then I think I'm over here. But again, it's a little grainy, and I can't really see great from here. And I saw Brian Higgins, but I don't know if he's in here somewhere.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If you could just press play again for about 30 some odd seconds. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You could take that down, and then Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for one other video from channel 1, the second one down. If I could ask you to fast forward that to about 5 minutes and 10 seconds. And ultimately, I'm going to ask you to play it from 5 minutes and 10 seconds to 5 minutes and 50 seconds. If you could press play now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Generally speaking, what was just played up on the screen, Mr. Albert, do you recognize what that is?
Yeah, it looks like the exit of the waterfall, and we're kind of walking out.
The same group that was just walking to the front door, now walking out the front door and into the parking lot?
Yes, and I believe there was somebody else there. I don't know if it was somebody from the band or looks like a different person out front there.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Now, Mr. Albert, when you get to the parking lot, you get in the vehicle and you drive to your house, is that right?
Yes,
Okay, and specifically, you're the one driving, is that correct?
yes.
And who is in your car with you on the drive back?
My wife Nicole and my daughter Caitlin.
And about how far a drive is it from the waterfall to your house?
I would say five minutes.
And the weather, as far as when you walk out, get in the car, and then start driving, what, if anything, had changed about the weather from the time you came into the waterfall to the time you came out?
Yeah, so it had started snowing a little bit more heavily. You can kind of see that on that second video. So the ground was beginning to be, coated, it looked like.
So coating on the ground, but could you, as you were driving, could you still sort of see the blacktop of the roadway?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you get to your house, and what, if anything, happens sort of as you're coming into your driveway?
It looks like that, had looked like Brian had gotten there first, Brian Higgins, and he was backing out so I could pull my car in.
And as far as the vehicle that Mr. Higgins was driving on that evening from the waterfall, was that the same vehicle that he had driven with you back from New York?
No.
And what kind of vehicle was the one that he was driving back from New York, and what kind of vehicle was the one he was driving that night?
So the one back from New York, he was driving a full-size pickup truck. I'm not sure what make or model, but it had a cab on the back, and I believe it's gray. And then that night later in the night at the waterfall, he had a Jeep Wrangler vehicle that I believe is white, but I'm not 100%.
So he had arrived at your house before you, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said it looked like he had done something to the driveway?
He may have skimmed. Yeah, he had a plow on his truck, and I think he may have plowed the driveway and then pulled out, and then we pulled in.
And as far as vehicles at your house, how many around this time in January 22, between yourself, your wife, kids, how many vehicles did you have?
I believe 3.
And what type of vehicles, and who was sort of the primary driver with regard to those?
So I had we had a Ford Explorer, a Cadillac SUV. It's a smaller SUV that my wife Nicole drives, and the Ford Edge that I already spoke of, and I believe we had one more vehicle that one of my kids drove at that time. And I'm just trying to remember. It might have been an Escape, maybe a Ford Escape. Someone could have had that at college. Someone could have had that at school. So I don't remember if it was there that night or not.
So all the vehicles were essentially like SUV type vehicles.
Yes, we didn't own any sedans or any cars.
Now, as far as when you pull into the driveway, the house at 34 Fairview has this 2-car garage?
Yes.
And is the garage something that you or other members of your family would utilize as far as parking vehicles?
No. So unfortunately, we didn't use the garage a lot because we kind of used it for storage, and we had a lot of stuff out there. So we very seldom used it.
And if you recall, as you're pulling into the driveway, did you pull into the left side, the right side, or?
I believe I pulled in on the left side of the driveway.
And you mentioned that Mr. Higgins had sort of scooped with the plow like in the driveway and then parked on the street. Do you recall where in relation to your house or your driveway he parked?
So no, I don't remember where Brian Higgins parked. I remember him pulling out so I could pull in, and then I didn't really see where he parked.
And you then go into your house, is that correct?
Yes.
And are all of you, and by all of you, I mean yourself, your wife, your daughter, and Mr. Higgins all sort of coming in around the same time?
Basically, yes.
When you come into your house, do you recall how many doors in the front of the house are there?
So we have 2 front doors.
And one would be sort of by some steps, is that correct?
There's actually steps on both doors, but one of them is, I guess, considered the front door with a large set of steps.
And they would be sort of brick steps, is that right?
Yes.
And that leads into a foyer area of the house?
Yes.
And the other door, where does that lead?
So the other door opens up right into the we call it the family room, but right into the family room den area.
And do you recall specifically which door you utilized on that evening to go into the house?
I believe I went in the door on the right, which goes into the den. Not really sure what other doors people used.
And when you came into the house, who, if anyone, was present beyond the people that you would come in with?
So my son Brian was home. He had 2 friends, I believe, Julie and Sarah.
And these were people that you had known as friends of your son from prior vacation?
I didn't know Sarah. I had met Julie once or twice.
And as you were walking in, who, if anyone else, beyond your son and his 2 friends?
And my nephew Colin.
That'd be Colin Albert, is that correct?
Yes, Chris and Julie's son Colin.
About how old was Colin around then?
I believe he was just about 18. 17, 18. He's in high school.
So you're still in high school at the time?
Yes.
And when you walk in, where was Colin in relation to your son and the 2 girls that he was with?
He was just kind of standing in the kitchen with Brian and the 2 girls. Brian and the 2 girls were at the kitchen table, and Colin was just kind of standing there.
And from the time that you arrived home, how long was Colin at your house?
No more than 5 minutes.
And where did he go?
He left. He just said he was getting picked up.
He said he was getting picked up, and a few minutes later, he left your house.
Yes, I went and used the bathroom. I came out and he was gone.
Now, at some point subsequent to that, who, if anyone else, arrived or showed up at your house?
After Colin left the house?
Yes.
Nobody else arrived at the house.
Your sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, at some point, did they come by?
Yes, I thought you were referring to after they showed up.
So my question is, do you know whether or not when Jennifer McCabe and Matthew McCabe arrived at your house, was Colin still there?
I don't know if he was still there or not. I believe he left before they came, but I'm not 100%.
So you come home and you go to use the restroom, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you go to use the restroom, Colin's there, correct?
Yes.
And the McCabe's are not?
They are not.
When you come back from the restroom, Colin's not there?
Yes, Colin was gone.
And the McCabe's are there?
No, I don't believe they had arrived yet.
Okay. So they arrived sometime after Colin had left?
Yes.
And over the course of that evening of the 28th into the early morning of the 29th, did anybody else come into your house, or did anybody else come into your house at any point?
No.
Now, in addition to yourself, your wife, and your son, did you have any pets at that time?
Yeah, yes, we did.
Okay. And what kind of pet did you have?
We had a dog.
And what kind of dog was that?
So it was a German Shepherd mix.
And what was the name of the dog?
Chloe.
And how long had you and your family had the dog?
We had Chloe for approximately, at that time, maybe 6 or 7 years.
Do you recall how you got the dog or where you got the dog from?
The dog was from a shelter in Dallas, Texas, actually.
So essentially a rescue dog, is that correct?
Yes, rescue dog.
And when you got home after you went to the bathroom, what, if anything, did you do with reference to the dog?
At some point, I went upstairs to grab the dog and let her out back to use the bathroom.
And so when you would take the dog out, or when anybody would take the dog out to use the bathroom, how would that be accomplished? So what I'm asking is, would the dog be on a leash, or would it be let out in the yard? Or
No, so the backyard's fenced in, so I would open up the back door and she can go out, use the bathroom, and come back inside.
so the entirety of your backyard, that's a fenced-in backyard, is that correct?
Yes.
And beyond that fence, as far as the abutting, what sort of abuts the back of your property?
So behind the back fence, there's a railroad track. I believe it's a commuter rail that's behind the fence.
And is there any sort of opening or way to open the back of that fence to get in sort of any wooded area between your house and the tracks?
Yes, there's a gate back there.
And the gate, as far as when you let the dog out in the back that night, did you stay with the dog while the dog was outside?
I stayed at the doorway, and the dog went to the bathroom and then ran right back in.
So about how long was the dog outside?
She was out back for maybe 2 or 3 minutes.
So went outside, went to the bathroom, came back in?
Yes.
And when the dog came back inside the house, where did the dog go?
So the dog kind of walked around in the kitchen for a few minutes, and then I took her upstairs.
And when you took her upstairs, where upstairs did you take her?
So the dog liked to sleep in our room, mine and my wife's room. So a lot of times she would go up there on her own. Sometimes I would walk her up, and I walked her up to our bedroom.
And at any point in time for the remainder of that evening or the early morning, did the dog go outside at all?
No.
And you mentioned that there are train tracks that run sort of close to your property, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that just the commuter rail, or does the Acela go by, or anything else?
I believe there is, in addition to the commuter rail, there's other trains that use that track, yes.
And how often, sort of on a daily basis, do trains go by your house on Fairview Road?
So it depends, I guess, schedule-wise, if it's the middle of the week or if it's the weekend. But, on any given day, they can go by 5 or 6 times, morning, more towards the rush hour times, morning, at night, and then sometimes at night and sometimes during the day. So really all day and night.
And when the trains go by, about how loud is that as far as from your house?
So it's loud, although having lived there for a period of time, I feel like at least I'm kind of immune to the sound. I don't really hear it as much anymore.
So something essentially based on how long you've lived there, you really don't even hear it anymore?
Not really, no.
Now, you let the dog out, you bring the dog back upstairs, and then where did you go from there?
So after I brought the dog up, I just came back down and hung out with everybody else.
And where within your house was everybody else sort of sitting?
So everybody was in the kitchen, and then we have a connecting dining room, but it's opened. It's only, a difference of 5 feet. And then we have the family room den that's adjacent to the kitchen, but they're all close proximity.
So the kitchen and the dining room are sort of the same room, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as what if anything is between the kitchen and dining room and the living room that you were talking about?
So there's a wall, but there's a doorway. So there's really no barrier to go from the kitchen dining room into the family room.
So if somebody's standing in the family room and somebody's standing in the kitchen dining area, they can sort of see each other?
Yes.
Now, in the kitchen area where everybody was, or in the kitchen dining room area, do you recall sort of where people were and what they were doing around that time?
Yeah, I think people were just sitting around, having drinks. Someone had a speaker and they were listening to music and just talking and hanging out.
And as far as the sort of group and sort of the overall mood or demeanor of the group back at the house, how would you describe that?
Pleasant, fun. Everybody was having a good time. We were wishing Brian a happy birthday and everything was going great.
And at any point in time, while this was all going on, did you, other than your situation with the dog, Was there any point in time where you were not with the group in the kitchen dining area?
No, I was there basically for the whole night, except I think at one point I may have shown Brian Higgins some photos that were in my son's room that were upstairs.
And what kind of photos are we talking?
So my son Jack, who's one of the twins, was in the Marines or is in the Marines, and we had put some plaques and some stuff in his room upstairs. And Brian Higgins was prior military, as am I, and I thought he would want to see the photos, so I had him look at them.
And that period of time that you were outside of sort of the kitchen dining room area looking at the photos with Mr. Higgins, about how long a period of time are we talking?
Very, very quickly, 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes.
Now, at some point over the course of that morning, things started to sort of wind down at your home. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And about what time was that things started to wind down and people started to leave?
I think Brian left at around 1:30. I believe he was the first to leave. And then others left after that.
When you say others left after that, after Mr. Higgins left your house, where did you go?
So after Brian left, I had gone upstairs and hung out and watched TV up in my bedroom.
You had a long day that day, is that fair to say?
Yes, I had the funeral in New York that morning. We had the long drive back, and we had been out, and now we're hanging out at my house, and it had been a long day, yes.
And so at any point in time, after you went upstairs, after Mr. Higgins left, did you come back downstairs at all?
Yes, I think I popped back down at one point just to see kind of how long people were going to be there, and then went back up.
When you popped back down, how many people were still there?
I think Jen and Matt was still there, and the Brian's two friends were still there, and my daughter Caitlin.
Now, as far as beyond Mr. Higgins when he left, was there any other occasion that you can recall where somebody from your house went outside and then came back?
Yes.
And who was that?
So while we were hanging out, I believe the girl Julie Nagel's brother came to the house. I never saw him, but I could hear them saying that he was out front. And I think Julie Nagel had walked outside to talk to him.
And at some point after she walked outside, she came back inside, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how long a period of time, if you know, was she outside?
I didn't really pay attention to how long it was. I don't think it was that long.
And as far as the outside of your house, after you had let Chloe out and back in, what, if any, observations did you make outside of your house? Did you look out? Did you see anything outside of the house?
Just that we have windows in the back of the kitchen area. You could just see that it was snowing.
Is that sort of like a bay window in the kitchen?
Yes, it's a large bay window in the kitchen.
When you look out the bay window in the kitchen, what part of your property does that face?
So it's the backyard. You can see the backyard. The bulkhead is right under that bay window, and you pretty much have a view of the whole backyard if it's in the daytime. But it was obviously a little dark.
So can you see the front of the house at any part of the front of the house when you're looking out the bay window?
No.
So at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you look out front to see anything out in front of your house?
No.
Now, at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you hear anything from front of the house, the back of the house, anywhere around the house that drew your attention outside?
No.
Now, at any point in time during the evening, did you know or did you become aware of either John O'Keefe or the defendant Karen Reed coming over to your house?
No.
And at no point in time over the course of that evening or the early morning there, did John O'Keefe or Karen Reed physically come into your house?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed never entered my house.
And so you go up to bed, and the group is still sort of downstairs, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, your wife, Nicole, you share a bedroom with, did she come upstairs?
Yes.
And do you know about what time that was?
It was probably 2-ish. Not exactly sure, but around 2 or 2 o'clock.
And the doors to your house, as far as the front doors and the back doors, what is sort of the situation with regard to locking the doors before everybody goes to bed?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. With, when you lived at 34 Fairview Road, there were a number of doors to the house, including 2 doors in the front, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how was that, let me ask you this. Would it be unusual for the front doors of your house to remain unlocked overnight?
No.
Is that something that happened on occasion where people were supposed to lock the doors but didn't lock the doors?
Yes, from time to time, the doors, people would just forget to lock them, or we just didn't lock them.
And so your wife comes up to your bedroom about 2 a.m. or so. As far as you knew, was everybody else had left the house at that point?
Yes.
And you're up for a period of time with your wife, is that correct?
Yes.
And over the course of that time, so sort of following 2 o'clock in the morning, do you recall any sort of phone call or phone conversation with Mr. Higgins or anybody else?
No.
And at some point you fall asleep, do you recall about when that was?
I don't, but it was obviously after 2 because that's when she came upstairs, watched TV, and kind of hung out together for a while, and then went to sleep.
And the dog, Chloe, was she up in the room where you had brought her up before?
Yes.
She was there overnight, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to later on that morning or beginning of that morning, the daytime morning of January 29th. Obviously, at some point you wake up, correct?
Yes.
And what is it that wakes you up on that morning?
I was awoken that morning to my sister-in-law, Jen, had burst into my room.
And do you know about what time that was?
It was early in the morning, between 6 and 6:30, I would say.
And fair to say that's not a normal occurrence?
No.
And when she burst into your room, can you describe her demeanor or sort of how she appeared when she first came?
She was very upset, almost hysterical.
And what, if anything, did she say when she came in?
She said something to the effect, John is dead.
Objection.
Next question, please, sustain.
Did you know who she was referring to when she initially comes into your room?
I initially did not.
And at some point during the course of that conversation, does Ms. McCabe make reference to going downstairs?
Yes.
And prior to that, not the content of the conversation, but as far as the length of the conversation, about how long was that length of the conversation that occurred in your bedroom between yourself, Ms. McCabe, and your wife?
Probably a minute.
And the demeanor that you described as far as Ms. McCabe was concerned is almost hysterical. Was that continuous throughout that initial conversation?
Yes. She was very upset.
And who, if anyone, did she indicate was downstairs, or why did you go downstairs?
She said that the police.
This I'm going to allow you with that foundation.
Go ahead.
She said that the police were downstairs.
And so you went downstairs to talk to them?
Yes.
And when you go downstairs, what do you see when you get to sort of the bottom of the stairs?
I saw a Canton police officer downstairs.
So inside your house at that point?
Yes.
And the door to your house, was it still open or shut or something?
I don't remember.
And the Canton police officer that's inside your home, did you recognize him?
Yes.
And who did you recognize him?
Last name Lank. So Officer Lank.
Was he someone that you were familiar with?
I knew who he was. Yes.
Did you socialize or friends or anything like that?
I didn't socialize with him. I knew him to be a Canton police officer. I had met him, multiple times, and I knew him to to know my brother Chris.
And so knew him is essentially what I'm asking, knew him in a professional capacity, personal capacity, or a little bit of both?
I would say more of a professional capacity, and I knew of him, but did not hang out with him socially.
And initially, when you first see Officer Lang, is he by himself, or who, if any, other officers are with him?
I believe initially he was by himself.
Did another officer join yourself and Officer Lang at some point?
Yes, I believe another officer came into the house.
You know who that officer is?
I don't.
And as far as them coming into your house, they were welcome in your house? You didn't say get out or close the door or anything like that?
No, of course they were welcome in my house.
And where did you go with the officer sort of in your house? Where did you spoke with the officer, I'm presuming?
Yes, we spoke in the kitchen area.
And when you're speaking with the officer in the kitchen area, who is there?
So my wife, Nicole, her sister, Jen, and I believe Jen's husband, Matt, arrived almost the same time that I came downstairs, maybe a minute after.
And how long a period of time was this conversation that occurred in the kitchen?
I don't remember the exact time. I wouldn't want to guess. I don't remember. He was 10, 15, 20 minutes maybe initially.
And when you say initially, was there a subsequent conversation that occurred after that?
Yes. The Officer Lank returned to the house sometime after that.
And when he returned sometime after that, was he alone or was there another officer?
I believe that time he was with Lieutenant Gallagher, perhaps.
And were you familiar with Lieutenant Gallagher prior to that one?
I knew who Lieutenant Gallagher was on a professional level. I had not hung out with them on a social level.
And again, they were welcomed into your home and you spoke with them, is that correct?
Yes, the second time they were there, they were invited back to the house via a phone call.
And that second conversation within your house, where did that?
Same area, family room, kitchen area.
And if you know about how long a period of conversation was that second come back to the house?
That may have been longer, maybe a half hour.
Now, going back to sort of that initial conversation, as far as, so it's yourself, it's Mr. and Mrs. McCabe, your wife, and then the police, is that correct?
Myself, my wife, Nicole, my sister-in-law, Jen, her husband, Matt, had arrived, and the police, yes.
And in between that first speaking with the police and the second time that the police came back to your house, who, if anyone, did you call or notify in regard to the situation that was going on in front of you?
I called Brian Higgins.
Why did you call Brian?
Because I think it was important for him to know what was going on and that what had happened.
And as far as you knew with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, what, if any, relationship, friendship, anything were you aware of between Mr. Higgins and either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
I was not aware too much about a relationship with Brian and either person. Brian had mentioned maybe even that night that he was friendly and knew John. I knew of no relationship between Brian and the defendant.
And following your conversation with Mr. Higgins, who, if anyone else, came over your house?
So Brian Higgins eventually came over to my house. And my sister-in-law, Julie, also arrived at my house.
And do you know why your sister-in-law, Julie, came by your house?
Yes.
And why was that?
So she has a routine that when it's someone's birthday, she likes to come by and bring like coffee and donuts. So it was Brian's birthday that night. So my sister-in-law, Julie, was coming by to drop off some donuts and coffee, I think.
And where was Julie when you first saw her that
She was out front in the driveway.
And what, if anything, did you ask Julie to do when you saw her out in the driveway?
I asked her to come inside.
And when she came inside, is that when you informed her of what had happened?
Yes, I don't know if it was necessarily me that informed her, but people that were there were explaining to her what happened. It was a very, very chaotic, unbelievably chaotic morning.
And as far as when that was described to your sister-in-law, Julie, how would you describe sort of her demeanor or her reaction to the news regarding Mr. Oates?
Shock. That's how I would describe it. Everybody's reaction that morning was utter shock. And she was upset and looked very, very in shock.
And so the second time that the Canton police officers come back to your home, who was there at that point?
I know I was there for sure. My wife, Nicole, Jen, her husband, Matt. Brian Higgins may have been there at that time. And I'm not sure about Julie. Julie at one point left the house, and I think she came back later in the morning, but so I'm not sure if she was there.
And at some point when your sister-in-law, Julie, came back to your house, who, if anyone, came to your house with her?
Her husband, my brother Chris, who's her husband.
Was this before or after the second time that the police had been in?
I believe they came back after the second time, but I'm not 100% sure. The first time that Julie came with the coffee, the police were not there.
Now, when you first sort of get up and come downstairs and the police they're basically in your doorway, is that correct?
Yes.
Could you see outside as far as what was going on outside at that time?
Not from downstairs, but I had looked out the window after Jen had come up into my room and explained what had happened, and before I went downstairs.
When you looked out your window from your bedroom, what did you see?
I could see at least one police vehicle. I could see that there was something going on out front, and that was about it. And I just went straight downstairs.
At that time that you looked out your window, did you see either an ambulance or a fire truck out there?
I don't remember if I saw a ambulance. There were emergency vehicles out there, but I can't remember exactly which types.
And at any point in time, at that time or subsequent throughout the course of the day, did you go out to that area of your yard where you saw the cruisers and the sort of lights?
No.
And why?
I didn't see that there was a reason to go out to that area. The police had already been in my house. They had already talked to us about what was going on. It was a snowstorm at that point. They were trying to conduct an investigation, and I didn't want to interfere with it or have anything to do with it.
Now, as far as what you're learning, sort of when Jennifer McCabe first comes sort of urging in into your bedroom at 6 to 6:30 in the morning, at any point around there were you made aware of where John O'Keefe was at that point?
Yes.
And what were you made aware?
I was made aware that he was taken to the hospital.
So by the time that you're awoken by Mrs. McCabe, John O'Keefe is, to your knowledge, not outside.
To my knowledge, I believed he was on the way to the hospital.
Now, later on in the course of that day, at some point, did you have occasion to speak with some troopers from the state police?
Yes.
And if you recall, who is it that you spoke with?
So I spoke with Trooper, last name Proctor, and then another trooper, and I don't know the last name, first name Yuri.
Would it be Sergeant Buchanan?
It could be.
And had you met either of those troopers prior to that date?
I had never met Trooper Proctor. I had met Trooper I forget, what is the last name?
You met Trooper
Yuri. I had met him once or twice before.
Was that in a professional capacity?
Yes.
And where did you speak with him on that day?
At my sister-in-law Jen's house.
And if you recall, about what time of day was it that you spoke with him?
It was late morning, early afternoon, the day of the incident. So I don't know the exact time. Before noon, I think.
And why was it that later on that day that you were over your sister-in-law Jennifer McCabe?
Well, my sister-in-law Jen and her husband Matt were leaving my house. My sister-in-law was distraught. I wanted to be comforting to them and be there for them if they needed anything, and I drove to their house.
And this is, and speaking of your sister-in-law Jennifer, this is someone you've known since she was how old?
7 years old. She's like a little sister to me.
And at the point that you're going over to the house, did you know that there were going to be troopers from the state police over at the house?
Yes.
And fair to say they asked to talk to you, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know who, if anyone else, they spoke to at your sister-in-law's house that day?
I believe they spoke with Jen, my sister-in-law Jen, and then her husband Matt, and then myself.
And so was that done sort of in a group setting, or was it separate or something?
Separate.
And so they spoke to you in one area of the house while Jennifer and Matthew McCabe were in another area of the house, and vice versa for you?
Yes, I spoke with them at the dining room table, and Jen and Matt were not present. I believe they may have been upstairs or somewhere else in the house.
And if you know, where were you when the troopers were talking to either Jennifer McCabe or Matt?
So I was upstairs when they were being spoken to.
So I may have one moment, Joan.
Yes.
May I approach her?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of 8 photographs and ask you to review them and look up.
Sure.
So what I've just presented you with been previously marked as exhibits 58 through 65, and generally speaking, you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize?
So the photos appear to be the front yard in front of my old house at 34 Fairview Road.
And from those photographs, they appear to be a fair and accurate portrayal of what your house and your yard looked like around that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish those for the jury to discuss with the witness briefs.
Okay, you can put them up, Ms. Gilman.
Ms. Gilman, if you could start with exhibit 58. Mr. Albert, sir, there should be on the desk in front of you a laser pointer. Actually, we already talked.
I have that, yes.
So what's up on the screen currently, do you recognize, is that what's depicted in exhibit 58?
Let's see. I have them out of order here. Just give me 1 sec. So yes, this looks like the photo exhibit 58 that you handed me.
And this is a photograph of your house, sort of, if I'm standing on the street to the left side of the property, correct?
Yes.
And on this sort of left side of your property, let me ask you this first. As far as between the roadway of Fairview Road and your front lawn, is there anything there as far as a sidewalk or anything like that?
No, there's no sidewalk. So the grass area goes right to the curb, and then there's the street.
And the curb that's in between the grass and the roadway, is that like a straight curb, a straight edge curb, granite curbing, or like rounded curbing? How would you describe that?
I would just describe it as a regular curbing. It's not granite. It's the color is black, so it seems like a tar curbing.
And in this area of the left side of your property, what if anything of note is sort of in that area of the property?
So in that area of the property, first of all, that's basically the property line from the neighbor's house. If you're staring at my house from the front, the neighbor to the left, that's the property line area. But there's a fire hydrant there. There is a flagpole with the American flag and the Marine Corps flag. And there is we call it like an electrical box, but I'm not sure what the purpose of it is.
And so for all the years that you've lived there, either as a child or as an adult, you really don't know what that electrical box does or what it is?
Yes, I don't know if it's operable. Sometimes the door is open. If it's windy, the door of the box blows open, and sometimes it's closed, and we don't really have much to do with it.
And the general area where, when you looked out the window in your bedroom on the morning of the 29th, as far as where you saw the police vehicles or the cruisers, do you see that in this photograph?
Yes, that's the same general area.
The same general area as you were describing with the fire hydrant, flagpole, things like that.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit 59. And again, sir, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you?
What was it, 59? Yes.
And from this photograph, sir, this is again a picture of your residence around the time of January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say this is taken after some of the snow has sort of melted from the storm before? If you can tell.
Yes, it appears that there's less snow in the front there.
So less snow than what you saw when you looked out your window or at some later point on the 29th.
Yes.
And from this photograph, if you could just direct the jury's attention to the driveway and the garages and sort of where is that located?
So my driveway was this area right here, and that's the garage doors.
And from within this photograph as well, you mentioned that there were sort of two doors to the front of your house, one that leads into a foyer area and the other leads into a living room of some kind. If you could direct the jury's attention to where each of those doors would be on the house.
Sure. So the door right here we consider it the front door, and that goes into a foyer area. And then, not from this photo, you can't really see it, but there's a door in this, I guess, breezeway area, and that opens up into the family room.
And one last thing from this photograph, sir, if the window that you were looking out, see that window in this photograph as well, and can you draw the jury's attention?
Yes, I believe it would be this one right here. Yeah, in the corner.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit, number 60.
You say 60?
60. And so what's up on the screen, do you recognize that as what you have before you as exhibit 60?
Yes.
And from this photograph, as far as the roadway and the sort of width of the road from the curb to the double yellow line there, is that generally what it was on January 29th, that's what the roadway looked like?
The morning of the 29th?
Well, the morning of the 29th, it was snow, correct?
Right. So the roadway, I believe, would have had some snow on it.
So what I'm asking is when you came home that evening or the early morning of the 29th, is that essentially what the roadway looked like, absent whatever the snow was covered?
Yes.
The next photograph, Ms. Gillen. And again, now looking at what is Exhibit 61, is that correct, sir?
1 second. Yes.
This is essentially a closer up image of the area of the fire hydrant and electrical box and the flagpole that we were talking about before.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph. And again, what's up on the screen, this would be, and I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Is this 62?
62. It appears to be, yes, 62.
So you were mentioning earlier in your testimony that the area where you saw the police cruisers when you looked out the window in the morning of the 29th was near sort of where your property abuts the neighboring property, correct?
Yes.
And do you happen to know what number that next door neighbor's house is? Up or down from 34?
I honestly don't. I don't know what number that is.
And you see sort of the property line in between your house and the next door neighbor's house?
Yes, I believe that row of trees is the property line.
So the row of evergreen trees there is sort of where it delineates between your property and the next door neighbor?
Yes, they appear to be in line from almost the street to the white fence.
And that white fence sort of in the back right of that photograph, is that the fence that you were talking about before that encloses your backyard?
Yes.
And the next photograph is coming, number 63. Again, this is just another photograph of sort of that area of your yard, is that correct?
1 second. Sorry. Yes.
Now, with reference to this area of the yard at your house when you were living there at 34 Fairview Road, is that an area of the yard that would be of particular use, or did you go in that area of the yard all that much?
No, we didn't really use that area too often. There's a large wood chip bed. You can't see it because of the snow, but it kind of covers that area. So we don't really go over there that often.
And now, so with reference to this area of the yard, was there any sort of overhead, like ambient lighting, street lights, anything like that in that area?
No, so that's a very dark part of the yard. There's no street light there at all.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman. Mr. Albert, I believe this would be number 64, is that correct?
Yes.
And with reference to this, can you describe to the jury what are we looking at in this particular photograph, Exhibit 64?
So that's the front right door, I guess you could say, to the house. And again, you can't see the door, but it's inside that breezeway area to the left.
If you could, just using the laser pointer directly.
Oh, yeah. So the door would be right in here.
And from the driveway leading up to that front door area you were talking about with the foyer once you get in, what, if anything, is sort of leading you up to the steps there?
To the other door?
To the other door, the front.
There's a brick walkway.
So brick walkway leading up the brick steps into the foyer area of your house.
Yes.
And the last in this set, Ms. Gilman, Mr. Albert, this would be number 65. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize?
So that's the picture of the ground in front of the fire hydrant, which is to the left front of my yard.
You can take that down. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Albert, with the days that sort of followed from January 29th, as far as your home was concerned, what, if any, sort of police presence did you observe or notice sort of in that area in the front yard of your home?
So over the course of the next couple of days, there were emergency vehicles and police personnel that day and days following in front of the house.
So later on in the afternoon of the 29th and continuing on for days after, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather was concerned between the date of the 29th and the days that the police presence was outside of your house?
I believe it rained a few times during that time.
And as far as the snow that had been piled up on your front lawn, what, if anything, was occurring with the snow as the days went on following the 29th?
I believe so. Some of the snow was shoveled out, I believe, during the crime scene, and then some of the snow was just dissipating due to the fact that it was melting and it had rained a bunch of days.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to your house, and obviously at some point you moved from the house on Fairview in Canton to North, correct?
Yes.
And when was that sort of first discussed between you and your wife as far as selling the house?
That was discussed in October, November of, it would have been 2021.
What was it that sort of precipitated that discussion as far as selling the house?
Around that time, and it was post-COVID, the housing market seemed really good. And my brother, Chris, had sold his house, was in the process, and ultimately sold his house around that time. He got a great deal on it. I had known some other people that had sold around that time. And it was a little early for us because our children weren't all necessarily gone yet, but it was close and we thought we could get a good deal for the house. So that's when we started exploring it.
And who, if anyone, did your brother Christopher put you in touch with?
So he put me in touch with a realtor that ultimately sold his house.
And at some point you sold the house?
I did.
And when was that?
So we didn't end up selling until April of 2023.
And as far as prior to selling a house, what, if any, did the sale of your house have anything to do with what occurred there on January 29, 2020?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, just one moment now.
Yes.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Can I see counsel at sidebar for just a second, please?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so Jules, rather than start cross-examination of Mr. Albert, we're going to let you break for the day. And I did want to give you some scheduling updates because there have been questions from you folks and requests. So originally, next week will be a full week. We're here every day next week. Again, Monday, Wednesday, Friday will be full days. I'd like us to pick up the pace a little bit here. No repetitive testimony so that we can move things along. But we are moving things along. So Monday, Wednesday, and Friday will be full days. Tuesdays and Thursday next week will be half days. The week I wanted to address with you, where we were already going to be off the 29th and 31st of that week. There's been a request and it makes sense. We will now take the 29th, 30th, and 31st off rather than have you folks come in. So you'll get 3 full days, sort of maybe in the middle of this trial, to be able to just kind of regroup. And I figured everybody would welcome those days, but I am going to ask you to give us a full day on the 28th. So think about that this weekend. So the Tuesday will be a full day, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you'll be down. Okay. June 7th, we're off. We will end June 6th at noon instead of 1 o'clock. Okay. All right. So I do have to give you those 3 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. I always like to tell jurors, just leave everything here. Your notebooks, literally, figuratively, just leave it here. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you Monday morning.
Rise for the jury.
But like towards.
Thank you, Judge Cannoni, for, let's call it the Lally rules, stop him from asking repetitive questions, which he does tend to do on witnesses. I know there's probably a reason for it, but it is frustrating on a long trial. So thankfully, Judge Cannoni's a little late, but putting a stop to that.
Right.
So I thought Brian held up well, though. What'd you think? I obviously hasn't been crossed yet, but
I find him to be credible, you know. Look at his, and I'm not trying to be rude or whatever, but look at his age and his physical condition. You know, this idea that he's some sort of killing machine that attacked a man, 10, 15 years younger than he is, right?
he looks pretty formidable to me, but
yeah, a lot of gray, respectfully.
Yeah.
Well, that's also how, when I talked to other cops that had worked with him or knew him, and got kind of a sense for his reputation. There were a few people that made comments along the lines of like, he's an old guy that walks on a treadmill. And that really stuck with me because they're trying to superimpose Brian Albert in his prime with Brian Albert. My kids are all getting towards 30, and they're 2 different people, like physically anyway, right? Like I don't see him beating up, John.
So we saw that he never went out to the crime scene. I don't really find that unusual at all, but I do find it definitely troubling and part of the investigation. Not troubling in terms of conspiracy, but the Canton police were quick to leave the scene. For some reason, I think there was a confusion on this, but Michael Proctor saying we're not taking this or something to that effect, which was they were automatically taking it. So I think Lank misunderstood that. I think maybe Proctor just maybe said we're not going to get there until later or something, but I don't know. We'll have to see what he says. And I'm really surprised at how little of that scene the state police CERT team dug out. I mean, they should have dug out an area 3 times that size, I think. I mean, I'm not a cop. I'm not on a CERT team. I'm not trained with that stuff. I don't know. What do you think about any of that stuff?
I'm not sure. I think that no matter what, though, every investigation is pretty imperfect. I think most of the time police reports have inconsistencies, missing details that are just wrong, right? I don't see anything crazy about it. Was there a bit of a gap between when the Canton police left and when the state police should have taken over? Yes, but I mean, suburban neighborhood, yeah, like in the middle of the snowstorm, not ideal, but I don't think it's a conspiracy, no.
Yeah, and they should have left a car sitting there guarding the scene, a murder scene. It seems like not only was it unwatched, but it was unwatched from pretty early on. We're now hearing several witnesses. It sounds like when Julie arrived, they were gone. There was nothing even there, and Julie got there at 8:30. So it is unusual.
But we did hear from at least one Canton officer. I didn't know I had a murder scene.
Yeah, I mean, it's not suspicious. It's just slop, a little bit poorly motivated or something like that. But
I see in your chat, Reggie Miller. This is such like a weird talking point that people got. Dead cop on the lawn. Dead cop. Dead cop. He wasn't on duty. And I don't know. These people that simultaneously hate the police and think they're all crooked also somehow think that if you happen to be an officer, that when you are found deceased, it somehow takes priority over anyone else? Like, that's not how that works.
Right. And I don't think this wasn't like there was, as far as the police were concerned, this wasn't a case where a cop was killed and it's a mystery who killed him.
Right.
I think even if they were mistaken in this and they developed tunnel vision, but in their minds, they understood what happened fairly early on.
Right. It's just so weird to me that this whole like dead cop. Like, yes, John O'Keefe was an officer, but he wasn't on duty. So I like same thing with, I think was it Melanie Little was saying the other, Jen McCabe should have been yelling officer down on the phone. No,
that's absurd.
Right. He was not an officer down. He was a man who had been killed that happened to be an officer that was not on duty. And again, like if you yell officer, there's a police officer on the line, officer down. Do you think that it changes? Like, do they break out a teleportation machine or something? Like, it doesn't really change the response time. People are people.
Yeah. I mean, it was during the blizzard, so it was changing shift time. I mean, those are not excuses. They're just kind of human things that go on. Right. We even saw that Buchanan and Proctor for a while were Proctor was going in Buchanan's truck because it was easier for one person to drive in that big truck. I mean, for two people to share the ride in the snow. So it's just kind of different behavior that happens just because of the weather conditions.
Right.
And I think this is something that maybe people are interested too, and it's still a little bit interesting, but why did Proctor and Buchanan begin their investigation at the McCabe's house? And I think that's probably going to be just because Jen McCabe was such a key witness because she was with Jen that morning. Do you know if did they go visit Kerry Roberts that same day too?
I believe so, but I'd have to check. I think Jen McCabe was the point of contact too. So, the call came in from Jen McCabe.
Right.
And she clearly was the one who, out of everybody, was able to hold it together the most and really facilitate trying to get John help and then reporting to the police afterwards. I would assume so. And I think Brian Albert's rationale for not going outside makes perfect sense. And again, like if he had rushed out there and tried to insert himself into this crime scene, into this investigation, people would say that was suspicious too. And
they'd say he was planting stuff.
Or that he was trying to get out and, and that happens in investigations a lot of the time, right? That people will, the murderer will insert themselves and try to, suss out what the police know, what direction they're going in. Can I throw them off? What do they have on me? So, I mean, either way, like you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. But I think like from his perspective, you get woken up. There were no sirens. Their blinds and curtains were closed, right? I do not believe that the dog would have been barking. I know that my dog, who during the day is quite active and will bark at cars or, if anybody steps up on my porch or something. At night when we're sleeping, he's out like a log. Like someone could literally break into our house and he would not know because he's sleeping.
And they're just completely unique. We have two dogs that are the same breed. One of them barks at rabbits.
Right.
The other one barks at squirrels. One of them barks at someone walking on the street with a dog. The other one just doesn't care if a person's, even a delivery coming in, doesn't bark. They're very different. There's no rhyme and reason to what a dog's going to bark at.
Right.
So Nick last night on Court TV said, when Julie arrives, there's all the suspects suspects conspiring and getting their story together in the kitchen. You got the McCabe's, and you have obviously Brian and his wife, and Higgins, and obviously that's a big factor, right? But what I tried to say is that, okay, the other equally valid explanation for that is that they all knew John and they were all with him the night before. So this was a shocking event that they wanted to find out what happened. It's completely normal. And that's what bothers me, is that they don't try to ask the question from that side. Don't just try to force everything into the narrative that you bought into on April 18th of last year. Try to look at everything from different angles and then look at the totality of the evidence. But they don't do that.
Right.
And that's not a matter of intelligence. That's just a matter of not being willing to do it. I think Nick's a pretty intelligent guy, but he's not willing to ask that question. If you just look at it, just try it out hypothetically. If you're in Free Karen Reed, and hypothetically, Karen Reed did this, is it normal that Brian Albert would call Brian Higgins that morning and say, "Oh my God, you'll never guess what happened"? I mean, they were all out together that night. They were all in that house earlier, And is it normal that Brian Higgins would make that 5-minute drive to come over to the house and say, "Wow, what the hell happened here?" It's completely normal, So I don't know. Do you have any other observations? I'm just looking through my list. Took a lot of notes.
I mean, I thought most of it, again, I think you're looking at this sort of from the same vantage point that I am too. A lot of this testimony we're already anticipating because we know,
Yeah.
And again, like, these stories have been so consistent. I've heard them from so many different people for a year now. They're in court documents. Nothing is changing. The only story that I think we're going to hear that changes is Karen's.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's going to be little discrepancies, but those discrepancies actually make their story more credible because it doesn't feel so rehearsed. And you're seeing that in the little tiny discrepancies on things and what they observed and what they remember. If you didn't have that, it would be a problem, I think.
Right.
And I think Lally did a good job, or obviously they know not to over prep these witnesses.
Right.
Because then there'll be that tendency to do that. Let's see. So Matt arrived very quickly. So Jen must have called 3 times. She called her sister and then Brian. She called her sister twice, then Brian. Didn't get through to them, and then must have called Matt and gone into the house.
Yeah.
Because Matt got there very quickly. So. By phone. And Brian Higgins actually even did a little bit of plowing there for them, even though there mustn't have been much snow.
Right.
But I guess there was enough to plow. Well, we saw there was enough on the cars outside. So Jen was always like, so Brian had known Jen since she was like 6 years old and basically like a little sister to him.
Right.
So that explains that was an important answer, because that explained why Brian went over. But that's one way of putting it, because another way was, the defense is going to say, and he had kind of said here, he knew that the troopers were going to already over at Jen and Matt's house or meeting them there. So he went there to be part of that, although he said he was upstairs during that part of it. Thank you, Blanco. Appreciate it. Is Karen Reed going to take the stand? What do you think?
I wouldn't put her on the stand. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see what her level of delusional narcissism is. It would be a terrible idea for her to go on the stand, but I mean, it might happen.
You generally only do it if you have to, right? You only do it if you really feel like you need to do something to make a difference that you're losing, right? That's the only reason I can think of. All right. Well, that's all I got. It's been a long day, so feel free to. I can leave it going for you if you want to keep talking without me.
No, that's all right. Yeah, it's a long day. It's Friday, and we've been doing some work over here on other things too, because it's just never ending. So
thank God it's Friday. And and so just that was interesting too. So there'll be no court on, well, if the jury approves this, there'll be no court on the 29th, the 30th, and the 31st, but the 28th will be a full day. So that must mean the 27th must be, I don't know, when is Memorial Day? Is that the 27th? I don't know when that comes in. And then
is it the 27th? It's the 27th. Thank
It is the 27th. Okay, that's what I figured. So they have, so that's off too automatically, and then they'll take off the other days except for the 28th. They'll do a full day, but then they'll take the rest. Oh, so they'll take the rest of the week off. So you'll basically get, the jury will get 5 days off, and we'll get 5 days off.
Right.
June 7th is an off day for some reason. I think that's about it. So I'm sure Cross is going to be very interesting.
On Brian, yeah, I think they're going to hammer him, but it looks like he can hold up to it. I mean, his wife did very well, and
Yeah, I mean, how many
You know,
times has Brian?
remember
probably-
these people have been through how many grand juries at this point too?
Right, and Brian Albert, from his position on the Boston Police, has probably testified many times before
Right.
in other cases. So.
Right.
Okay, well, thanks, Kate. That was awesome. Thank you for being here. Great insights, and maybe I'll talk to you over the weekend. But if not, we'll see you Monday.
Sounds good.
All right, thanks, Kate.